boys are going to bring the heat today.
As the leader of the Booner Pack, I lead from the front.
All right, boys. Lock in.
It's our core foundation, man. Grit.
I'm fired up. I'm fired the f*** up, boys.
It's bumping right now. It's got my juice pumping, boys.
All right, we are live for the 2025 NFL Draft. And we are at
Here we go.
DraftKings Sports and Social, out with the people in Troy. By the way, you still got time to come on up here and hang out with the fellas. There's already people. Yeah, there's already people packing out this place. And boys, we have two TVs. We have one. We're gonna have the Pistons game on. We're gonna have the draft in front of us. What a good day!
Beautiful day.
It's a good day. Good night. All the people feeling. I'm fired up. I am fired up.
I'm pumped up. It's draft day, boys. I said, hey, I'm gonna go get some popcorn.
Come on,
Brad said, hey, get the popcorn and just watch the draft. That's what we're gonna do tonight. We're gonna break it all down for you guys. So I'm pumped up to see what Brad does. I'll tell you what. There were like last year we had an idea. I have no clue what Brad Holmes does this year. Like we talked about Terry on last year. We talked about a lot of different guys. This year it is the man could trade it. We might not get a pick tonight. We really might not get a pick tonight.
Yeah, and it's crazy because I would say they have their foundation built. I mean, we've already seen these guys like Penei Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jared Goff. He's the quarterback there. But then even yesterday, Kirby Joseph signed. So you see these contracts being spent, this money being spent. It makes drafts like this so much more important because you really have to start sniping. And Brad Holmes shown that he can do that. And so tonight, even if they don't pick in the first round, which I think they will, I think it's more likely they trade up than don't. But it's a huge draft for the Detroit Lions. It all starts tonight.
Look at it, too. I will say this. Green Bay right now is on the screen. I'm not giving them any credit. There's a lot of people there. There were a lot of people in Detroit. I don't know if they could even, with the size of their city, if they could even pack out as much as the Detroit fan base showed up. But it did look like that was pretty packed there.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of Green Bay fans, there's a ton. But you look in the crowd of Green Bay fans, and out there are Lions fans. You know, there's a ton. There's a good mix of people out there. And I'm fired up, man. I love the draft. We talked about this the other day. Besides the Super Bowl, obviously, the draft is one of the biggest events in sports. And when you have a GM like Brad that drafts as well as he does, he makes today so much more interesting.
Yep.
You have all these teams. We talked about it this morning, so whoever tuned in, appreciate you. Teams want to move all around this draft. You have New York trying to trade up to 1. You have teams trying to trade back. But you haven't heard too much about the Lions. All you have is Brad Holmes saying himself that if they like a player, they're going to try and go up and get him. And if they like a player, they can get a couple picks back or later, they'll move back. Mm-hmm. So there's not really a definitive answer or report of what the Lions are going to do, but that's exactly how Brad likes it. No one knows.
Yeah, I mean, it's the craziest thing, too, like all these rumors, the JMO stuff. You hear, I think one of the biggest things, I'll say this, is when Brad Holmes had the press conference a couple weeks ago, he kind of was like, I'm not going to give anything away. And he started hinting at, people started writing stories about all these different things. Oh, are they going to move up? Are they going to move back? Oh, Brad, I'll say this, like some beat writers were definitely trying to get some out of him. This man might be one of the best in the game as a GM of just simply I am not going to tip my cards to you. You're not going to know anything I do. I'm going to say, hey, what did I say? Right after, what did you – or that was actually you. What did you tell me as soon as that press conference was over? You said they're trading back. And then what did I say? That's exactly what Brad wants you to think. That man is playing chess. Jeff Iafrate, Lukas Klotz.
Some mind games.
We are playing checkers. He's playing chess.
Yeah, you never know. The only thing that you know about Brad Holmes is there's a player that you look at and be like, yeah, you know what? That's a perfect fit for the Detroit Lions need. It's not going to be that guy. And you're going to be shocked by it. But at the end of the day, the guy that they do select, especially in the first round, tends to work out very well for this team. So there's definitely going to be some picks that if they are made, people are going to be upset. I could very well be upset. But at the end of the day, at least you know Brad Holmes is selecting a damn good fucking football player in the first round of the NFL draft.
Have they always done where they have they have player intros? You told me that earlier. Every player has walkout music.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's when they get picked. Yeah. That's what their song. They're going to have a specific song for when they get picked. I'm sure they've done it every year. This might be the first year that they released what they were doing.
Hey, you know what I saw earlier, Klotz? Shamar Stewart, Drake forever.
Yeah. Narrative fits. I
bring him home.
He's
Greatest
going,
song
he's going
ever.
top 15. Going top 15.
Yeah.
You trading up for him?
Lion. He might be a Detroit
You know,
Lion.
it's crazy because me and Boone this morning were going through players and betting odds to where they land in this draft, and there's so many guys. It basically the overall takeaway is no one knows a thing.
No.
James Pierce is he's like plus. He's plus money to go in the first round. Or what is he? Slightly a favorite? What is it? I think James Pierce slightly
Either
a
way,
favorite.
the fact that that's
It's
a conversation.
it's not a given.
If you were to look at like way too early mock drafts predicting this, every one of them has James Pierce going in the top 5. And the fact that Boone, even in your mock draft yesterday, you had him falling in the second round.
James Pierce going to the top 5?
Like if you looked at way too early, you know how this year they'll be like Pierce projected. They're way too early.
My
Just how
thought
the
process with
conversation
James
switched.
Pierce is, and if people think he's going to be a Detroit Lion, that's fine. They haven't met with him. What's one thing, and the chat knows this as well, one thing that Brad Holmes always does with guys he drafts in the first round, he meets with them. He wants to have a top 30 or he wants to meet with you at the combine. Did he meet with James Pierce is my question.
I don't believe
believe he met with James Pierce. So when you think about that, it's like, okay, that would be kind of maybe a first, not maybe a first, but like a really one-off for Brad Holmes if he did that today. What is something that makes an NFL player in the draft fall in a draft?
Off the field.
What's the number one thing?
Off the field character.
What's the number one? And I'm not saying he has it. I don't know. I haven't spoken with James Pierce, but what's the number one thing about him that people are saying, hey, this is why he could potentially
How much do you buy into that though?
It's not
As far
buying
as
into
mattering.
it. It's not any of that. I think when you look at guys falling in an NFL draft, the only reason the guy falls, it has nothing to do with what his production is, what his testing is at the combine. They're not going to, unless he does insanely bad. Mm-hmm. It always just goes to how was he in the meetings and what is he like off the field. And James Pierce, like we were going back and forth on it. Who has the biggest chance of dropping, Shamar or James? Shamar has the measurables and everything. Like you said, he's going to go top 15 potentially. It's more so a guy that where GMs look at it and go, oh man, this guy hit off the field.
But then you look at Jalen Carter, and then it's like
exactly. But he was supposed to go top 3,
I know, and I'm not.
and he falls into the top 12.
I think you're spot on as far as character is a huge reason why people drop. But then I just think there's some players where it's James Pierce enters this locker room. Detroit, he's not going to single-handedly cause this locker room fall apart. Not saying that you are, but I do think there's instances where this guy might be a little bit of a prick. But if he can play really good on Sundays and get after the quarterback, and he's sitting there at 28 and he was projected a top 15 pick, I pull the trigger every time if it's somebody like that. Now, if it's a character issue and he's coming off a torn ACL, don't touch him. But James Pierce, when he was on the field this year, every week for Tennessee, that was the guy who you're watching on that defense who had an incredibly good defense this year.
Yeah, the closer we get to the draft, I mean, we start out a couple months ago after the season ended. It was pretty much edge or bust in the first round, but now that you're getting closer to it, although we all prefer a certain position, there's so many positions in play tonight. That's why I think it's going to be really interesting. Now, there's positions we probably don't prefer, but I think offensive line is probably just as much in play as pass rusher. Mm-hmm. That's the vibe I'm getting here. You know, Gray Zabel, reports are they really like him. Tyler Booker they brought in, talked to him. Donovan Jackson, that's a player that could be in play, a Buckeye. So as much as edge, they've met with Mike Green, they've met with Shamar Stewart, they've met with some of these guys, even defensive tackles they've met with too. Yeah. So I think defensive line or offensive line, that's where I think if I had to give you my prediction, it's one of those two positions tonight because
trenches.
Trenches. And that's ideal. I mean, we would be happy with any of those picks. As much as they've met with Matthew Golden, they've met with Maxwell Hairston, I still don't believe, and I know Brad's unpredictable. I don't think they go any position but trenches tonight in the first round. That's the way I'm looking.
I think I'm gonna be honest in the projection. If they stay at 20, I'll say this: if they move up, which I think they will do, they go defensive line and they go get an edge. I don't see them staying at 28 and not going O-line. Like to me, that would just be, hey, we love our guy. Like we're staying here, we'll stay put. We love him. I do, and this is why this draft is not just like how bad the draft class is, but with Brad Holmes, it's so unpredictable because it's not that was a crazy word.
Great word. You fought through it.
That was a word. It's draft night. We have like 6 hours ahead of us, but it's unpredictable, especially with how bad the draft class is compared to others. You're sitting at the back end of it. So you're sitting there and you're like, unless one of your guys that you have ranked as a first round prospect is falling, you probably are going to have a good opportunity to fall back into the first round or the second round because so many teams are going to want to come up for Jackson Dart, Shedeur Sanders, maybe Jalen Milroe. And there's going to be teams that are willing to move into that 28th position. If you can add another 3rd-round pick this year or another 4th-round pick and just wait until tomorrow, which I know people don't want to do that, and wait until tomorrow and be like, we'll take another 3rd.
Yeah.
You want Shedeur Sanders? You want Jackson Dart? We're sitting at 20. We'll sit here.
One of those picks could be Sean Dolak. Boom.
Yeah, exactly. And they're sitting there and they're going, our next guy, highest player on the board is, let's say, Nick Scorton. And they're like, he's going to be there at 34 or 33.
Yeah.
So he's like, why would you not? Especially the Browns. Browns are at 33. I said it this morning, Klotz, there's only been 2 times in NFL history a quarterback's gone to the 33rd overall pick. It's Drew Brees and some other random quarterback. And it's because teams are going to move in to get that 5th-year option. They don't want to sit there at 33 and not get that 5th year.
Yeah, I mean, that is important. A good point, because even you look at the drop when I think Shedeur and Jackson Dart, I think Shedeur is a lock to go in the 1st round. I know there's a big narrative that he's not, but I don't see a way that Shedeur Sanders is not taken in the 1st round for the reason you just gave, because he's going to be going in a developing situation regardless. If he goes to Pittsburgh, he's going to have to develop. If he goes to New Orleans, maybe play right away, but I don't think the Saints are going to do that. Saints haven't taken a quarterback since 2000, but there's a gap between Jackson Dart, Shedeur Sanders, and Kyle McCord, Will Howard, and the other quarterbacks, Jalen Milroe, in my opinion. So I think those guys could go middle of the 2nd round. But if you want to come up and get the first that first quarterback that hasn't been taken after Cam Ward, it'll probably be in that spot.
Yeah, it's not. But what I will say, and I know the Pistons intros just played, so I kind of was dialed into that because they brought back the final. They brought back the final countdown.
I'll do those. Did they bring it back?
Yeah, they did.
Officially?
They did.
What is it?
Can we post that on socials?
Final countdown.
They're probably going to put it up
now.
online. Let's get that up on social.
Mm-hmm.
That is unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. So, I mean, the intros just played. Look, they're about to start tip-off right now behind us. So we're in Detroit sports land right here. I mean, we got Pistons playing a playoff game, tied 1-1. We got the draft on in front of us. So please, we'll be here. We'll be live all night. So keep us streaming. If you're watching the draft at home, keep us up on the side. Turn on the draft.
Yes.
Live react with us. Watch the draft with us.
And not a better way to spend this Thursday night.
If you have Pistons, go Pistons draft crunch time. Crunch time draft Pistons. How about that?
I like
and we are
and we got popcorn here. We got some the Kool-Aid's back. Listen, the boys are trying to get me to drink the Kool-Aid tonight.
Mm-hmm.
They said, "Hey, Booner, no matter what, you're doing the Kool-Aid. We don't overdo the Kool-Aid.
It's safe for the rare occasion. It's not rare occasion, but a line win occasion.
And if something big happens tonight, and if I don't do the Kool-Aid, it doesn't mean I don't think it was a good pick. But if Brad Holmes is very bold and says, I'm moving up to 15 overall and I'm going to get Donovan Izaraku, then I'll go out there right away and I'll drink some Kool-Aid for the people.
Come on.
Well, the interesting team is the Broncos. Broncos are interested in moving out of 20. So if they feel they can get Amarion Hampton at 28,
that's where, and you got
maybe you have an opportunity and you have that connection.
You got the connection there. And at the end of the day, the Broncos defense, they were very good last year, and now they added some more, I wouldn't say pure star talent, but Hufanga, All-Pro, Dre Greenlaw, former All-Pro. They added some guys on the defense side of the football. I could only imagine that they go offensive weapons, and I think there's going to be a lot of offensive weapons in the late part of this first round that you could go to that are similar to. You could look at Luther Burden possibly, Abuka. Even if you want to go Jaden Higgins, and some people might think it's a reach, like that's fine. Or all the running backs that'll still be available. If Ashton Jeanty goes top 10, no guarantee there's going to be another one taken in the draft, but you're sitting at the end of the first round, but if you're sitting at the end of it, scoop them up there. I've been seeing a lot of them moving up for Colson Loveland. Would hate to see that as a Broncos fan, but maybe they move up.
Sorry, go ahead.
I would say I have a report here. Adam Schefter just put out. Two things. One, it's reported, and I'll get, this isn't Schefter, but it's being reported. This is on Bleacher Report. Cleveland has, quote, something cooking with the number 2 overall pick amid Jaguars rumors.
So meaning like the Jaguars are connected, or there's just a lot of
so maybe Jags trading up. And then I also have Adam Schefter here with
this tweet.
Yeah, I was going to read it. So Adam Schefter put out, when assessing how the top 10 picks tonight will unfold, one well-placed source said, expect explosives.
That's big.
Top
said
10
it.
picks. There's some stuff that's going to happen
I
tonight.
said it to you guys last night. I said it this morning on the show that we did. I truly believe this. I think we're going to get, since there has not been a draft get this close to a draft to where no one's traded their first round pick. I think tonight there's going to be a record-breaking amount of trades in the first round. I really believe that. And
This is a lot.
I think there's going to be a lot. And I think it's bad. And I said it to Klotz, to you. When you look at the value of these players, there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to be saying, hey, we're willing to trade back a little bit. We're willing to trade back. And it's going to cost less to move up because of, hey, these aren't really first-round graded guys. So, hey, why not do it? So I do think that there's going to be a lot of explosives tonight. I'm pumped up for it.
Yeah, I think a lot of the teams GMs are just going to go and get their guy. To your point, this draft is kind of weird. It's kind of just like not an average draft, but a lot of people would say it's a starter's draft, not a star draft. But there are a few stars in this draft, so there's going to be teams like Carolina who could use some extra draft picks.
Right.
All the teams that have been moving up in this year's draft or moving up in prior year's draft that need more compensation, it's a great way for them. Even like the Minnesota Vikings, they have 4 picks sitting at 24. If I was willing to guess, I'd probably say the Vikings trade out of this first round. Out of all drafts that trade out of the first round, this would be it.
Yeah, I agree. Because if they're going defensive tackle or safety, you could probably get a pretty good one trading back. I think it's really going to come down to the quarterbacks to me, because if you're New Orleans and you want Jackson Dart, you could trade back and still get Jackson Dart. You know, now how far is the other thing? You don't want to trade back. You can't go behind like Pittsburgh, for example, but you could probably trade back and still land the guy you want. Another player, Joe Klatt spitting about, Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
So that's another big question mark, is what happens with him. So I think the quarterbacks are probably going to be, especially trading back into the first. You know, that's part of it too. If there is a team that loves
they're going to be
Jalen Milroe.
The blocks will fall with the quarterbacks. Like, I don't know what's going to happen. And Ian Rappaport brought it up yesterday. A very good example. I don't know if you guys remember the Johnny Manziel draft. When he started to fall a little bit, or I don't even know, what pick did he go?
Like 22.
That sounds about right.
I think when he was starting to fall, if you remember, it was like every pick, the next pick.
It was Johnny
Manziel. It wasn't even just, hey, is this team going to pay or trade Johnny Manziel or take Johnny Manziel? Are they going to trade for him? Who's going to trade up? And everyone's on their toes. I think tonight it could end up being like that with Shedeur and Jackson Dart.
I like that.
And even like out of Travis is going to be gone, but like I think those two guys, you're going to be sitting there the whole draft, and you're going to be on your toes waiting for a team that, hey, and it could be a team. I know we keep talking about the Giants and the Browns wanting to get back in for another quarterback. It could be a random team that surprises
Colts?
you. Yeah,
the Colts.
It could be a team out of nowhere. I mean, it could be a team from outside of the first round that already has a first round pick and says, we want to come in and get Shedeur. And no one's talked about them. Like Miami being like, hey, do we trust Tua? And them coming in and be like, let's get Shedeur. I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know who has all the picks there, and we can have that conversation as it goes here tonight. But I think it's going to be a lot crazier than we think. The Travis Hunter thing, too, that's interesting to see where Travis Hunter.
Well, the report about the Browns. I mean, if they're willing to trade back, maybe they're.
It sounds like a lot of teams want Travis Hunter.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'd imagine he's even with the second overall pick with Cleveland right now. If somebody else goes up there, I would imagine it's for Travis Hunter. I like
Jacksonville wanting to trade up.
Yeah, if you want to make sure you can get Gentry, like you're really going to give up that much volume for it. So I would say that Travis Hunter, I think around the league, is viewed as the number one just football player in this draft. What he's done at both sides of the football, we have not seen before. We've seen players do things like that, but not to the level of Travis Hunter. So I think him going in the first 2 picks is a lock. How surprised would you guys be if somebody were to take him first overall with Travis Hunter?
Throw me the other popcorn.
I would not do it, but there's conversation about it happening, and that's just how good of a player he is. So second overall, I don't see him falling anywhere past that.
Well, we know what Boone's doing with the number 1 overall pick. Dude's drafting popcorn. He's locked in. Look at him. He's standing. He's got his popcorn.
Can you send that to me, Caleb?
Brad Holmes said it. Get your popcorn. Lock in. And Boone's got his popcorn.
We got our popcorn,
a lot of popcorn
ready to go.
I mean, this popcorn. I mean, where'd you get the popcorn? I mean,
I got it here. No free ad. Shout out. No free ad. Sunrise Stores LLC.
I mean, the guy's got popcorn on him. That's impressive. That's impressive. I love
take
that.
One of those. Put it back here for now.
Yeah, if you think about it too, guys, like the Lions don't have a ton of capital either. They have. I mean, they could try and get more capital.
But would you guys be willing? And this is the conversation I've had with some people, and I've talked about it on shows. Like, would you be willing to give up future assets to trade up if you love a guy. If not you love a guy, if you know, hey, there's a top 5 player on Brad's board that has fallen to 15th overall. Would you be willing to look back and say, would you be willing to look back and be like, hey, I'll give up next year's second?
See, that's where
go on.
I would say if you're trading up inside like the top 20, that'd be fine. But if you're like seriously, like the second round of next year's draft, like I feel like there's going to be this draft in particular, I think is just so down where I don't think it makes sense to give up capital for next year when you're going to have to pay even more guys, even more money at that point.
Yeah.
So, and again, the talent is just going to be better next year's draft because you can use next year's second round pick to trade back up into the first round in a better draft. Potentially, there's just so many moves that can be used with that pick in the future. I don't think you get the same value in this year's draft.
All right. My pushback with that, and I'm going to be consistent with it, and I feel like we all look at Travis Hunter, man. I love Travis Hunter. And like if somehow Brad was like, let me get this the 2 and bring Travis in, I would be so happy. Not going to happen, but I mean, he's a great person.
Great person. Met the guy one time.
I'll just say this: if Brad loves a guy, how many Pro Bowlers and All Pro players has he drafted?
Quite a few.
Yeah,
a lot.
Quite
so
a few.
If Brad is trading that far up and using an asset in the future to go get a guy, I would think that that's going to be a future Pro Bowler.
Mm-hmm.
I would have no doubt. So I would be fine with that. I really would.
But think about that, like all pros. Where do you find Samuel Porter and Brian Branch? Second round.
I agree. And I don't think it's that he can't do it. I just think it's more so like, hey, if he loves a guy, he's going to go get him.
Yeah.
It's the same
It just
thing.
depends. I mean, of course, if he loves, I would like to see who it would be. Maybe if it's like Mike Green, I think people would probably be not too upset with that. You know?
Yeah.
I wonder. It depends on who it is. Like,
I get
no
it.
offense, and I don't mean this because I think he's a good player. But if you trade up and you give away future capital to get like Donovan Izaraku, I would be like, you could probably get a similar
Back
caliber
off.
at 28.
Take that back.
And I like
Take that back.
So it's got to be the right guy. But if Brad likes him and he's a top guy, then yeah, I mean, you can
like Tyler in the
Go
chat
get your
saying
guy.
Kirby round 3 All Pro, St. Brown All Pro. That's not my point. I still think he can do it. But if Brad Holmes is like, this is my guy, just like with Jahmyr Gibbs, just like with JMO, just like with Aiden Hutchinson, just like with those guys, if it's like a guarantee and he's like, I love this kid.
Yeah, that's why I said
You can't say no.
Inside the top 20, I'd honestly be cool with. But if you're moving up a couple of spots, that's where I'm like, okay, we could get. But to your point, like if you're in the top 20 and you're going to get in a bona fide guy, say he trades up for my guy Kenneth Grant or Walter Nolan or another edge rusher, like I'm not going to be complaining then whatsoever. But it's just like if you're trading up 3 spots to make sure that Gray Zabel doesn't go to the Houston Texans, making an example, just a hypothetical example, then I'd be like, all right, what are we doing here?
I don't want to try and say like I'm not encouraging Brad to go get a guy he loves because we see how that typically works out pretty well.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to be upset. If there's a guy you really like there, go get him. And I think there'll be teams willing to move back. That's why I think there'll be. I'm curious how this works with like so many teams wanting to move. How many teams want to move up? Like that's the thing. There's all these teams that want to move back, but you got to find a team that wants to move up.
I think I think a lot of the younger up and coming coaches, like I think Seattle at some point tonight moves up. Like there's guys who you look at these organizations who are kind of in a middle spot as far as like Seattle's an example you could use, even Jacksonville because they have a lot of pieces. Maybe they want to move back or maybe they want to move back into the first round. But a lot of these younger coaches who just find a player that fits their scheme perfectly right now, like Mike McDonald moving up for a guy like Jalen Walker, Jahad Campbell. Like I do think that there's guys that are going to just try to go and get their guy that they've been drooling about this whole offseason period. So probably like outside the top 10, I'd be willing to bet like 10 through 25. All those teams have interest in moving up just a little bit.
I think there's a lot of teams. I think I'm with Klotz. I even think teams at the back end of the first. If guys start to fall again. It's such a weird draft, in my opinion, to where the movement you're going to see, I think, is different than any other draft at the end of the day. Pistons down. What is it? 10-4
it's
now.
rough.
It's early. It's a 6-point.
They're shooting 12% from the field.
Good. Guess what? You're not shooting 12% all game.
Yeah.
You
gotta shake the nerves out, man.
Yeah, they're 1 for 8 from the field. So it's probably the nerves, man. You're at home.
Can't get a buck.
Probably sold out crowd, man. This place is electric. That's why young guys, man, it's a little less pressure on the road.
I want to throw this out there, and I haven't given the guy enough credit. Derek Harmon, I think, goes in the first round tonight. I do. I think it's almost.
Iafrate in the house.
I think it's almost a lock for him to go in the first round.
Yeah, I agree. I think. You could easily argue the Vikings.
Yeah, Vikings.
I think there's a chance the man goes at like
Chiefs.
20 to 25.
Chiefs.
I don't know if he'll be available.
It depends on just because I feel like in a lot of drafts, most drafts, it's like, okay, you're going to have the top 5. You pretty much know who those players are. Maybe not the teams, but then it's like run on tackles, run on wide receivers, run on offensive linemen. I feel like there's run in positions because once one team starts trading in, you see the other teams like, all right, we're not going to risk this. We're going to go get our guy. Just like the lines with J-Mo, is Garrett Wilson, Drake London, Chris Olave, Brad wants Jameson Williams.
Yeah.
He's going up and getting them because it seems that all these teams are taking receivers right now. He's going to go quicker sooner rather than later.
I'm going to, by the way, I don't know if anyone's betting on the draft. I'm going to try and find I want to hit like a big one. Like a guy falls and it's like plus 5,000 and I'm like, I had that. You know what I mean? That's what I want.
Yeah, that was your call.
Yeah, I'm gonna find one for the boys.
I wonder the ones that are like plus 5, probably like Michael Walker.
I could name. There's some draft specials
Williams.
here that are plus 2,000.
You didn't hear
The
that?
New York Giants to select Travis Hunter and
Shout out
Shador,
Michael Walker.
plus 2,000.
I'm gonna keep saying that.
There's a couple interesting ones here. Cam Scadaboo by the New England Patriots or the 49ers, plus 520. What about this one? I want to run this one by you guys. 9 defensive linemen or edge and 7 offensive linemen in the first round, plus 150.
What was it?
Or plus 160. 9 defensive linemen and 7 offensive linemen in the first round.
It's a lot of offensive. Okay, so let's think about the offensive line. You got
Will Campbell,
Membu, Kelvin Banks, Josh Simmons, Gray Zabel,
need 2 more.
Tyler Booker,
Josh
Donovan
Connolly.
Jackson, Josh Connolly.
That's 8.
There's 8.
So that's 7. We're 1 over. Defensive linemen. Let me actually do
There'll be
this.
enough there.
Let me pull up the.
There'll be enough, yeah. Because you're talking
NFL.
tackles, ends. You can get to that number pretty quickly. I like that. I like that a lot.
I might take that one. I actually might do it.
I mean, it's good value.
Ball don't lie in the chat says rumors the Browns could potentially trade out of number 2 would be such a Browns move. Yeah, we talked about that. I don't know. I mean, if you're the Browns, you have to just stay put and take
Travis Hunter. Like you're not going to find a better player on both sides of the football than Travis Hunter.
Yeah, you have to just stay put and take Travis Hunter at that point, right?
Yeah, you can. You can. I don't know. I think they will. I think there's enough guys or enough teams that want Travis Hunter that bad because he's a generational guy. Like this isn't like Travis Hunter. He's a generational guy that could change a franchise. As crazy as that sounds, I truly believe that. I mean, if I'm a team that's sitting at 10, like even the Bears, who else is there? Dallas. If I'm
Dallas is sitting at
Miami,
12.
like just any of those teams
49ers.
who are on the outside looking in, I'm just going, if I can somehow get to 2 and I can get Travis Hunter on this football team, that changes everything. Like that's a home run pick.
And it's interesting to me because the Jags, so what the Jags are probably, if they want to trade up to 2, what that probably means is, yeah, we like Ashton Genty, but if we can get Travis Hunter, we'd be ecstatic. Mm-hmm. You know, that's probably because if I'm them, you stay put, you take Genty if that's what you want. Now, my philosophy is a little different with running backs. I've made that pretty clear. But for the Jags, it's something they want to do. So do it. You could stay put and take him. You know, he'll be there at 5. Or they pick 5. Yeah, you don't have to take Mason Graham just because people think you will.
I think they do it. I think they end up. I think there's a chance that the Jags trade up because they don't have to give up that much to trade up. And then if you think about it, the Browns. All right, take Travis Hunter. We'll trade back. We can still get a very good player at number 5.
Yeah,
obviously you can't. You're not going to get Abdul or Will Campbell, but you can still go out if you want an offensive weapon. If you want a defensive lineman, you get your pick of the whole batch there. You get your own pick of the offensive line. You basically outside of Will Campbell. So I do think that there's a very good chance that the Jags are going to be aggressive.
Liam Cohen making
Gladstone,
a move.
he's going to be a great GM.
Yeah, I think because he's what, like
really.
He looks like he's
36 or
20,
something?
but he's like 36.
35, whatever he is.
I think that
He's a
in a
stud.
year or 2, they could be really good in Jacksonville. I agree with you guys because I think if they just manage everything well, they've never had a legitimate general manager, I feel like, through their time. And so if they can finally find one there, the Jacksonville Jaguars historically are like the Detroit Lions. But again, if they move up or if they take Genty at 5, great. You're helping out Trevor Lawrence immensely.
Yeah.
If you move up and you get a Travis Hunter, guess what you're doing? You're helping Trevor Lawrence out tremendously because you're giving him a wide receiver 1 other than Brian Thomas. Try stopping that. And a true corner, which they don't have. They got Tyson Campbell, who I like there, but he hasn't done anything over the last year.
Travis Hunter would be like, he'd put butts in seats.
Yeah.
I don't want
which
to.
they don't have.
No, they don't.
I tweeted it out, and the rumor started hitting today. Bold predictions that I tweeted out.
What is that?
Jags to trade up to number 5 with the Bears.
The Bears
Or the Bears to trade up
Yep.
with the Jags. Jags to take T-Mac right in front of Dallas. And then Ashton Jeanty to go to Chicago.
I think if Ashton Jeanty goes, I do think that the Bears still make a move up in there. I think Ryan Poles has a guy that he wants, and he just makes sure that he gets him. Like, I think him and Ben, even if it's for the defense side of the football,
They have a bunch of those second, third round picks.
Yeah, that's what, like in the second round, in the first 2 picks, they have 2 picks in the top of the second round. So why for them would you want to add more value when you already have great value? Go up and get aggressive player like Jalen Walker. You don't know when he's going to go. If they love Jalen Walker, go up to 5, go up to 6.
The
go up and
problem
get him.
is, Klotz, and you say that they don't need defense. They love Ashton Jeanty.
I'm saying that's what I said.
They-
If Gentry's
Oh, you're
gone,
saying both.
No,
I'm saying
Oh,
if
if he's
Gentry's
gone?
or if he's still there, like
yeah.
that's fine. I'm
What
saying
they
either
need,
way.
what
Honestly,
they need is an edge too. They need an
Yeah,
edge.
they need somebody because
yeah,
Montez Sweat's starting to become one of those players where they're putting him on the inside.
We talked about it. We talked about it this morning, Jeff. What was the team a couple years ago? Pistons. I don't know what just happened, but people are cheering. Tim Hardaway, 3-point
yeah,
game.
he shook that lead.
3-point game. Yeah,
3-point.
they're coming back. Pistons
Oh,
are
Hey,
calling
Tim
back.
Hardaway dropping some points. Boone, you bet on
Yeah,
him. And
nah,
it's
I
like,
didn't bet on him today.
no. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
1-3. That's all I
Yeah,
needed.
that's what happened.
Missed it.
Cade locked up there.
No, the Pistons are battling, man. They're battling. Just got a board
Love that.
down 3 right now. Still the first quarter.
Crowd out here
It is just
drafting,
interesting.
lovely.
I think people are going to be fighting to get in for the whole Jeanty thing. I think the Travis Hunter thing's starting to heat up, and people want to trade up for that. And I think people are going to be trying to trade up for Jeanty. Like, I think it's such a bad draft class to where we've seen running backs go in the top 5. It happens not all the time. Saquon, what did he go? Number 2?
2 or 3.
Um,
Yeah, he's the last
Leonard Fournette.
one to be that high.
Leonard Fournette was like 6,
Third.
but
He was
yes,
like 3 or 4.
no, I think you might.
I think he was top 5.
I don't think, but regardless,
Yeah,
you're
whatever.
right.
Top
Yeah.
running backs. You're talking
And
about.
I think Jeanty ends up falling in that category, especially like how bad the draft class is top to bottom. Oh my gosh, boys. There's a lot of people in Green Bay.
Yeah, there is.
Holy
But,
hell.
but to your point, Ashton Jeanty, like, despite listen, dude,
Cade Cunningham tied the game. I'm sorry, boys. Sorry.
dude, no, that's big. Tied game now, or yeah, tied game now. Ashton Jeanty's a transcendent player.
Great word.
Any
Great
draft, he's going top of the draft. It's like Travis Hunter, Abdul, like those guys are transcendent.
What is your reaction? Okay, so all this hype with the Bears getting Ashton Jeanty as Lions fans, people who cover the Lions. What's your reaction to Ashton Jeanty joining the Bears?
I think it's great for them.
But
I'm saying,
do I
what
need to
do you
add
think
any
is a-
more? I mean, it doesn't.
I don't
it
know
doesn't
why
change
you would
anything.
think it's a bad pick. Like, it feels like you
No,
think it's a bad
no,
pick.
No,
I think
he'd love
I think
it.
it's
Oh,
that's like
I think
I
that's
would
like
hate it
their-
for the Lions.
I think it's
Better than
the
Tyler Warren.
It's the
So I
Chicago
would
Bears
agree.
home run. If they can trade up and get Ashton Jeanty, that to me is like a home run for the Chicago.
I agree.
Especially with Ben Johnson at the helm, offensive coach. He knows it. Like, you saw what he did with D-Mont and Jahmyr Gibbs. You already have 2 receivers. You have an offensive line. Now maybe you can get a tackle at some point. Get your guy, Ariante Ursary. Get him. But, like, that defense already built. What else do they need? Get yourself a premier running back for the next 5 years. I'm not saying I'm scared of the Bears, but that would be a little bit like, whoa.
No. They're second.
Whoa.
They're second. If they get Jeanty, there's a conversation. Again, with the Bears, dude, because
You could sit at the table.
that's the number one like thing to help out a quarterback, especially a young quarterback. Give him a guy that can run for 1,500 yards day one.
I just want it on record.
Help your
Leonard
core.
Fournette, 4th overall pick.
All right, good
Oh.
Boone.
Good stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, but hey, well,
Ezekiel Elliott, 4th overall pick.
but here's
Streak for
now
Zeke.
here. Let me say this:
Go blue.
you don't do it. Look at that. Go check all these running backs. Go to the top 5. Get
I
back
mean,
to
if
me.
you don't do it,
Go back. Get back to me.
what do you mean?
How'd it work out for the Giants?
What? How did it work out for the Giants? He was the best player. Look what happened when they lost him.
And guess what? What did it do for him?
Look at what it did for the Eagles.
Exactly. Because they didn't draft him top 5. They went and got him.
But you have an elite running back. What did Ezekiel Elliott do for the Cowboys? Was
You
he
tell
holding
me.
them back?
You
Was
tell me.
Zeke holding them back, or was he their feature player that
What-
was putting up their offensive performance?
What did it do
the
for him?
best?
What did it do for him?
It kept them a contending team with a young quarterback in
What'd
Dak
they win?
Prescott. They went to the playoffs and were winning their division pretty much every year, or at least contending to win it. And with the Cowboys, they lost Tony Romo. They were being mid. They go with Dak Prescott, a good offensive line. You add Ezekiel Elliott to it.
What are we talking about?
I'm just you should never draft a running back, bro. Like Zeke, like it's Zeke's fault that they didn't win a Super Bowl.
30 seconds. I think there are one-off situations in an NFL draft. Again, I'm going to say it a million times tonight. The draft class. Not a good draft class. A running back could go top 5 in a draft class like this. There's 15 guys who are first-round grades. 15, 17 if you want to go max. This is a draft class where you could say, like, Daniel Jeremiah was like going over his top 300, and he was like, I've never had a situation in my life covering the draft to where I had a running back and 2 tight ends in my top 10 of best players available. Never.
Or you know what they could do?
And you have that today, which is like shocking. That's shocking.
Or you know what they could do? You call the Browns. You say, hey, you want to move back? I'll move up.
No.
Take Shefter. No. You take Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter, and then draft Quinshon Junkins in the second.
Read the bear. I mean, you could do that.
Yeah.
I think
But do you think that Quinshon Junkins is going to be the running back that Ashton Gentry is?
He'll be good. That's all you need.
You're talking about Ashton Gentry.
You think he'll be a 1,000-yard guy?
Quinshon Junkins, year 1, no.
What a year 1 year? I mean,
he's going to have to.
Travion Henderson. I mean, who?
Travion Henderson,
another running back.
Still probably no, because these are guys that are going to have to
So he'll be the only 1,000-yard running back.
I think Ashton Gentry and Amarion Hampton. There could be another random one, but a lot of these guys are going to go to backfields where they got to earn it too, and then they got to be able to be on the field every 3 downs. Like Quinshon Judkins, he could be, but he's got to be worked in. Ashton Gentry and Amarion Hampton can play all 3 downs for you right now, and they give you 1,000 yards easily. Ashton Gentry's going to get 13 to 1,400 compared to a running back that get you 800 to 900, which is still really good. But if you're the Chicago Bears, like this is a team that it's cold. Like whenever the Lions go there at Soldier Field, it's a close game. It's a physical football game. Ashton Gentry is a player that wins you those games. So I think there's no problem taking him at the top of this draft.
I didn't even know this. Green Bay just popped up. They've selected defensive players like the last 12 of the 14 picks.
That's crazy.
Yeah, in the first
Jordan
round,
Morgan
wide
and
receiver
Jordan Love.
I don't think, honestly, if I'm being honest, I've mocked. I've done a couple mocks for a wide receiver to go to Green Bay. I just don't.
They're going to go corner or edge.
It feels like they're just going to go. They feel like a BPA, and when you usually go BPA, it's usually like the trenches.
I didn't even know that about Green Bay. I mean, it's just crazy to see that. Don't really take offensive players. But
they take Lucas Van Ness, who I was told to wait on. Not about you guys, but just
I didn't really have a take
didn't even
on him.
start at Iowa. And you're taking him in the top 15 of the
Some
draft.
people wanted him to be a Lion. That's just how it goes. I want to see when the Lions one pops up. They have like the stats here. The Chargers selected an offensive player in the first round in their last like 5 picks.
Do the Chargers have?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I didn't even know that.
Kurt Warner. There's Kurt.
Great suit he's got on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Kurt's getting old, and the man looks like he's 30 years old, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, Kurt Warner, he's
Probably like
nuts.
50 something.
I'm interested in the Las Vegas thing too, because if you think about Las Vegas, we've had these conversations where it felt like no matter what, that they were going to be the team that got Ashton Gentry until about 48 hours ago.
Same thing with like Mason Graham with the Jags.
Yeah,
too.
like if you looked 48 hours ago, there was not one mock draft that didn't have Mason Graham at 5 and didn't have Ashton Gentry at 6. That felt like it was almost a lock. Now all of a sudden it switched to within 2 days. It's all of a sudden switched right to, hey, Mason Graham and Todd McShay reporting, hey, Mason Graham is not going to the Jags. Jags want an offensive weapon for Liam Cohen. That's what they're going to do. And then it's turned into, boom, Raiders aren't going to go Ashton Gentry because teams are going to try and get them at 4 or 5. And so it's
crazy. They just popped up the New Orleans, what the New Orleans Saints have done. Last 7 picks in the first round, 6 have been offensive or defensive linemen. So they just go trenches.
They haven't taken a quarterback since 2002. That's why it's like the Jackson Dart hype. I understand where it all checks out, what Kellen Moore likes in a quarterback, but especially 9th overall. If they're not taking quarterbacks in previous drafts, I don't see a way that they take a quarterback top 10 in this year's draft. So I think they're another team that could easily trade out or trade up and just go get their guy. If they want to get Abdul Carter, go for it, man. I mean, they have so much old money tied up on the defense side of the football. Cam Jordan, Tyrann Mathieu, Demario Davis. They had to let go Marshawn Lattimore. They need some fresh faces on that defense side of the football. They need a core piece, not a quarterback.
There's another one. Tampa Bay has selected offensive line or defensive line with 4 of last 6 first-round picks. Some of these trenches, baby.
They just invest in them.
I wonder, that's what you have to it's just – there you go. There you go. Yeah, there's a lot of people out in Green Bay, man. There's a ton of people. And I know there's you see Lions fans. I mean, there's a Browns fans screaming at the camera right now. That's your guy, Klotz.
It's Ohio guy.
You claim him.
I
all
don't
due
claim
respect to
Brown
Ohio
fans.
people, but you claim him.
It's not. Browns fans, they try to have fun. They try to have fun, but it's hard. I just feel pity for Browns fans.
I feel bad.
Honestly.
No, I do. I genuinely feel bad.
Imagine like the Lions staying how bad they've always been, but again, there's not a dome on the Ford Field. It's outside off the lake.
My heart goes out because we honestly were just there. I mean, it sucks.
Where?
To be a Browns fan. We were in that like territory.
Think about going to a Lions game when it's 10 degrees outside.
No, it's terrible.
And just drinking alcohol to make sure that you can have proper heat. And then you're watching Deshaun Kaiser. You're watching Dorian Thompson-Robinson play football. It's just sad. It's sad.
Hey, Benji says, we trading with the Giants so they can move up and get Dart, pass us their 2nd and 4th, and then we can use that extra 4 to just move around. Yeah, I mean we'll see what happens, man. I can see a scenario tonight where they do trade back. It would be, I think, in that type of situation where someone's trying to get a quarterback. But again, are they the only team in the 20s and beyond to 32 that are going to want to move back? No, probably not.
I think it's going to become a bidding, not a kind of a bidding war, to where I think that 25 to 32, I think that's when you're going to see teams for Shador. Like, especially, it's going to be that thing if Shador's still available and Jackson's Dart's available. Say the Browns end up being like, yeah, we don't want to, or not the Browns, the Steelers at 21.
Yeah.
Just go, hey, let's just go D-line. Let's get a Cam Hayward replacement. Let's get Derek Carmen or something.
Right.
Then you're like, okay, now things are in play, and the Lions still haven't moved up. They're still sitting at 28. I think there's a good chance that happens.
Mm-hmm. There you go. They're showing all the prospects. Cam Ward's out there. T-Mac talking to Cam Ward right now. You got Mason Graham, Will Johnson, who I don't think we're going to have to wait a really long to see go. I really
Johnson's one of the best players in this draft. Like, that's a player where I look at this draft class and I'm like, how do you let Will Johnson fall? Like, this is a weak draft class. You know what Will Johnson is. He's a damn good fucking cornerback.
Guess what his over-under is?
Probably way too low.
What do you think it is?
Like, you're saying pick-wise?
Or way too high.
Over-under.
It's high.
Probably like 17.
21 or 24 and a half.
24 and a half.
24 and a half.
Like, that's insane. I told Boone this morning under. He's going under that.
We need to change.
He'll go in the top
up.
20.
I need to throw a Pistons hat or something on here to get this thing turned around.
Yeah, they're down 4. They're just battling.
They're fighting.
They're battling right now. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked, though. I really do think there's an opportunity for them to trade back.
Answer 14 says in the chat, always look for the blue chippers that mysteriously fall in the draft like Branch did. I think some steals are going to be out there.
Dennis Schroeder just fucking put on.
Shout out Dennis Schroeder.
I want to say this, too. Schiff said Booner's going to take a victory lap if Shador falls out of the first round. I will not. In my mock draft, my final one of the year, the other day, if you're listening and watching, I had Shador going 21 overall.
Yeah, Steelers.
I had him going to the Browns. I had the Browns trading in with the Steelers to grab him, and the Steelers getting assets. So I would not. There's no victory lap there. I have him going in the first round.
Yeah, I would say who's under more pressure? Definitely me. I have him going.
You have him going top 3 consistently, and you wouldn't let it die.
You might be in a bad spot.
You wouldn't let. There was the reports of, the Giants, they're visiting Shedeur Sanders one last time before the draft. Everybody, he's going top 3 again. He's going top. No.
Hey,
they looked at Jalen Milroe. They looked at all the other quarterbacks. They're making their last rounds.
Never say never. Klotz.
How much would you love Shedeur Sanders if you didn't know that? Like, say he's not Deion's son. How hard would you fight for Shedeur this hard?
I mean, he wouldn't be in the family, so we'd have to figure that one out. But I think, despite the last name, he's going to be a really good quarterback.
But would you be this high on Shedeur? This high as you are?
Yeah, I'd be high on him. I think a lot of it has to do with just the disrespect. I think it's gotten a little extreme.
You got a chip on your shoulder for Shedeur.
Yeah, it's like I almost feel offended for him. I just think it's a little disrespectful. And Joel Klatt being on board with me makes me feel a lot better. Okay. It's nice having Joel Klatt on your side. That's just how it is. But we'll see.
You live and die on that Shedeur Hill.
Shift God says Giants came out 4 hours ago and said Carter's their guy. Where's that at? What? The Giants said Carter's their guy. Abdul Carter.
I know he was putting out
By the way,
cryptic tweets.
Is he?
Yeah, it's saying like 56, like Lawrence Taylor, Giants
Here we
obviously
go.
legend.
I mean, listen, I got
fight. Push will not fight, but they're getting hectic.
Is that Paul Reed?
OG.
No,
Oh, my bad.
no. Well, I want to see who they were fighting with. I think he had a headband. Was that Paul?
Yeah,
Paul. Look at Paul
Come on
battling
now.
out there. Come on, Paul. I love Paul Reed.
Scrappy. He's had a nice offensive board a second ago too.
That's a love-hate relationship actually with Paul Reed.
Yeah.
Really is. It really is.
Defensively, love him. Offensively, keep away.
Yeah, he's out here battling. Karl Anthony Towns trying to get in there. Get out of here, man. Let the big fellas fight. Let the big fella. Yeah, Paul Reed chasing him like Isaiah Stewart.
Let them fight, man. Let them fight.
Oh, that's funny.
You know what I want?
What I was going to say real quick is the Abdul thing to the Giants.
Yeah.
Good friend of mine, Giants fan, lives out in Connecticut. He doesn't want Sure. He wants Abdul Carter. So I have the inside Giants fan. He doesn't want anything to do with Sure.
You got the narrative.
But I said, listen, I know what's good for you as your friend, and I'm saying you want Shedeur. And he's like, no, I don't. I want Abdul Carter.
He realizes what his team
knows.
needs.
Shout out
He knows
Sully,
what's
man.
right for him.
He does.
He does. He's making the right decision. That's, Jeff, on the other hand, man, just based off emotion.
Glaze.
What were you gonna say, Boone?
No, I was just saying I would love to be a fly on the wall right now in Allen Park in that draft
The
room.
den.
The war
In the war room with Brad, Dan, Sheila. It's got to be a thrilling thing. I'm going to text the doc right now and say, Doc, if you hear
Doc's
anything,
out there.
let us know.
Yeah, this is wow. Can't believe the draft's here, man. This time just flies. I feel like we were just starting the season doing watch parties. Now it's April, late April, and then we have the draft. And it stinks, even though I love the draft. It's one of my favorite things of all time. But then after this, it's like you just got off season you'll look forward to. And I can't wait to get into conversations after this.
Yeah.
But the draft every year, something special about it, man.
And
It's
I think they're
it's
doing
like-
the
it gives-
national anthem right now.
It gives every team hope.
Oh,
the best thing.
say does that Star Spangled Banner.
Just disrespectful what you're doing right now, Bo.
It's disrespectful that you're scrolling right now and not putting respect on the country right now.
Oh, for the
There you go.
land of the free and the home of the
Wow, you really
brave.
You really hold on to that note. That's really good, Boone. It's really inspirational.
Let's
I'm proud
go.
of you. I'm proud of you, Boone.
okay. Yeah. You know what? Yeah.
How
What's-
was
think
that?
you did-
what's
did
the
it
low-
That was like a
justice, Boone.
10%. That was like the last 10%
What's
of
like
the
the
song.
low note called? The
I don't know. I was in
when you're in like your choir. What's the dude who sings the low note? The starts with the B.
Bass?
the baritone.
Yeah, yeah. You're that's what it is. The baritone. That's Boone. Sling Pizza comments. He says, "Yeah, it's hard for me to focus on the draft when the Pistons game is this crazy."
40 Gumble said Booner just dropped to a late round pick due to his off-field issues.
Yeah, off the field. There's character issues lingering.
That is funny.
You're not
man.
committed to the right game, Boone.
That is so good.
No, get in there. Sorry, Kay just missed a free throw.
Can we
Rimmed out.
turn that one down? Like
Get down,
2
Bo.
notches? Yeah. Trying to get this right here. I kind of look like a ghost.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Boone.
we got to get you in a tanning bed. That's it.
Yeah.
That's what we got to figure this out for Boone here.
How
we live
pale
and die
do-
with the Boone.
Yeah,
me
I
and you are
know,
both pretty flushed
I
here.
want us to look good tonight.
okay.
It's a big night. It's draft night, Klotz. How about that? Huh?
Damn, Jalen Brunson, flagrant one.
Multiple flagrants issued out. I just saw a lot of guys got flagrants.
Gray Zabel, there he is. I wouldn't be shocked and I wouldn't be mad if Gray Zabel's a Detroit Lion, boys.
No, look at him play, man. They're playing this film
And,
right
and
now.
he played left tackle, and I know we've had those conversations. Jesse Adams in the chat
He's got
brought
short
it up.
arms. That's the only thing.
You know what's funny too? Like Will Campbell, short arms, but like I think it's something to where it's like, hey, you bring him in, let him play guard. If he ends up getting to a spot he can play tackle, and you trust that, and you have a good feel for it after, let's say, year one, Taylor Decker. That's when if you move on from Taylor, that's it right there, right?
Mhm.
So
Yeah, I think he could. I think, in my opinion, I think Zabel could be like a spot tackle. Maybe you have injuries, he could play it. But I think his future's at guard. I think he'd be a really good center or guard.
agreed.
That's like where I think he'll
Which is
thrive.
perfect.
He'll thrive at.
I think people think that it's and like you know what I loved about Will Campbell. I saw an interview of him this weekend in Green Bay, and they asked him about like the whole tackle thing. And obviously, a guy most likely I would say would rather play tackle because in your career you probably can make more money.
A lot more money.
But Will Campbell, and this is the shocking part, he they asked him about it, and he goes, listen, I've dealt with these issues when I was in high school. They said I had short arms. LSU, they told me you might not be able to play tackle. You have short arms. He's like, I've dealt with this, right? He said, when I get to the NFL, wherever they need me, all I want to do is win. I want to win a Super Bowl. I want to win. He's like, if I do it at guard, if I have to be a center, attack, whatever it is, he's like, I'll play it, and I don't care. I think it takes a lot and shows a lot for a player to say that, especially like when money's involved.
That's a dude you want to take at like 4.
And that's why
the Patriots.
That's why I think Mike Vrabel is like, I love this kid.
And Will Campbell started as he was a freshman playing against like SEC defensive linemen.
When Saban was still at
he's
Bama.
like, he is a dude. I love Will Campbell.
I don't see a way that he's not successful in the NFL. He might not turn into the Panay Sewells or the Tristan Wirfs of those type of tackles, but he's going to be a tremendous player for a long time. Like if he goes to guard, he'll be a Quentin Nelson type of player. And when you are protecting Drake May, that's very valuable to have.
Do you think that Travis Hunter? It just showed he played average 115 snaps a game.
Mm-hmm.
Play both sides of the ball in the NFL.
No,
he will.
Not right away though.
Yes, he will.
I don't think there's a way you can expect Travis Hunter to be playing like 100% how he should be. Like as far as why you're drafting him, number 2 overall. Like he's going to have to be going up. If you're okay, so let's say the Browns take him. You're going to have to be going up against Marlon Humphrey and then to go tackle Lamar Jackson. Try doing that just year 1. Think about how hard it is to be a cornerback in the NFL year 1 alone. And then it's like, okay, no break, go play wide receiver. Like, I'm not saying he won't eventually get there, but I don't think it's going to be like right away you're starting it as a cornerback 1, as a wide receiver 1. Like, I don't know if that's mentally possible to do just right off rip.
Mm-hmm.
I think successful.
I think it's I don't think it's gonna. I think he could play in spots.
Yeah,
I think
sprinkle.
I think is fair. I don't know how you do it with we have a week, under a week. Sometimes it's a short week, and you have to go to defensive meetings. You got to go to offensive meetings. You got to go to wide receiver meetings, corner meetings. Like you can't do all that in a week.
Yeah.
So you have to basically tell me that Travis is going to skip meetings and play that position. Which, like, he can do it, I think, in spots, but full-time, there's
full-time both ways, I don't think so.
He could probably sprinkle some wide receiver, play corner.
I think it depends on the team. Like, if you're a team.
Because you're going to run – if he plays, I just don't think –
a specific team might say, hey, we would love you to play more wide receiver than corner.
Yeah, either way, he'll sprinkle maybe on
he's
corner.
The number 1 wide receiver and number 1 ranked corner in this draft class. So it just depends on what your team needs at the end of the day.
Yeah, I like – listen – I think he's a better corner, to be honest.
I think if you're taking Travis Hunter as early as he's going to go, I think you put him at cornerback first.
He would be, dude. He's that's just from watching Travis. Like, and he's dominant, but he's a gifted athlete, and you could tell he just makes plays on dudes in college. He's not like when you're watching him, you're like, this dude is gonna just run routes on some of the best corners in the league. You know what I mean?
His ball skills from being such a good wide receiver, I think day 1 in the NFL, as far as when the ball's in the air, he's going to be the number 1 ball skilled corner in the NFL. And I think what's harder to find, an elite cornerback, a top 5 cornerback, or top 5 wide receiver, both are difficult to find, but to have one of a high caliber,
right? It's
definitely an elite cornerback, which is harder to find. So like I said, there will, like he even said, he's like, if I'm not playing both sides of football, I'm not playing football. Like, they're going to play him both sides, but I think you take him as a corner, kind of that Deion route, but play him more wide receiver than Deion did.
Right. He's going to be a playmaker.
Have him be your wide receiver 3 or 4 that you can just have in. When you need a 2-minute drill, Travis Hunter, go in.
Well, right now there's I don't know who that is.
13 minutes until the draft.
Yeah, I don't know who that is performing. But they're doing the national anthem.
I'd assume.
Right now.
All right,
Look at all these people, man. Oh, my gosh.
That is crazy.
Yeah, that is insane.
Imagine being all the way in the back and staying for that. That'd be nuts.
You know, that's insane. It wasn't, I will say, competitively not as good as the Detroit one last year that we were at. We were actually downtown for. I know a lot of people were in the chat. Great time. No one does it like Detroit, especially the setup they had with the stage. It was amazing. But this is a crap ton of people. This is insane. Insane. And there's not like a ton of guys there. There's like a good handful of guys, but there's like
as far as prospects.
There's guys that aren't even there. You know what I mean? They're just watching from home.
Flyover. Pistons 33-27. Did you guys see that last sequence?
No,
by the Knicks, the 4 seconds of the first quarter.
No, I did not.
The Knicks were at the free throw line, like 4.7 left. Mitchell Robinson gets the offensive rebound, puts it up, misses. OG comes back for a putback dunk to end the quarter. Tough.
See if there's any trades or anything that's happened here.
Yeah, there might be more reports about
Sarp
something.
clamps on.
Browns have been in discussion. Oh, same thing. They're just people are just
That's just weird. If you're the Browns, just stay
Look
put.
at that.
Take Travis
Jags.
Hunter, man.
Imagine the Travis Hunter though goes up and gets.
It's great for
the
them.
Jags go up and get Travis Hunter.
He would rather play in Jacksonville, I'll tell you that, and then Cleveland. No state tax, nice weather. Mm-hmm.
Jacksonville.
And you get a quarterback.
Could be. Could be. No, Trevor's nice. He's not like a top 10 quarterback. He
That's
can
funny.
be, but he's got to get there. Be there for a while. They just re-signed them. They're committed. There's no getting out of that.
Oh, that's funny.
The Prince.
Zachary King says, what coverage are you watching? NFL Network. That's the coverage we have on right now. NFL Network.
The cover, Crunch Time Sports coverage.
That's all you need.
Yeah, that's all you need. I mean, this is into all. I mean, we have 200, almost 250 people in here. By the way, don't forget, like the stream, hit the like button,
share it,
push this out in the algorithm, send it to a friend, tell them you're watching the fellas, tell them to come hang out. And if you're at home, again, we'll be live the entire first round, dialed in. Subscribe if you haven't already as well, because the next couple of days, fellas, are going to be crazy. Crazy content every day, all day, draft coverage.
3 straight, 4
and we
days.
have the Pistons watch party Sunday, so
4
it'll
straight
be a
days of it.
great couple of days, and rest of the offseason too. Let's see here. How are the people feeling as of right now? The nerves, are they there? You feel comfortable? I see Rando says, I think Hunter will start at cornerback and have packages of 15 to 20 plays at wide receiver.
Yeah, I could agree with that.
I like that take, Rando. I'm with you, brother. Steve says, definitely not as many people as Detroit had.
No, because, I mean, think about it. They were, like we already talked about, like it was downtown Detroit. Like it's a much bigger area than Green Bay, Wisconsin.
I wonder what the numbers are going to be.
neighborhood.
I'm interested.
Tev Sauce.
Shout out.
Edge to the D.
Appreciate the $5, brother. He says, hashtag edge to the D, boys. Let Brad cook. There you go. The infamous, the Booner, hashtag edge to the D. Get that trending. Post
it's
tweets.
happening today.
Post tweets.
It's going to happen.
Hashtag edge to the D. Get that hashtag trending. Get it trending. Let's see. Lion Stroll, appreciate the Crunch Time membership for 12 months. You're the man.
Come on now.
Yeah, I see Terrell from FL. Shout out to you. He says Green Bay's trash. That's a great comment.
It is.
Yeah, it's just, hey, I'm just reading a comment. Anyone from Green Bay. Just reading the comment.
Electricity. Get it? Electricity. Have we called our shot, boys? What's in Brad's magic bag? Can we do this? We have 9 minutes until the draft officially starts.
Take us in.
Can we do this? Everyone in the chat right now, drop your prediction for Brad Holmes. Lock in a prediction. This is the player. If he moves up, say it, and you know what I mean?
Name. I want a name.
Hey, he gets this player, stays put, moves up, or trades back. Both of those two. Let's see what it is, because I'm interested to know. Everyone, we've given our picks. Klotz thinks, what was it, Klotz?
Kenneth Grant.
Kenneth
move
Grant.
up to 20.
I have Michael Williams moving up for him.
Gray's able.
Gray's able at 28. Those are our kind of locks for that.
Kenneth Grant, boys.
Yeah.
Him next to Aleem McNeil, next to Aiden Hutchinson, next to Josiah Stewart, who'll steal tomorrow.
I'd be happy with any of these scenarios. There's a lot of guys, man, in this draft. It's not as, I noticed too, because of how deep it is, there's not as many guys that we're like arguing about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like last year, I think we had better like back and forth because it was like this
specific
draft,
players.
Yeah, there's a bucket of guys we're cool with, and that's just kind of how it is.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Getting excited, boys. 8 minutes.
I know.
8 minutes.
I
I'm
see
starting to get pumped
Robbie
up.
says Jack Sawyer tomorrow. Doug says up for Zabel. The Immortal Taco says stays put, takes D easy. Donovan Izaraku.
Izaraku, man.
Robbie
That's the
said
man.
moving up. Robbie also says Michael Williams. JP Page 2 says Izaraku. Boots, I think they will trade up. Terrell says stay at 28, take BPA. There you go.
I think the only situation I genuinely would be mad at is like an offensive skill player. That'd be the only one where I would be upset with it. If you like at that point trade back and just add depth where you can go get more players for the trenches, in my opinion. Safety, can't hate it too much because there's depth, and then mean, you just re-sign Kirby Joseph. You don't know what the actual certainty of Brian Branch's contract in the future is going to be 100%. So maybe find somebody for him. But
Yeah.
I'd say wide receiver and corner would be the ones that make my head like want to explode.
What the conversation
Besides
we had
Will
about?
Johnson.
Oh, the wide
Safety,
receiver.
tight end,
All right,
quarterback.
something you didn't know, Klotz, and I found out yesterday by a news article that was dropped. Who was it? The Eagles wide receiver.
Jahan Dotson.
Jahan Dotson.
Yep.
They did not pick up his fifth-year option. Something that wasn't brought up in the Jameson Williams conversation, and I don't know why it hasn't been. I haven't heard a lot of people talk about it. Next Thursday is the deadline to opt into the fifth year.
Mm-hmm.
That is the deadline. If the Detroit Lions do not opt into that deadline, Klotz, your conversation of, hey, you can wait until next year to do it, gone. Because at the end of this year, then he'll be a free agent.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
But that's the point to where if they go wide receiver today, say they go Matthew Golden,
Okay.
they do not opt into JMO the next week. That you don't opt in, you move forward, you have Matthew Golden, and you move on. That's the only, and that was the scenario Jeff and I talked about this morning without freaking out, getting mad. That was the conversation we had, and it was calm, like, hey, logically, it makes sense.
I get that
if that's the
perspective,
move.
but again, wide receiver 2, I think is one of the easier spots to fill in the NFL, whether it's through free agency or the draft.
Again, if
there's
you
going to be
know you're not opting in and he is gone after 2025,
right.
then you can make the move this year. That your whole argument was if you opt in, you have him for 2 more years.
Even if
going into his final year, you can make the move and find a guy. If you are not opting in, and Brad knows tonight, hey, I'm not opting into Jameson Williams' contract. Your argument, it moves up to today.
I see. That's where I think regardless.
That was your argument.
No, my argument is regardless. This year, if they re-sign, you still have a year of Jameson Williams, regardless. And again, if you look at the wide receivers that are going to be taken in the 20, we're going to see names like Luther Bird and Matthew Golden potentially. If T-Mac falls, Emeka Ibuka. They're going to be similar players, if not better, in next year's draft. Where you could say, okay, J-Mo, you gave us a great year this year. Let's go get a guy right now, because wide receiver 2s in the NFL are a lot easier to plug and play, especially in an offense like this, to have success than just, hey, let's have a guy you develop here. Like I see the perspective of it, but you're so close to being at a Super Bowl right now. If you're at the top of this draft, defensive talent or offensive line, in my opinion, like wide receiver is seriously a position you can wait on.
Yeah, I see right now. Big shout out, man. Cold Cuts. The man, Evie Chev. Evan, thank you for the $10. You're the GOAT.
Shout out.
He also said hashtag edge of the D. So he's on board. He's on board with the movement. Now we have some spammers here. Maz will send that dude down the road. Let's see. Randall Small says, did you guys know Zabel played with Hank Fraley's son in college?
I believe, and is Zabel's younger brother. That's why he didn't leave North Dakota State. He had NIL offers. Get out of there. Stayed.
That's, you know what that is? Character.
Commitment. Dedication to the craft.
You know who else has that? Seth Hennigan.
Where did you just
Memphis.
Think he goes first round?
No. But he's going to be a 6th-round guy. Mike Clayton, too. Yeah.
Fair count.
But
Fair
he had
count.
offers to stay at Memphis. I want to win with those guys, he said.
Don't blame him.
Don't blame him. Then again, who knows? Probably be a bum. No, just kidding. He's going to be great. I stand on that. All right, Boots says, I predict the Bears will go skill player. Their GM is goofy. That's a fair assessment, Boots. That's a fair assessment.
If it's Aston Gentry, though, no one in Detroit should be cheering about that pick, saying, oh, they took a skill player. Great now.
I can't wait for the day you come in on our show on maybe a Monday, and you say, boys, I had an epiphany. Bears too.
It won't be. It's not like, oh. If they take Ashton Gentry, that makes them a much scarier football team.
Oh, you're going to pull that route.
Or
they've earned it now.
If they take Armand Benbow, okay. They're not, you were talking about year 1 impact. Ashton Gentry does compared to an offensive lineman or even a defensive player.
They'll take, even if they take a running back in the second, they'll still be.
Who?
They'll be fine. Hey, we're still arguing.
The Bears? I mean, this argument's been going on for 5 years.
We'll get over it. Tyler says D-tackle would be nice since Reader's on the last year of his deal. Yeah, don't sleep on a nose tackle, man. They met with whoa. They met with the big fella from Ohio State, Tyleek. I would love Tyleek too.
Very fine player.
Darius
Alexander from Toledo.
Right there. But Tyleek, when you look up nose tackle in the dictionary, Tyleek Williams pops up.
Yeah, he's got the build for
That
it.
dude is a nose.
He's a Lee McNeil like cloned, in my opinion, and it's not a bad thing to have two Lee McNeils. And what he can do against the run, lights out. If you watch how he collapsed the pockets against Penn State,
He's like
against
6'3",
Oregon,
320, something
and he's
like that.
light on the feet.
Light.
He's nimble, good footwork, explosive. He just doesn't have that Walter Nolan pass rush production. But you look who's on that defensive line at Ohio State. You got Jack Sawyer, JTT. They got other guys that are going to go in this draft. His job wasn't to get to the quarterback. It was to make life easier on Jack Sawyer and JTT. And both those guys, production-wise, went crazy this year. And that's what you'd be asking them to do in Detroit. Hey, take on double teams, get to the quarterback 3-4 times a year, but just make life hell on quarterbacks from the inside and Hutch's job easier. So if you get him in the top of the second round, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we're talking about sitting at 28 if they take a Tyleek Williams to 28. I don't think that's completely out of the realm because not guaranteed to get him in the second.
I don't know what just happened. I did get a Pistons just
it's a 4
blocked a shot. I don't even know what just happened.
He's got to hit that.
Shift Guts says, fellas, what if they draft Donovan Jackson in the first round?
I'd be very content with that.
Yeah, he got to brings the same skill set as Gray Zabel. Like he could play guard, tackle in a pinch.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good player too, man. I like Donovan Jackson. High character guy.
I don't think he's too far off as Zabel, honestly. I think that Zabel is going to go higher than drafting him regardless. But when you're talking about on the field year one,
he could have left last year.
He could have, and he was so Ohio State starts out great. They lose Josh Simmons. They lose their starting center in a practice, and Donovan Jackson's the only thing on that left side, the most important side of that offensive line, and he was holding it down in a national championship team when they needed the answer to be called on for the offensive line. I mean, he was the guy that said, Donovan Jackson, I'm going to put this offensive line, this run game, protect Will Howard so he can run as well. We're going to put this team on my back, and we're going to go win a national championship. That's exactly what they did.
Yep.
And, again, it's not taking anything away from Gray Zabel, but you look at that, and you say this dude was the offensive line practically for the national championship winning team compared to a really good guy who's very versatile out of North Dakota State. I do think that some GMs could weigh the Donovan Jackson argument a little bit heavier. Not saying it has to happen, but there's some angles there where you can be like Donovan Jackson.
I still think Donovan Jackson, it's either he goes end of first or he's in second. He's going to be picked tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think Gray
I'm not
Zabel,
saying that.
there's a chance you see Gray Zabel inside the top 20. I don't think those comparisons are even.
That's why I said like day one, like forget about the draft. I'm saying on the field, day one of their NFL careers. I don't think they're far off of each other at all.
Yeah, I like Donovan. I do. I
It's
wouldn't
8
mind
o'clock,
it.
boys.
I wouldn't
Draft
mind
is
it.
There's
started.
only time. Come on now.
Hold on now. So the draft is beginning. You know what that means, right? It is time. The noise that everyone, the draft noise, the chime. There you go. There's all the players. Abdul Carter walking up right now. The green room. Who waits in the green room this year? Sounds terrible. Wishing on someone to wait in the green room, but it always happens. There's always a guy that just ends up waiting. Maybe waiting a little too long, but it doesn't look like there's a ton of guys out there, to be honest with you.
Milroe's there, isn't he?
It might
Jalen
be
Milroe is there. Jackson Dart
waiting.
not there.
He's got to be like
Shedeur
a minus
Sanders,
400 to be the one.
I forgot to put any of those bets in for the draft. I should probably go get one of them in.
Pick up some value, Bone.
I'm going to do that offensive line one and defensive line one.
Yeah, this number one overall pick is going to be.
I hope it's not like 10 minutes.
No,
like
You know what they do though? They'll
they
make them milk it because it's bad for the. I mean, they got to take some time.
Come on now.
Tim Hardaway's on fire right now.
Oh, no, wait. Oh, yeah, they do. 40-39 right as the draft kicks off. Come on, Tim Hardaway.
Tim Hardaway looks like prime Klay Thompson right now.
Good D, Schroeder.
Yeah, they're battling. They're battling right behind us right now. Up one.
Knicks are getting gas. Come on, Tim. Come on, Tim.
Tim Hardaway!
My God.
Oh, my gosh. This guy, yeah, he's on fire.
He's on one. He was ice cold
Tim
last
Hardaway
game.
just knocked down a three to put him up 4.
We're on the good side of a Tim Hardaway
39-43
streak tonight, fellas.
Oh, my gosh. Look at this, man. Timeout. Tim Hardaway, he didn't make a shot last game. He's ticked off.
Yeah, because Beasley's not cooking right now either.
Should have bet the over on Tim Hardaway. Knew he would at home,
down
bouncing
fear.
back. Hey,
What you're saying.
you know. All right.
What about? I don't want to do that.
What?
Never mind.
You're putting in a bet right now. Draft order exacta.
Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Will Campbell.
Ashton Genty.
I don't like him.
I don't like him.
What's the big one? Plus 1,900.
Cam Ward, Shador, Jackson, Jalen Milroe, the order of quarterbacks taken.
Hey, what if the Giants take Ashton Genty?
I was thinking that earlier. It's like, okay, you're
if they
missing
just pull-
Saquon.
Yeah, what if they just pull like one of those?
I wouldn't be surprised because, okay, what's more of a need for the Giants? Again, not saying it's going to happen. Abdul Carter at the defensive end spot, where you already have two pretty good, one elite, Brian Burns defensive ends, or Tyrone Tracy in your backfield. And I'm not saying, hey,
yeah, I mean, you could argue it. They have Tyrone Tracy.
Same thing with the Patriots. Like, maybe they're not. I think it's been a smokescreen to Will Campbell, like how much they love him. They love.
Is Roger Goodell on a bicycle?
Yes,
Yeah.
because they drive their bikes to the how cool.
Oh my God, all of them.
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do a player to get drafted in the first round.
What is going on? That little Wayne?
Yeah, Packers fan.
Yeah, Tunchi on a bicycle, right? Look at this man. Oh, I should have known. It is in Green Bay.
I'm
These
gonna do
Packers
Luther
fans.
Burden plus 340 to go in the first round.
Luther Burden plus
Yeah,
340.
plus
That's
340.
crazy.
That's what I'm rolling
I
with.
like that.
Those are my bets.
The Titans trading up in the first round to get him yesterday.
We are Titans. Hey,
There we
Caleb,
go.
Titans are on the clock. We are rolling. Here we go, boys.
The Titans. This has got to be the most.
We'll have everything updated for you guys at the ticker at the bottom. We'll have updated picks, updated players. If it's a trade, you guys will know about it. All the coverage starting now. NFL draft locked in, boys. Come on.
What an intro from Klotz.
Come on.
I love you, Klotz. What an intro. Give me a yes.
Should have brought Aaron Rodgers out for the Green Bay
Dude's
draft.
probably
Can I-
in a random
Give
cave
those
in
moves.
Japan right now chasing
Do what?
bats.
Swipe them out for tonight.
No, don't. No, I need those for future.
Fool. Who do you think
Yeah,
you
just
are?
what do you want? Just get rid of these. You know what I mean? This guy. Click that at the bottom. There you go. And you can edit it. Now paste it. There you go. All right. Just because I don't have any of those, it's like
Oh, it's,
saved.
it is all bunched up. There's a lot
I know,
there. I'm
but
working
I
with a
do
lot
use
here.
them. I do use all those.
Do you?
All right, here we go. For a second, when it said the 20th overall player
All
was
right.
Schefter, I thought it said Shiloh.
Let's do this. Let's do this.
I was gonna wait, hold on.
Projections, first overall pick.
We'll keep count. We'll keep count.
Shout
Most
out.
accurate picks.
Hey, look at that. Read that one.
That's my brother.
Shout
Shout out
out.
to him.
Shout out, Ray
shout
Klotz,
out
the goat,
to-
no
Rain
cap.
Man. That was awesome.
He always did that. We have a joke where that he'll say Tim Patrick, the goat, no cap.
You know,
Because he-
it's that guy who comments on every.
That's my brother, yeah.
No, the guy who actually says that. You ever see those comments on Instagram? There's one guy put comments on every big page and says, "This guy's the goat, no cap."
Yeah.
Shout out to your brother, man. He gets it. He understands it.
Come on now, fellas. 247.
All right,
Everybody
just-
like the stream. Share the stream.
Yes, share it. We're here.
Your aunt, your cousin, your sister,
We're
doesn't
here.
matter. Share the stream.
Yeah, share it with it. Share it with everyone. Is that Clay Matthews?
Probably.
Yeah, it's Clay
I
Matthews
could not
over there.
stand Clay Matthews. Oh my God. Michael Lucci's in the chat. What's up, guys? Jahad Campbell, 28.
There you
Maybe
go,
he's
Michael.
another player who could
What's
be
going on, brother?
top 15, or he could even fall out of the first round potentially because of that shoulder injury people are talking about. Which would be crazy.
Clay Matthews. Wow.
Well, it's cold over here, no?
A little chilly.
I like
AC,
it.
he's feeling
But
good.
this is where this feels good.
Yeah, I
Hey,
switched.
you got these. Hey, look at the Amon Ross St. Brown little.
We got some new sweatshirts today. Go Lions. Zachary King. So who was the first pick? First overall pick? Shador Sanders.
Nice job.
Nah,
You, man, what
Imagine.
would you do?
man. Mason
victory lap out
Crosby
of
up
Jeff.
there. No Aaron Rodgers, no Brett Favre, no quarterback that's won it all for him.
I mean, you can't throw either of their best quarterbacks up there.
Dude, Clay looks
PR
like he looks
reasons.
like security for Roger Goodell, dude. This guy's massive.
Jeez, man. Who, Lil Wayne?
Oh, that's funny. He's over there.
Shout
Look
out
how
Randall
small he is.
Smalls. This is double DU bet picks 2 and 3 to be Gentry plus 3,300. Wow, and plus 7,000 respectfully.
That's nuts.
That actually.
Hey, Walker Chapman says, Jeff, put me on that hoodie. Where do I get one?
Shout out to Brandon. Hold on, let me find it.
Brandon made these. He's the man.
He's actually here tonight.
Yeah, shout out to
watching
me.
the draft.
We got these brought
Brandon
for us.
Peters. Shout out to him.
I got a Hutch one. I got an Aiden Hutchinson.
You got Amon
one.
Ra
I got a
one.
Marvin Harrison
Oh
one.
yeah,
Quit
look at
playing
that.
with me.
14 on there. This thing is sweet. This is sweet. Oh, look at this. I mean, they're just throwing up Will Levis' stats. I mean, that's just disrespectful.
15 and 5. It's a hill to die on, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah,
Right,
they have
though,
Will
boys.
Levis, Brandon Allen, and Tim Boyle on the roster.
How does Tim Boyle still make an NFL team?
TB12.
But that
What are you
shows
talking
right
about,
there,
man?
like there's no doubt, like there's not even a one.
Tim
I would bet
Boyle.
everything that Cam goes right now. I mean, what are you doing? You're going into the season
Wow.
with that.
So someone just tagged me to tweet. Green Bay, maximum capacity. NFL draft entry temporarily paused. The event venue has reached its maximum capacity.
They're shutting. People can't go in.
Thank you for your patience. I think that happened in Detroit, actually, when we were there. People started showing up to the bars and stuff because there was just so many people. I don't know what
Yeah,
their
that
max
happens,
capacity was compared to Detroit's, but it's around there. Daniel Jeremiah, what a legend.
Love Daniel Jeremiah.
He's good. He is very good.
He had the line taken who Donovan Jackson, I think it was.
Yeah.
Speaking of the
Yeah,
double.
Jalen Walker going like 15.
I think, where do you said
Bro,
like 18?
that is so
17,
that is
yeah.
so crazy to me, man.
Yeah.
That's nuts, dude.
And they brought on Mike McCarthy.
They have Mike McCarthy.
Shout
they
out
have
Pat
Pete
McAfee.
Schrager, the McAfee Show. Stay here with us, but there's
Yeah, they don't have any of that. I wouldn't even go.
we
watch it.
have Mike McCarthy here. We have
Come
them
on
all
now.
coming. Peter Schrager tonight.
Hey, we'll be there, boys. Don't you worry.
Look at
Oh,
this.
man.
Here we go.
I mean, you got to think the pick's in by now.
I think Cam Ward's going to be. I mean, dude, he's going to make Tennessee at least. They're
No.
going to put butts in the seats, man. You're going to have a good quarterback.
I
He'll
think
be
there's a
better than
chance that-
Ryan Tannehill and Marcus Mariota.
Yes, Will Levis. I think honestly,
And that division,
this
too?
might be a little bold. I think there's an opportunity Cam Ward can have a potential wild card. Like they'll be in the race for one. I think they're like one piece away. They're like a quarterback away. They have the wide receivers, the weapons. They have the two running backs there. They have an
Yeah,
offensive
they
line
signed
they
Snead
built.
already.
That defense is built up very well. Like I think they're like literally a quarterback away.
Yeah, they might be like a 7-8 win team, but that's right on the
To where they'll-
cusp.
Week 16, 17, they're sitting there pushing for the end.
You know, I can see they're going to win 7 games with him, man. They'll be improved. They'll be improved. I mean,
And the clock has started, boys, for the NFL draft.
Come on.
That gets you going. That gets you going.
yeah, they're like
Trying to make some last minute money.
Oh, Clancy, you're a
What'd you
funny
do?
guy, dude.
Playing some blackjack.
Man's over here playing blackjack on the.
I've done it.
Oh, that's
It's fun.
funny.
I had free credits, boys.
How do you guys?
I can't transfer them out either. It's kind of whack.
Come on, man.
I'm going all in here.
I wonder how long they tell them to like, hey, you just milk this clock. At least get to the 5-minute mark, and then you can do whatever the hell you want. Because it's like you're just sitting in that room going, all right.
Rigged. Pick is still not in. All right. Tennessee Titans first
They're
overall.
calling. They're like, yeah, look at they're laughing about it. They're like, we knew what you were gonna do, dude. Come on.
They're
You're-
probably.
they can't.
Well,
You're
the
milking the
NFL,
clock.
to be honest, the NFL tells them. I don't know if you guys have heard that in the first
Yeah.
pick. They tell them, hey, take 10 minutes. Or at least take
Yeah,
7
take
for
some
us.
time.
Like let this thing milk out a little bit. Yeah, 3-14 last year is brutal. That's I wonder. I think honestly, boys, I want to be honest with you. As soon
Prefer
as this
that
pick comes
rather than
in,
mine.
as soon as this pick is in, this is when the draft really starts because the Browns are having combos.
Yeah. I would say you'd have to think if nobody trades, it's Travis Hunter's going to.
Travis
I would
Hunter.
say pick 3 is where it's like, pick 3 and then pick 9 and pick 21. I think are the turns of all this
I
draft.
think the Browns will take the full 10 minutes, and I think they're going to look into it and be like,
Trying to get out of there. That
Yeah.
throws such a fucking tot.
Yeah, he's got the arm angles, man. When you watch him, That's what people get intrigued by, like that.
The
sidearm
upside
across the. I mean, yeah, that's.
While he's rolling out of the pocket too, showing mobility.
You know who's excited about this? Calvin Ridley and Brian Callahan.
Well, he's already spoke with Calvin Ridley.
Treylon Burks.
Tyler Lockett.
Yeah, I just saw that they signed him. That was a great signing for them.
Tyler Lockett is now a Tennessee Titan. Hey, we got people flowing in here. It's draft time, boys. Here we go.
Come on.
Draft night. Pistons are on. We'll see what happens here with the Pistons game, but we've got a lot going on here.
Pick is in.
Pick
is
in.
Officially in.
There you go.
We should ask if they can turn it up more in here because I don't hear anything.
Yeah. I'll text Braden real quick.
I think I don't hear anything. I don't know if he's turned it down at all. What if it's not Cam Ward? That would be crazy.
Imagine.
It's like Ashton Genty.
You'd lose your mind. Braden got it for us. Cool. All right, boys. Caleb, shout out to is Caleb in here yet?
Okay.
What do you mean? Caleb and what?
Never mind. Forget I said anything.
Shout out Caleb. Caleb's over on the.
No,
he's TDing right now for the fellas, and he is. I'll tell you what. That man looks like he's in a control room right now.
Yeah, he's in the real war room. The real war room.
The war room is to our right.
Caleb's the MVP today, bro. He's a dog. He'll get in here soon, too, to chop it up. We'll get his thoughts on it. That's perfect. I mean, that's probably good. Just so we don't pick it up, too.
They got the.
Oh, then they could turn it down, though. Don't worry.
Can we just switch that to the draft now?
I think we're doing a lot live, but we probably just have to let
good.
someone else figure it out.
Once the
honestly.
Pistons game's done, we'll switch that to the draft.
Yeah. All right,
boys.
Pick is in. Let's go.
Here we go. 2021, Caleb Farley, corner.
That was,
What a throwback.
Caleb Farley.
I thought you were saying with the first overall pick. I'm like, what
No.
the hell? All right. I'm assuming it's got to be Cam Ward.
Oh, yeah. We got it now. We got sound.
Come
Boys,
on. There we
we're
go.
off to the races.
That
Come
noise.
on.
It's the chime. Do we have a trade?
Massive trade.
Cam Ward goes first
There
overall
you
in
go.
the Tennessee
The man.
Titans. Wow.
Cam
So it's
Ward.
official.
Yeah, look at the guy, man. Absolute playmaker.
Cam Ward, he's going to be somebody that Tennessee can actually build around. You look at Brian Callahan, second-year offensive head coach there. He's with Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow wasn't somebody that was running outside the pocket making plays. Although he can, you're not asking him for run forward for yards. Like Cam Ward brings some mobility in the pocket. You're able to build up an offensive line in front of them. They've invested heavily with that. They took who was the guy at Alabama last year of the first round?
Klotz, I don't mean to cut you off. Trade alert.
Massive
There's a
trade.
trade.
Adam Schefter bomb just dropped. The Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick and a 4th round pick and a 6th round pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
The Jaguars are on the
giving up
clock.
the 5th pick, a 2nd round. They're giving a 2nd round pick up, a 4th round pick, and a 2026 1st round pick to the Cleveland Browns. They essentially give this year's first, next year's first, a 2nd, and a 4th to move up to number 2.
That is wild.
In Jacksonville, most likely will be
Taking Travis Hunter. That's a
Draft
hell
has
of
been
a
shaken
trade.
up.
And they trade away a future first.
Yep. So Gladstone, we just talked about before it started off, he's going to be making moves. And a similar division with Cam Ward. Tennessee just got a quarterback. Looks like Jacksonville's probably going to come up and get a defensive back that can help solve that issue. But wild draft so far. This is going to be, Boone, you said it. I agreed with you. We talked about it going into this draft. There's going to be some moves made tonight.
Another one. Adam added, I don't know if did you say this? With tonight's trade, the Browns are now armed to select a quarterback.
Wow.
Wait and see. Who's the quarterback?
Who do you
We go
think
to
is it?
Klotz.
Jackson Dart.
Who's the
But
quarterback?
hey, see where he goes. If they take a quarterback 5th overall, I think that's crazy.
It's a Browns move.
It's a Browns move for sure.
But I'm just saying.
Copy paste Brandon Whedon.
Could be Dart. Could be Schefter. Could be Schefter. If I'm prime, I would have already said to him, he ain't playing for you.
Maybe they get Mason Graham.
They literally just said they want a quarterback.
Doesn't mean at 5th overall.
They got rid of their 5th overall pick.
He's saying the Browns at 5th overall.
Oh, they'll probably go quarterback.
Yeah, they said the Browns are armed to select a quarterback in this or next year's draft. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't like if.
Sorry.
You're going to take a quarterback.
It's this year or next year.
Yeah,
because they'll have but then they'll have Jacksonville, I guess. But I guess you could use both first to trade up if they don't. If they want
you
someone.
have flexibility to move up, and if you're Cleveland, you're probably going to be in a similar spot to here next year. So you take a quarterback
to be
next
fair,
year.
they could take Mason Graham.
Yeah, I don't think it just means quarterback at 5.
Yeah,
imagine.
I mean, the Browns got
crazy.
The Browns did get a haul. They got a 5th overall pick. They got a first next year, a 2nd round pick, which is 36. So the Browns now own 5th, 33, and 36 in this draft.
They could probably move back up into this first round easily.
Well, they could probably give us someone at 5, give us Shador Hunter at 5, and then Shador Sanders, and then at 36 and 33, you can move back into the first and grab someone.
Maybe. I'm still not taking Shador 5th overall here if I'm Cleveland, but it could definitely happen. I'm not ruling it out. But Cam Ward.
Yeah, people are saying like Ashton Jett. I doubt they're trading up for a running back. You could have had him probably at the spot they were at. They have to take Travis Hunter. You don't give away 2 first-round picks to go get a running back, in my opinion. You get a generational player. That's what you get, Travis Hunter. That's what he is, man. Generational player.
Wow. This is big, boys.
Figure that they'll have Brian Thomas and Travis Hunter. Killer combo you can have if you want to play them offensively. Defensively.
That's why they like him. They need a corner. They need wide receivers.
Yeah, you can get them both.
You get a dude that can contribute at least in spots on both.
Yeah.
That's a good – Jacksonville got an absolute – and he's going to put butts in the seats. Liam Cohen.
Got him. Pick is in.
Imagine Gladstone. Gladstone's first pick is Travis Hunter ever as a GM.
That's wild. I wonder what you're thinking right now if you're a Cleveland Browns fan. Are you happy? Are you mad? I feel like you have to be ecstatic if you take a quarterback here and you want Shador, but if not, you just pass up on Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
This could look
bad. And then who? And then the New England's like, yes. The Giants or New England actually, because they'll get Abdul. Yeah, they'll get Abdul or.
Can I throw something
out
there?
They'll get Abdul or Travis Hunter.
I know Travis Hunter's on the board. What if they love Ashton Gentry that much?
They're not doing it.
And none of the other teams.
Not doing it. You don't give up a first to get him.
Yeah,
I promise you.
All right, fair.
You know what I'm saying? You get a generational guy with
you're
that.
Giving up a lot.
And I'm not saying Ashton can't be that. I just think the guy is rare is Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
He is.
Hey, by the way, never mind. I'll say you guys, the chat's you probably will get it in the chat before. I'm going to shut my mouth.
Yeah, I'm really not even looking at it, to be honest. Right, as the picks are before they're announced. Mm-hmm. After, I'll take a peek at it. Woo! Travis Hunter in Jacksonville.
Wow.
Yeah. What do you guys think Cam Ward does year one? Like, if you obviously there's lots of do you think he takes the Titans from like a 3-win team to like a 7-win team, or do you still think it's a far way ahead from that?
I think he can get them to like 7 wins, 8 wins. They'll be flirting with a playoff.
Yeah.
I don't think they make it, but I can see them. They're going to double their win total at least. I think Cam's that much better. I can see him putting up like 22, 23 TDs, like 11 picks or something year one.
Bo Nix-esque. Maybe not as far as success.
Bo had 28. I could see him getting like 20. Yeah, I could see him having a decent year one.
Wow.
Here we go. Come on. Announce the dang pick, man. We know what it is. We already know what it is.
All right, here it comes.
Eric Armstead. Dude, Eric Armstead's so big, dude. I wanted him on the Lions, but
yeah. All right, second overall pick. Oh, this intro. Mason Graham's probably going to take a slide then, fellas. If they don't take him at 5, the Browns do.
I think Mason Graham was going to take a slide no matter what tonight. I think not a big slide. I think the earliest he was going to go would be 6 overall.
There we go. Mounts in the pick.
Come on. Second overall.
Duval.
All right, dude.
But if he hit it with the
Duval.
they changed it just for Liam Cohen.
You know what, though? The Jags could win this draft, man, because they can get Travis Hunter and get a really good running back in round 2. I don't know if they had or 3.
They gave it up, but yeah, either way.
They gave up 2?
I gave their second round of this year. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
Unless I'm
they
wrong.
gwe up 38, 36, or 38.
Oh, so
all right, here we
round
go.
3,
Here's the pick, boys.
or whatever they got.
Pick for the
They
Jags.
can still get a pretty good running back.
God,
All that. We have a
my
trade.
Lord.
I mean, dude, just spit the pick out. All that.
Thank you. All right, let's see. It's the chime.
Yeah. Hey, that's
Travis
a great
Hunter.
pick.
Great pick for them.
That's a great pick.
That's going to be a great offensive team.
That dude's gonna be.
Travis Hunter, Brian Thomas, even defensively.
Don't play down in Florida. No state tax. Nice
And
weather. Come
he-
on, man.
I think if the Jags are taking him second overall, he's going to be a cornerback. Like he's going to be their cornerback one. You're going to sprinkle him in offensively.
And you got to think too. I think with Shador with Travis Hunter, he could win Offensive Player of the Year one year. He could win Defensive Player of the Year one.
I mean, he literally won that
I'm
in
going to say
college.
it, boys. And I know that the
He won the
Browns.
Heisman, yeah.
Yeah, well, Heisman,
He could do
Blitnikoff,
either
and
one
what's
in
the
the
corner?
NFL.
The corner one. I forgot what that is.
He could do either one in the
He
NFL.
won it. He literally swept everything in college.
You could say that Cleveland did have a good haul for this, but looking back at this moment, this will mark the moment that the Cleveland Browns passed on Travis Hunter.
Yeah,
they take Shedeur Sanders, they take whoever at 5. That's fine. You just pass up on Travis Hunter, who could easily, if he has success in the NFL, how people think he could, easily go down as an NFL Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
And you just trade it back from him when you're sitting at second overall.
I don't know.
Cleveland Browns move.
To be fair,
it doesn't make sense to me unless they had intel that Travis had wanted nothing to do with Cleveland. Maybe he was.
If I was Travis Hunter, I would say I do not want to be in
That
Cleveland.
would be the only thing that would make sense to Cleveland's all right, but just to say we're good on Travis Hunter is the
There's
dumbest
a quote
thing
here, and I want to find the quote.
They need another corner and they need a wide receiver.
Yeah, I mean, they're saying they want to win now with Myles Garrett, the whole reason he's coming back.
And what do you think Myles Garrett thinks about that? He's probably pissed. I wonder who they get at 5. I can't
shout
wait
out
for
to
it.
James Gladstone, his first year as a GM, not even a year, first 3 months as a GM, being like, we're coming in to make some moves. And they've made some bold moves on both sides of the ball, cutting guys, bringing guys in. And to be able to be like, hey, I know we had the 5th overall pick. No one's talked about it. And good for them to kind of keep it in wraps all the way up until essentially 48 hours within the draft. No one had these and I'm sure they've been having conversations and thoughts about this for the last week or two. They're like, we want Travis Hunter. Obviously, everyone would. But to actually be in a spot to go get him, James Gladstone and Liam Cohen to be able to walk in the building and make this move it's massive for them.
Because every mock draft, pretty much 99.999% of mock drafts just got ruined.
Okay.
At the second pick overall.
So this is Klotz, this is your question here with the Browns. Why did they trade back? Josina Anderson just tweeted out from her source. They traded out because they need multiple players. Traded 3 1s for Deshaun Watson. Don't forget that.
Right.
So they're kind of in a spot to where they're trying to win now and trying to patch things up from
it's tough because it's like you potentially pass on a generational player for more unknown commodities that you hope to get more of, which I don't know how I feel. I mean, if I get it, you don't have picks, but you have a dude that would be worth 2 picks.
Yeah.
And Travis Hunter.
Yeah, you're
you know
getting
what I
2
mean?
players on
He
the
would
side of the
literally
ball.
get 2. Yeah, he plays 2 positions.
I'm sure they're talking about it right now, but as a cornerback, day 1 in the NFL, he's going to have the best ball skills.
Yeah.
And again, you look at in that division, you got Nico Collins with C.J. Stroud. You just got Cam Ward going to the Tennessee Titans. And then you honestly have a matchup they feel confident in. You got Anthony Richardson. You can make some plays against him now. But this Jacksonville defense, just for such a long time, whether it's been injuries, whether it's been just lack of talent, they've needed some help, and they have their generational piece to build this defense around to go with Josh Hines Allen, and if they want to make a move on Trayvon Walker.
So, sorry to interrupt. The Giants didn't waste a second.
Their pick is in right away.
That tells me
right away.
It's Abdul Carter.
I think we know.
You think so?
Yeah. Or
no.
I
think it would be dumb for them to.
Hey,
I think you could move in. Both of these quarterbacks are going to fall. This is thrilling, boys, because we actually
made this pick so fast.
I'll say this: after this pick, after Will Campbell, we really have no clue what's going to happen. Zero clue.
Jalen Walker could go 5th overall for all we know.
Because the Browns, the original thing was the Bears wanted to get into 5 with the Browns or
the Jaguars.
With the Jags to get Ashton Genty. Does Cleveland now just go Ashton Genty?
No Nick Chubb.
That's what I'm saying.
I like that connection, Boone.
I'm gonna throw a tweet out there.
Pick is in, Giants. Like Jeff said, you imagine it's got to be Abdul Carter.
I mean, you make a pick that fast. I shout out to my boy, man, Sully out, the Giants fan. He's probably waiting right now just to hear the name.
Brian Dable's taking enormously deep breaths right now, knowing because of that.
Did you see that one post someone posted? You remember the clip of Joe Sheen's son?
Take Jaden Daniels.
Well, did you see what he posted? He has an Instagram, his son, and he posted Jackson Dart highlights, and he deleted it.
Oh,
so I think it something to pay attention to. Watch.
All right, Giants making the pick now. Abdul Carter. Look, we're not going to take victory laps here, Hefe. I'm not here to rain on your parade more than Roger Goodell just did, but this is the right pick
he's
for
a
the
hell
Giants.
Of a player.
The Giants, they need to find a true quarterback. They need to win now. They're in a predicament because if they take a quarterback there at number 3, they're not going to pan out year 1. And as Brian Dable, Joe Sheen, we just talked about, your job's done. You get Abdul Carter. You get a true pick to help this franchise now and in the future, and you can go wheeling and dealing in the second round. But Abdul Carter, Kayvon Thibodeau, I mean, Brian Burns, there's not a better 3-headed monster at the edge position. Oh, yeah, and you have Dexter Lawrence inside. Giants' defensive line is going to be something crazy. If they can add some more pieces in the back end. If you're a New York Giants fan, yeah, it sucks right now. You don't have a true quarterback. But your defensive line going forward is probably the best in the NFL. It's really hard to say that it's not after making a pick in Abdul Carter.
Yeah, that is I mean, it's just you got to think too. I understand the pick, and I understand like if you're Joe Sheen and you're on the hot seat, and you're gonna if you get fired, at least you could say, "Well, I took this dude." You know what I mean? I took a guy who's basically a can't miss prospect. Like, I understand, especially if you're on the hot seat.
I think the thing with Joe Sheen is,
it's a safe pick, not like in a bad way. Not in a bad way. It's just he's not going to miss Abdul Carter.
I truly believe that Joe Sheen in the front office wanted Shedeur. And I think Brian Dable said, "No, I want Jackson Dart." And I think
they'll go get him.
I think they came to a conclusion. Okay, why don't we get the best defensive player in this draft? Maybe outside of Travis Hunter, but arguably the best in this draft class. And then we will do all we can in the back of the first round to get you your quarterback.
Yeah,
and I think you could easily settle on that. And I think if you're Joe Sheen, if you're Brian Dable, you could be like, "All right, let's get this thing done then, and let's get to work." That group right there, they look like they want to work tonight. That's what it looks like. They're ready to work. You see Brian Dable whisper to Joe Sheen, "All right, now give me my quarterback." That's what he said.
They're gonna be coming up. I'd be willing to bet the Giants come up for a quarterback. Same with the Browns if they want to with the ammo they just got.
And it seems Jackson Dart, like when you look at what Brian Dable what he likes in quarterbacks, it's arm mobility, be able to run.
Yeah.
And Jackson Dart does bring that to the table.
He wants like
more
that
of a pocket. He's more of a pocket passer.
Yes.
Accurate. Like that's where he has
doesn't
the advantage.
move as well as Jackson Dart, which is like
He moves in the pocket, but he's not running.
He's not
running.
He's not doing what Jalen Hurts is doing. Josh Allen's doing.
He's staying in the pocket.
Justin Herbert. He is not that type of quarterback, which is fine. You could be successful, but who's the quarterback whisperer? One of the ones in the NFL. It's Brian Dable. You trust him, and if he doesn't like a guy and he likes another guy, you roll with him.
He like Jane Daniels.
I'm sure. Honestly, if I had he like Jane Daniels, and I'm sure to bet he almost would probably go Jalen Milroe over Shador just based off of the attributes of how he goes.
Just pissed him off. Might not be.
We
far
had that
off
conversation though. We had that conversation.
They do need a running back.
Who are you talking about?
The Giants.
Patriots? Oh, the Giants? Yeah, they do.
So if they take Jalen Milroe, they do need a
They
running
have
back.
the 33rd overall pick. They'll be fine.
Oh, funny. No, you don't know. You get it? What he just said? They need a running back, Jalen Milroe. You funny.
I'm kidding. That's just
Funny guy, huh? Funny guy.
No, I wish him well. I'm not trying to credit his downfall. I take that back. That was mean.
I'm interested to see because Abdul Carter, he was kind of exactly the Micah Parsons route. He originally started off the ball and moved on the ball. Like how they put him out there right away day one with Thibodeau, Burns, and him. Like if they originally just keep him off the ball, just floating around, just creating havoc out there, because obviously he's not going to give you much against the pass, but against the run, he's lights out, getting to the quarterback. So it's going to be interesting to see this defensive scheme. But like if you're Howie Roseman, I wonder like how much of a threat you see it as Abdul Carter long-term getting Jalen Hurts if they go offensive line, how they kind of react to this. Because Abdul Carter with that defensive line, boys, it's going to be a problem. I would not be shocked at all if everyone stays healthy, if the Giants have the most sacks in the NFL next year.
No, because
offensively, they're not going to be putting up points.
And I tell you this, they're not going to re-sign Kayvon. I can tell you that. So this is you're going to have Brian Burns, and you're going to have Abdul Carter, Dexter Lawrence. You could probably trade Kayvon at some point. You got cheaper,
Yeah. I think what they're doing.
Not cheaper. It's basically a swap. I mean, him and Kayvon are both I think they're both fourth overall picks, if I'm not mistaken, or third.
Yeah, no, they are. But if you're,
Fifth,
and there were rumors today. I don't know how much of a leg that has to stand on and how true it is, but that Kayvon was available for trades. He's available for trades for teams that want to move out of the first round. So hey, we'll give you Kayvon and maybe a pick if we can go in and get.
But that defensive line, guess who they have in that division? Philly.
Yeah.
And the Commanders.
Yep.
So I get it. I understand it. Abdul's going to chase those guys around. Here we go. The pick's already in for the Patriots. Not wasting a damn second.
I'm imagining this is going to be Will Campbell.
Yeah, I'll say this too, and I'm going to be very consistent with this on this whole draft night. I know people don't think these offensive linemen are that good in this draft. I do like a lot of them. I think there's like some raw talent that can be like, hey, after 2 or 3 years, these guys are going to be very, very good.
Mm-hmm.
Especially a Will Campbell.
Mm-hmm.
Because at the end of the day, like they need a guard, they need a tackle, they need that offensive line, period. They got a solid center there. But again, we've talked about it. They don't have a running back either. They're not going to go running back here. They could take Gentry here. I'd be surprised, but you got to build up this offensive line for Drake May and that running game because you're not winning the AFC East. You can't run the ball, and you got to go up against Josh Allen, the Buffalo Bills. So they need a running back and an offensive lineman, but I think you go offensive lineman first.
Yeah, this is probably Will Campbell. I think it's safe to bet. He's just like he's a surefire blue chip in my opinion. Like you just take him, you know what he is. He's going to be great.
Because their defensive line's solid. I don't see Mason Graham going.
And they could get one in the second round. They can get a pretty good edge rusher. So if they want to go Will Campbell, they can go and get a defensive tackle, an edge, and then they can get a running back at some point too.
Yeah, which I think is it's perfect for them.
Yeah, this is here we go. I'll never forget. They just showed the 2022 first-round pick for the Patriots, Cole Strange. That was the Belichick pick.
Yeah, that was out of nowhere, too. Mac Jones.
Mac Jones. Shout out Mac Jones. Where's he at now?
Jacksonville.
Let's go.
Duval.
Trick question.
Cleveland, Vegas. You got the Jets. You got Carolina. You got New Orleans. You got Chicago to round out the top 10.
By the way, too, I don't think it's live right now, but Kirby is speaking with the media.
Of course,
during the draft.
Right now.
During the draft.
Wild time.
It's like hey, what is it? The two stones or one? Knock the two things out with one
two
stone.
birds with one stone.
That's like what the Lions are like. Hey, let's just
Let's just get this over with.
Oh, I didn't even think about that because he signed his contract. Essentially, that's hilarious. All right, Patriots pick is in. They just came back from commercial break.
Yeah, it's Will. It's just got to be Will Campbell. I mean, I don't know who else. Maybe Mason Graham, but it's Will or Mason Graham.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like on the defensive side of the ball, their defensive line's all right.
Yeah, they don't really. They signed Milton Williams to a bag.
Yeah, you just signed it. You got Tyrone.
They need offensive tackle. All right, here we go. Roger Goodell up to the podium.
All right.
Will Campbell. He's the selection. There you go.
There you go,
on.
Will.
Great.
Good
pick.
for him. Good for Will.
Hey, you already know what you're getting in Will Campbell.
He might end up being an all-pro guard at boys. And you have him with Drake May now. This is the last piece of their offensive line. And then you add on, go get a running back in the second. Stephon Diggs at wide receiver, Lukas Klotz.
That's the move that they got to do.
This is a great pick from Braves and them.
Yeah,
Foundation.
I don't care about the short arms. If you look at Mike Vrabel, who did he have in Tennessee with him when they were winning the AFC South and playoff games, trying to win playoff games? Taylor Lewan.
Yes.
And he doesn't have the arms of Taylor Lewan. No shit. That's the whole thing with Will Campbell. But you look at how Will Campbell plays football, what he's all about. He's not the physical specimen exactly that Taylor Lewan was, but this is Mike Vrabel going to get his Taylor Lewan. And you got to be able to protect Drake May. We just talked about the running back right now is Ramondre Stevenson. They have had to invest in that offensive line. If they went away from the offensive line and went defensive line, a skill player position there, you're ignoring the obvious need that you're just going to have to keep chasing your tail with.
Yes.
So Will Campbell, the Patriots, it's the right pick. It's the perfect pick. Like
Look
you
at
said,
him, dude.
Boone. Could be an all-pro guard. He could also be a Pro Bowl type of tackle here. So I don't think, and I'm not saying you are, but there's a lot of people just write him off of being a tackle. Like, no, there's a very good chance he'd be a good tackle in the NFL.
He brings stability to your organization. And Mike Vrabel, he's cut from the same cloth as Campbell. They want trenches. And if you have a guy like Drake May, who you're going to invest hundreds of millions of dollars to in a couple of years, you want to make sure he's upright. And Will Campbell, the narrative that, speaking of narratives, like I talk about with Schefter, that bother me is the Will Campbell, people being low on Will Campbell because of his arm length. I don't care. You watch the tape on him as a freshman, what he was asked to do, the quarterbacks he's blocked for at LSU, Jaden Daniels as a Heisman, and now going to the Patriots. It's an excellent. This to me is like a great new regime, first round pick. You know what you're getting. Excellent pick.
And they're more built up than the Lions were when Brad Holmes took over. But this is I'm not saying Will Campbell will be Panay.
I agree with you.
It's your Panay Sewell pick.
Yes.
This is your building block. This is your foundation. And the one good thing about the Patriots is they have built through the free agency, and the regime before has built up a good roster. They're not a bad roster. They have a good roster. They have their franchise quarterback. They need to get a running back. They have some wide receivers. They have now their final piece of their offensive line.
Yep.
And what did they do this offseason, boys, in free agency? They went out there and built up their defense in free agency.
Yeah.
So I think, honestly, boys, I'm going to say it a lot with some of these picks in the top 10. This is a team that you're sitting there this is going to be a team that's going to compete next year. I think they finish higher than the Dolphins in that division.
I wouldn't be surprised if this team finishes a throw-in wild card team. I think the Mike Vrabel Patriots are going to be on the same level as the Mike Tomlin Steelers. I think those teams are going to be very similar, obviously differently built, but if they are to add a piece like a Jaden Higgins in the second round, like a true wide receiver one, because they took two last year in the wide receiver, Jerome Baker and Jalen Polk, and neither of them really worked out for him. So add a true wide receiver for him here. The Patriots are going to be sitting beautifully. Add a running back wherever you want to. I think I agree with you, Boone. The Patriots, and I believe not this year, probably not next year, the year after, I think they're on course to kind of overtake the Buffalo Bills at some point in the AFC East.
Yeah.
At some point, the Bills are going to dip. At some point, though, the Bills aren't all just going to stay at
the Dolphins first.
They'll be a player in that division.
I'm not worried about the Jets.
Hey, by the way, the picks in real quick. I want to say I just saw Kayvon Thibodeau tweeted. Yeah, we going crazy. To the Abdul
he
Carter.
might not be on that team long.
You better look at Carolina Panthers.
He might not be on that team long.
Let's pray, boys. Browns pick
Andrew
is in.
Berry.
Let's pray this is Ashton
Is
Genty.
it quarterback?
Let's pray
is
as
it
Lions
Mason
fans.
Graham? Who could it be?
Ashton Genty.
Who could it be?
Please, Ashton
Schefter.
Genty.
Sid. No, watch. They'll probably take because Nick Chubb's a free agent.
Yeah, hasn't been signed either.
No. Oh, interesting.
They look a little.
It could be this one. I don't know.
They don't look too pleased. I'm not gonna lie. The Browns.
This could be it's either Mason, Schefter, or Ashton. I feel those are the three guys that were in play right now.
Yep. And this is probably like whose Cleveland guy was the whole time.
Yeah, and they might. I still don't agree with trading back, but if they're going to, I got to see who they take here. I got to see who you trade back and take. Who's the player?
I'll tell you what. There's a situation here, and I'm going to wait because I think there's a situation that's brewing for the Raiders. I really do. I think the Raiders are going to be in a spot here. The Raiders might have everything that they wanted
and more.
Yeah, they still might be able to land Gentry.
Without
even
moving. Let's say even Gentry goes off the board. They have every player where we've talked about. Say Mason goes off the board. They have every player.
No, they're in a good spot
outside of those two guys to where they could have just stayed put and they can get their guy. I think, and I'll say it after this.
There we go.
Roger Goodell's up. I'll
remind me for the Browns do.
Remind me for the Raiders. I have.
They want to win now. They want to win now. Let's see what this looks like. Here we go.
Who they take Schefter.
Mason Graham.
Mason Graham goes 5th overall.
This is the thing about this selection. You're taking a guy, again, kind of similar to Will Campbell. You know what you're getting in Mason Graham, what he is physically and what he's going to bring to your defense. You already have Myles Garrett alongside him. Mason Graham's going to disrupt a ton of plays. Yep. He is someone that's going to command a double team, and you already have Myles Garrett, who's arguably the best defensive player in football. So now you get a pillar on your defensive line. And when you look at that Cleveland Browns defense, yeah, you want to get, Myles Garrett a running mate, but what they don't have is this type of defensive tackle. So for the Browns, if you want to trade back and get more picks and you still land a guy like Mason Graham, who for a decade plus is going to be a very, very good player, an excellent run defender, and can get after the quarterback as they're showing right here on the screen.
Yes.
I like this pick for the Browns. It's a smart pick.
I want to say this, too, about Mason Graham. The one thing I think that separates him from every other defensive tackle in this draft class is he has that size that a lot of these guys have. 100 times more athletic than all of them.
Yeah.
Like his speed, he takes on every double team, but he does it in a way to where it's like a guy, let's say like Kenneth Grant when you're watching Michigan, or Walter Nolan's pretty fast a little bit for his size, but like those bigger defensive tackles in this class,
right?
They're like power. Mason Graham, it's speed, it's quickness, and he has that same exact size. What is he, 10 pounds lighter than them? But he dominates. He's just as strong as them. I think this is good for the Browns, to be honest. Like him, Myles Garrett, like that's a good defensive line right there with those two at the helm of it. He could stop the run too. Just because he's a little smaller, the man stops the run. Yeah. Like, he's a dominant defensive tackle.
High effort
It's an important pick too because Mason Graham, the production might not be staggering, but he can create pressure on the quarterback. And let's think about who they got to go up against: Lamar Jackson, and Derrick Henry. So that's going to be a problem solver for both of them. You got Joe Burrow. Pittsburgh, they're either going to be taking a quarterback here in the first round, second round, or Aaron Rodgers. And Cleveland right now is in a spot where you're not winning the division anytime soon.
Right.
So stack up this talent where you can truly build around a future rookie quarterback. And the second round, you can go with a quarterback or you can just keep building around. They got Joe Flacco, so at some point they're going to dip into this draft and take one. But this is a great first step for Andrew Berry to kind of get that Deshaun Watson monkey off his back as far as because ownership for Cleveland has came out and said that's on ownership. Jimmy Haslam said that's on us. It's not on Andrew Berry. So Andrew Berry just playing smart football here.
Yeah, you saw the type of impact some of these guys are getting year one defensive tackles. I mean, we saw last year Braden Fisk, what he was able to do. I think Mason Graham is going to have that type of impact for the Browns. And it might not always appear on the stat sheet, but he's going to wreck games, man. Mm-hmm. He's going to wreck a lot of games. Like the numbers, 3.5 sacks in 2024, like that doesn't tell the full story with what he did over there with Kenneth Grant. So great pick by the Browns. I still don't agree with trading. You got to take Travis Hunter, in my opinion. But regardless, they trade back. They still take a very good player. So now it leaves the Raiders with Ashton Gentry still on the board.
If they want him. And
if they want him.
The draft so far, it's been, yes, Cleveland and Jacksonville have swapped picks, but it's been the first 5 players that everybody expected in that order. You expected Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Will Campbell, Mason Graham. It's been that so far. So
it's just the order switched up. Just like I mean, this is how the draft is. Just when you know it's happening one way, it goes the complete opposite. We'll see. You know what pick I'm excited for in the top 10 is what the Saints do now. You know, because this is the scenario we talked about where they're probably going to have an opportunity to pick a quarterback, either of Schefter or Jackson Dart. So they still have an opportunity to do that.
By the way, boys, I know I'm on my phone right now. Kirby Joseph at the podium on his future said, I want to be the best. I need to put on that gold jacket.
Come on.
Yeah, he's got. Yeah,
Tell me that doesn't fire you up a little bit.
Well, with the production he has, man, he keeps that up for his career. He'll stack up all pros. He'll be in that conversation. Book it. They win a Super Bowl, it'll be even more guaranteed.
Raiders pick is in.
It's got to be Gentry. I mean, you make a pick that fast, unless there's
another guy that they just love. Schefter. You're gonna keep saying it. Boom, you nailed it. It's gonna be the Johnny Manziel effect right now.
Oh, that's funny.
That's what I'm saying.
No,
it's gonna happen. That's not what you. I just think in this whole draft, it's gonna. Where's Schefter going? Because he should have gone.
Johnny fell for the right reasons. Okay, the dude was snorting cocaine in college.
Okay.
Shout out Johnny Manziel. He's clean now.
All right.
He's a good guy now.
All right, picks in.
Ashton Gentry.
There
we go.
Oh, there you go.
That's good for Pete Carroll, man.
I don't know if they are the worst, but one of, if not the worst, rushing offenses in the NFL. You get the best running back in the class.
Yeah, Ashton Gentry is somebody that, one, I think as Detroit Lions fans now, we can take a deep breath and say, whew, that boy landed in Chicago, because Ashton Gentry, book it, and I know a lot of people agree with this, is going to be somebody that day one for the Raiders will give them 1,200-plus yards all-purpose as a rookie running back, if not more. Boone, you were talking about it, running backs taken in the top 5. You're looking at Saquon Barkley, early Leonard Fournette, Ezekiel Elliott. Ashton Gentry is that type of running back. You take him top 5, top 6, where he's at right now with the Raiders, that's going to be Pete Carroll's Marshawn Lynch. That's going to be his Reggie Bush at USC. Yep. And the Raiders' offensive line, it's really not that bad. It's not great, but it's a situation where now you're going to be able to put up some numbers there. They have Brock Bowers. Think about the middle of this offense you got a game plan for if you're a defensive coordinator. You got a game plan for Brock Bowers and Ashton Gentry. Those are 2 weapons. You go out and snag another wide receiver. This is going to be a great situation for a quarterback next year, most likely, that they can develop under Geno Smith if they want to go that route. But Geno's going to be happy with this pick for sure. Because even in Seattle, great running backs, Kenneth Walker, Zach Charbonnet, they always struggle to find a consistent rhythm with that running game, and Pete Carroll will do that to the Raiders. Know what time it is now, though, boys?
Oh, here we go.
What?
Tyler Warren.
I'm not saying it won't happen. I just think if you're Aaron Glenn, and what you're about is grit, trenches, nasty football, and you take Tyler Warren, who I think is a really good player. I think it's just it's just built in my mind of like tight ends going top 10 never works.
It's him or Membu. Neither one is a bad pick. You can't blame him for finishing off the offensive line. You can't blame him for taking
I guess it's the Brock Bowers effect too. It's like these dudes coming out are so damn good. It's like you're basically taking a wide receiver. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of the impact these tight ends are having now. So I mean, if there is a tight end that is complete and provides that, it's probably Tyler Warren. But we'll see. I mean,
this is where I think the draft starts to get interesting, because these are where we've had these conversations where we're like, hey, Tyler Warren, is it offensive line? Who is it?
We'll see, though. Aaron Glenn making his first pick, and I believe it was Schefter, or it could have been Daniel Jeremiah, but they were talking about how Aaron Glenn has been very impactful for this first pick for the Jets. They're not just letting the GM make
tackle then.
I agree with you.
It gives me then if Aaron Glenn's I just can't. I mean, maybe it's like he's like, hey, we need a tight end in here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because Justin Fields, what I will say to give, I guess, show some love to Tyler Warren. Justin Fields in his career loves tight ends. Mm-hmm. It's every quarterback's best friend. So if you're going to help him, I would say protect him.
I will say
in the tight end class, if you can't take one, there's not too many.
That's
good
what I
ones.
was saying. The one argument you can make is right now they let Tyler Conklin walk.
Yeah.
So now you're sitting there and if you don't take Tyler Warren here,
who are you getting after that?
Who's your tight end this
Harold
year?
Fannin.
Do you trade for someone?
Mason Taylor.
You get a Mason Taylor, Elijah Arroyo in the 2nd, 3rd round.
Yeah,
Harold
but it's still
Fannin.
you're banking on a rookie to come in and have production, especially with you're trying as first year first-year coach.
Yeah. And that was my argument for Warren, but again, it's not like I'm not going to be sitting here for Armand Membu's the pick. I'm not.
Yeah, I guess
no, like, bro,
arguments
like
for
what are
both.
we doing?
There's an argument for both. I'm curious if Aaron Glenn weighed in on this thing, man. I want to see which way they go.
Yeah.
I honestly, boys, a pick. I think we're all talking like you brought up the Saints. We've been talking about Chicago. We've been talking about the Steelers. I think a huge domino in this draft is Carolina at 8 because they're saying Jalen Walker. What if they go McMillan?
What if they go
go Tyler Warren?
What if they go Michael?
Exactly. Like, they could literally go anywhere they want besides probably quarterback.
I think you're talking about the Saints?
No, I'm talking about the
Oh,
Panthers,
the Panthers,
right
okay.
in front of them
I
because
think
they're in
the
the same
Saints-
division with the Saints.
If I'm being honest, I think the Saints go offensive line. I just think
Wouldn't
when
be
you
shocked.
That stat that popped up.
yeah.
The last 6 of 7 first-round picks have been offense line or defense
Yeah,
line.
I say
I think
D-line
there's
too.
So
really
it's like,
a
I guess
world-
there's that.
I just think there's a big world where it's like if you're a first-year head coach, outside of maybe like Liam Cohen, who's an rarely offensive-minded guy, I think you just always like give me offensive line. Even Liam Cohen, if he didn't have an opportunity to get Ashton Gentry, and they end up going trading back to 10, you could argue
Take Calvin Banks even.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
even whoever you have in there, you could just argue that like offensive line is always good for a regime just to start off with.
This is going to be really interesting because now we get – because if Tyler Warren isn't the pick, you're not going to probably wait too long. I mean, he's probably going to go in the next 7 picks. He's going to go in the next couple of picks. So I guess the Jets have to think about that too. It's like, if we don't take this dude, he's gone. And like,
yeah, you're just going to have
You know
to
what I
bite
mean?
that
He's
bullet. You're
just-
not
yeah.
trading up to get him.
no, he's gone. He's going to be gone right after this.
I
So-
wonder if Tyler Warren, let's say he falls to pick 10 of the Bears. How far later do you think it's going to be Colson Loveland now coming up and getting picked? Because I still think that if I'm a GM, I'm waiting till late first round or early second to get Colson Loveland. But there's a lot of people that are like, Boone, you're very high on him. You think he's going to go first 20 picks? Where do you think Loveland goes after Warren picks?
I think Loveland, and this is maybe I'm crazy for this, but everything that I've heard and I've seen, I would have to think there's teams, whether in the top 15, I think there's teams that want to trade up and get Colston Loveland. Again, he on almost everyone's board, best players available, he's top 10.
Yeah.
And he's just a playmaker. I understand the blocking side, like Klotz, that makes sense. That's something I think to a point you can teach, and you could say, hey, we need, like, I know you need the size and all that, but like, he's a playmaker. You saw what Brock Bowers could do in tight end, Sam Laporta 2 years ago. Like, you would get a tight end in there that could get you 1,000 yards and have that impact. I think a lot of teams are looking at that, especially like the Broncos, who already have a couple wide receivers. I think the Broncos is a team where it's like they could trade up and just say, give us Colston Loveland. The Chargers, I think you can make an argument with them.
My thing is, and again, I understand the argument you're making. A ton of people are making that. But if you're looking for a weapon, if the guy that can't really block, why don't you take like a slot like a Luther Burden or a Mecca Book instead of taking a purely receiving tight end at that point? Because if you're
It's
going
just
for an offensive weapon, get a true weapon.
It's that
in my
mismatch
opinion.
problem. Those mismatch problems. I
At
mean,
that point, it's like, why are you getting that? In years past, why are you drafting all these tight ends?
hey,
that
they're putting
early?
Will Johnson on the screen. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Don't tease it.
He,
Don't
he,
tease
was-
it like
he
that.
didn't look too happy though.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
If Will
You
Johnson
won't have to
falls-
wait too long. You won't have to wait too long. I'll tell you that. You won't have to wait too long. Will
Wow,
Johnson.
okay, real quick. Adam Schefter bomb, not big bomb, but minutes after drafting edge rusher Abdul Carter, Giants GM Joe Sean
Sheen.
We'll go
third time's a charm.
said his team is picking up Kayvon Thibodeau's 5th-year contract option.
So they're not. Yeah, so he's gone.
All right, here we go. Who do we have, boys?
Armand
There
Membu.
he
That's
goes.
my guy.
There it is. Good call, Boone.
I'll tell you what, too, with
Great
Armand,
pick.
and I've been in class,
Great
I've been
pick
preaching
by the
about
Jets.
Membu.
Great
Second
pick by the
tackle off
Jets.
the board.
Yeah.
This right here, and the big thing with Membu is they already have Olu Fashanu at left tackle, correct?
Yep.
This is a right tackle. This isn't a guy you're drafting. You see his position there on the screen. If you're watching the draft, he is a purely right tackle to where you can be like, oh, well, you can move him over, but you can work. This is a perfect fit for the Jets because you can bring him in. He's in his natural position, and this is a guy to where it's like he still has a ceiling. He's a massive, massive dude. You saw there he started 30 or 36 games. I think, that, boys, all I think about this, building block for Aaron Glenn in this offense. Like, this is it. Like, offensive line built. Now you build around that. You figure out if Justin Fields is the right guy. You have Breece Hall. You have your receivers. Now you just continue to build. This is perfect pick. boys. I think, in my opinion, Aaron Glenn, Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell tree goes tackle, first pick overall in New York.
I love this. I love this pick for the Jets. I think, like we were talking about, it's an Aaron Glenn. Aaron Glenn was in Detroit when they selected Panay Sewell.
Yes.
He understands the importance, man. Your first selection, you got to go trenches. You got to protect Justin Fields. And you do that with the guy who allowed 3 sacks on 1,036 pass block snaps. 3 sacks, 1,000+ pass blocking snaps.
He's going to be huge for them because obviously in year one they're going to want to run Justin Fields, but Aaron Glenn also talked about how he's going to want to run Breece Hall, Braylon Allen, and they've even had talks about a third running back being added. And so you know that Aaron Glenn's going to want to run the football. Armand Membu with his footwork, with his ability in space, he's going to fit that perfectly. And again, this is another team that's making a smart decision, building a team that you can put a rookie quarterback into and they can have success, not asking them to save the day. So to your guys' point, you've been preaching it, Armand Membu to the Jets, that's a move that they go. And you're looking at a situation where, hey, they want to go and get Kyle McCord here in the second round. He's in a good situation to develop. Or they can go next year's draft, get another quarterback. But the Jets, Patriots, as far as the 2 AFC East teams at the beginning of this draft, they've made the right decisions, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm now the Panthers are sitting here, and
their picks already
the Tyler Warren narrative still alive?
They took I can't remember. They took
Jalen Walker.
They took the tight end out of Virginia last year. He got banged up, but again, you got Bryce Young there. The man, he's undersized at it. Just give him a big target.
I was gonna say, although I don't agree with, I think it should be T-Mac. I'm all for getting him another weapon. I think you got to figure out if Bryce Young's good or not. You got to get him. You got to set him up to succeed. They invested a bunch of money in trades and capital into the offensive line, and they just don't have a lot of weapons. And they got Leggett, but what else they got?
You don't think Jalen Walker goes here?
I think it's possible. If I'm the Panthers, I'm getting him a weapon. If it's Tyler Warren, although I don't, I'm not a fan of tight ends. I get it. I understand it. You got to figure out if the dude's good or not. You know what I mean? I'm more worried about that. Because then you can extend him. You got a quarterback.
I'm just interested. I mean, they just went Xavier Leggett, and now you're like, all right, defensively, Jalen.
But they took. What did they take Leggett?
They traded back into the first round.
What was that? 29, 30, something like that. I like Leggett, but
you still can go offensive line here too. If you want.
I just think, to your point, you got to see what Bryce has, but I wouldn't be surprised if they go defensively because, again, there's a lot of good skill players in that division, but it's a wide open division. So just take the best player that can fit what you need at this point.
I think you can get a good defensive player in the second.
You can get a good wide receiver, though. Jaden Higgins,
I don't know if
Noel.
He'll be T-Mac or Tyler Warren. You know what I mean?
Tyler Warren on the board here, actually. Who's their tight end?
They got the guy out of Virginia who got hurt last year. But they still can.
Can't pronounce his last name.
BPA. I mean, if you're that bad, you go BPA.
Yeah.
BPA is probably what?
That's why I said, like, for Bryce, that's going to be his best friend. And you can use Tyler Warren as an offensive weapon, not just strictly a tight end. So he gives Canales a ton of options there in the passing game and running game. The dude blocks his ass
offensive coach. Should get him a weapon. I think it's T-Mac. I feeling I got, or Tyler Warren. But we'll see. Maybe it is Jalen Walker. Maybe I look like an idiot. See how this ages.
Sorry. Hey, you're not an idiot, dude. Come on.
I like Jalen Walker. I think if you're the Panthers, it's.
I think one of these next 3 picks is going to be Tyler Warren.
Yeah, he's not going to last too long.
See where he ends up going.
His floor is the Colts. That's where I
don't think he makes it to 14.
But that's like the floor. He can go anywhere in between there. I mean,
good.
He's not going to wait too long.
Stretching out a little bit.
I needed to.
I'm not going to lie. The seats we're sitting on today.
They're like the Rutgers Island chairs. Like, you're like, hey, you need to see pull up a chair.
The chair budget. We got to add more funds out of that.
That might be this offseason. Our chair budget needs to go up. I think we should get a chair budget.
Get crunch time branded chairs with cushions.
And we should, like, you see at like the UFC fights, they got the one UFC right there. You can just go on NBA sidelines.
Yep, I like
get them branded. I'm with you.
When I was at Saginaw coaching, we had the ones there, and we got multiple times throughout the 4 years I was there. We just kept getting new ones for the bench. And they were nice, boys. Soft. They're like pillows. You're sitting on memory foam.
All right, let's final predictions for the pick. I'm saying Tyler Warren.
I think it's Tyler Warren.
I think you just go Jalen Walker. I think you go chalk here. I think you go with who you've been talking to the whole time.
Actually, I'll go T-Mac. I'll switch it up. We'll go different. I think it'll be a weapon.
Way too early, pal.
It'll be a weapon.
Klotz and his wide receiver. This is a thing for years.
We're
going to cover the draft together for 20 plus years, I'm sure. Every year, I'm gonna have a battle with this kid, and it is wide receiver class.
He's a wide receiver guy. He likes all the
fun.
He likes
Dude,
his
it
wide
is so
receivers.
funny to me.
Yeah, 'cause they have Jonathan Brooks. They have Chuba Hubbard, and then you add like a weapon here. Now you're getting. I mean, you're getting.
Who'd you like last year? Who's your favorite wide receiver?
I think Xavier Legette.
Imagine the Panthers. They take T-Mac. What do you do
Drop
then?
that ball at the 1 yard line.
Hey, he had a lot of good moments
Picks
too.
in.
Boone. You don't want to look at the only touchdown Pat Surtain gave up this year, do you?
Here we go.
Xavier Legette.
Okay.
Panthers making the pick.
I did not call it. I told
That's
you.
crazy.
I told you, boys,
you
man.
did.
Let's
You did.
go.
8th overall.
Let's go.
Tataroa McMillan.
Wow.
Hey, I like that. I like that. This is a player that's going to make a ton of plays, man. He is. He's special. And I don't care. Listen, the narrative about him while not watching film, guys, you're getting someone that's going to be Bryce Young's best friend. And you need to find out if Bryce Young can play. You drafted this dude number 1 overall, and you're getting someone 6'5". He can go get it off the top shelf.
Yep.
He's going to get open a crap ton, and he perfectly complements Xavier Legette, a true X wide receiver. Look at, throw it up, let him make a play.
I'll tell you what.
This is, I think, the right pick for the Panthers. I
don't
love
think
this.
any of us
Love
have had the
this.
conversation about T-Mac going to the Panthers, and I think now that we kind of see this.
No, you're not doing that. I've been preaching T-Mac to the Panthers. Weeks, dude.
Yeah.
No
2
way.
weeks.
Have you actually?
Yes.
All right, respect that.
This man just went, none of us
I
are
just
talking
don't
about
remember.
T-Mac.
I don't remember having the combo of the Panthers going wide receiver, and you look at their offense
Because
here.
me and you have argued. Jalen Walker, I said T-Mac. I was like,
Okay,
take
that's
T-Mac.
fair. Bryce Young, Chuba Hubbard, Rico Dowdle, T-Mac, Xavier Legette, Adam Thielen, Jalen Coker,
Jatavian
nice
too.
Sanders, Tommy Tremble. Like, they have a room in there. And what was their record last year? Like, they weren't bad.
5-12.
They weren't like.
Well, after they benched Bryce Young, they started winning some games.
No, I think
And,
when
like,
they
he
brought
came
Bryce
back. No,
back.
that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah.
after they benched him and brought him back.
This is the smart dude.
The
You got to justify taking Bryce 1.
I'll say this,
you got
for
it.
New Orleans. I'll give you guys this. I just saw a report. Josina Anderson. Saints are not drafting a quarterback at 9.
Sticks to the narrative.
Maybe they take Tyler Warren. Now it's the Tyler Warren sweepstakes. You know, where's he going?
I'm sticking. Who did I have them taking?
The Bears.
Who did I have?
Oh, you had them taking.
Had it right here.
They
I
get
had
Tyler
them going. I had the Saints going Kelvin Banks.
Offensive
I'll
line.
I do think, again, first year head coach. You start in the trenches, boys, for the Saints. You start in the
either side of the
trenches.
ball.
Pistons, by the way, down 9. Tough.
Hey, by the way, I want to give a shout out to Caleb because the NFL
No, he hasn't
draft
missed.
is bang, 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 bang. And when we say he looks like he's in the control room right now, he looks like.
This dude.
Can I
he's
get
so
a picture?
dialed.
We just share it on the.
Share it on the screen. Yeah, share it, dude. This guy's dialed. Unbelievably dialed. He's the MVP of the night, dude.
He's programming the draft. He's sending the picks to Goodell. He's letting them know who each team takes. It goes
I'm
through
taking
Czarnik
this guy
first.
1 right here. Caleb
The whole
Czarnik.
time. He was a big advocate on T-Mac going early, too. He took him top 5 to the Jags the one time.
Shout out
Maybe
Caleb.
it
He's
might
like,
not be
I
top
did.
5 to the Jags, but it's top 8 to the Panthers. So looks like T-Mac's happy to be there. He's going to be a really good wide receiver in this league. I think he could be somebody that's like a Michael Pittman, and that's somebody that any team could use. So you're getting a guy that can be a good outside threat, a really good X wide receiver for this team. So good pick for him.
Mhm.
Maybe a little earlier than I expected, but at the end of the day,
They're
you're
get-
not going to be looking at draft selection spots too long. You're going to be watching what they do on the field.
Yeah, you see how important like what Mike Evans brings for Baker.
Yeah.
That's what I think T-Mac's going to bring for Bryce.
Just
It's
fuck it, T-Mac's
just-
down there somewhere.
Yeah, go get it, man. I love this. I do. And the pick's in for the Saints.
All right.
So
yeah,
we'll
I'm going to be
find
saying Jade Barron, do you think could potentially be somebody here?
Mm-hmm. I don't. You say Jade Barron?
Yep, I've been seeing his name.
I
circling.
I'm sticking with mine.
Will Johnson? I mean, maybe they just take a corner. There's Schefter right there with the fam. Let's go, Schefter. Hey, you ain't gonna wait too long, Schefter. Don't you worry. I got invited to the draft party. I denied it to be here.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Prime reached out. I said, I'm good, man. I got things I got to handle.
We know you ain't going round one, so let's stay home.
Okay. Hey, there you go. Wow. I can't believe that T-Mac to the Panthers. They've been keeping that one under their vest, have they? I mean,
But,
the
yeah, they've
T-Mac.
been quiet.
I've seen, but the reason why, the more I did research into it, the last two first mocks we've done, is because Panthers fans wanted T-Mac too. Bad. And I understand why. I do. But here's the thing. The Saints don't have a quarterback. I mean, they have Derek Carr, who's out for an extended period of time, and they have Ben DiNucci, Jake Hayner, and Spencer Rattler.
Yeah.
So it's like, what
Spencer
do you do
Rattler
with that? What do you
showed
do
some
with
life,
that?
But we went back to the conversation we had yesterday. The Saints have not drafted quarterbacks since 2002. When you think of the Saints, you think of Drew Brees. They traded for him, and Mickey Loomis was there well before the Drew Brees draft was there. So I think you just wait. You know you're going to be bad again next year. You're cap hell.
Get Kellen Moore his offensive line. You build the trenches. If you are rebuilding a team, what are you doing? You're building the trenches.
Oh, here we go.
Goodell coming to the board. 9th overall.
Calvin Banks Jr.
Calvin
there you
Banks.
go, Boone.
Come on.
Hey, good stuff, Boone. Good
boys.
stuff, man.
There we go.
It's a good pick, man. Calvin Banks, you know what he is.
Mm-hmm.
They have Fuaga as their right. And go on, take it away. It's your guy. Go on, Boone.
Calvin Banks is going to be a really good offensive lineman in this league, guys. It might be a little early than some people thought, but at the end of the day, if you have the possibility of playing left tackle in the NFL, you're going to be drafted high. And when you look at Calvin Banks, just the product that he was going up against Texas, if you talk to a lot of coaches, a lot of scouts that were in college football, they talk about you went up against Texas's O-line. You're like, oh, shit, this is a big offensive line. You watch this film against Michigan, played in a ton of big games, and he held his own. Struggled a little bit against Georgia, but at the end of the day, what offensive lineman doesn't? Coming out of the
NFL
SEC,
players.
Blocked for Bijan Robinson, was on a ton of teams where, Texas' offensive line is, like I said, it was really good, but it was Calvin Banks' offensive line. So you allow Kellen Moore, to Boone's point, to build this offense up the way
From
it
the
should
trenches.
be. So, Boone, I know you like Calvin Banks of the Saints.
Yeah.
You mocked him.
I wasn't that high. Well, I mean, I should have been high on Calvin Banks, but I didn't have him going when we did mocks early on. Maybe 15, 16, 7, just kind of falling a little bit. There's something about, again, I said it the last couple of days. I just get a feeling more so with these offensive linemen. When there's a bad draft class, you start seeing runs on them, and you're going to see whether you think they're a first rounder or not. It's like, all right, if you have to pick in that spot, right, are you going to reach on like an offensive weapon that might not get there, or are you going to reach on an offensive lineman like Calvin Banks, who has an extremely high ceiling? You know what I mean? Like, that's where I kind of go with this, to where I feel like the Calvin Banks, what other offensive lineman? Josh Connerly's probably in the late teens, early 20s. Like, those types of players, like, if you don't have a choice, roll with it. Yeah. Take your offensive lineman.
You can't
we'll
lose.
Get to the second, and we'll go to next year.
You can't lose with it. I love Calvin. I know that that's the same conversation with Will Campbell, where it's like, is he playing left tackle or guard? I think he could be a really good left tackle. And now the Bears pick is in.
Caleb knows the pick.
Caleb made this is a shocking pick.
Typically,
what are the odds of Marion Hampton here, Jeff?
Oh,
could happen.
All right, let's take our predictions. No chats on predictions. I'm gonna say, who's left on the board?
Boone, I think you know who it is.
No, I know. Ask Caleb. I have not seen it. I promise.
Okay.
Typically,
I'm going to go with Marion Hampton.
I send it to Caleb.
I'm going to Marion. If it's a shocker, I'm going to go
Tyler Warren. Hampton. I'll go with you.
I'm going to go Tyler Warren. I'm sticking with
I'll just tell you, yeah. Again, I don't like
Caleb
it,
looked
shocked. Yeah.
I almost want to be like a Mecca Abuka.
I don't agree with it.
Will Johnson.
I wouldn't agree with Tyler Warren, but it does feel like he's just sitting there. I mean,
Travion Henderson at 10. I mean, they could get Jalen Walker still on the board. If I'm Brad Holmes,
what?
I'm starting to look.
Jalen Walker would be a really good pick here.
I'm starting to look if I'm Brad Holmes.
Shamar Stewart.
that
Klotz, that would be crazy.
Shamar Stewart.
You think I don't? You think I know?
I do.
I went to go look at my phone.
Looked at the phone.
I went to go look at my phone, and I saw Caleb going, And I went, do you know? If you know, I don't want to know.
Okay, can we get to the pick? What are we doing here?
This is the NFL trying to take the whole 10 minutes up.
Yeah, I mean, we
Had to deal with Taylor Swift during the NFL games. Let's just have fun at the NFL game.
I almost just looked at my phone. That's on me. Because my
the
phone's going to
schedule
die.
release announced May 14th.
May 14th. What is it? April 24th.
Yeah,
We've got time.
a couple weeks.
Should we make our own schedule release video like the Lions do? Should we make our own? We don't know the schedule. Never mind.
Make like a meme.
Yeah, with no answer.
That's on me.
There's no schedule.
Oh, man. That is so funny.
All right, let's get to this draft.
The Bears.
Bears. This is a big pick, boys. Hefe, this is your team.
It's
Yeah.
okay. I
Team
mean,
2A.
it's just-
I'm thirsty.
They
They
love
got
it.
one.
Ben Johnson's
Pumped
fired up
up.
about it.
They're pumped up.
This has to be.
Tyler Warren.
I mean, yeah, it
Has
does
to be
feel like
offense.
it,
For Ben to
man.
be this pumped up, it has to be offense.
Boys, he was in the room or in the organization when the Lions got Jahmyr Gibbs 12th overall.
Lauren Hampton is really good. So I'm not.
We had
I mean,
conversations
people-
with Dallas taking him at 12.
There are people who watch
They
a lot
met
of
with
football and come
And
to the
T-Max
draft that
off the
think,
board, though. Luther Burden for the Cowboys. Keep that in mind too. Or
They-
like
I don't know if
Golden.
they have two good wide receivers. I don't know if they go wide receiver.
Who?
DJ Moore and Roma Dunze.
No,
saying
Cowboys. I'm saying like because T-Max off the board for the
Oh,
Cowboys.
yeah.
Because
yeah,
Amari
yeah,
Hampton
okay.
He jumped a pick.
Sorry.
if Amari
yeah.
Hampton
Two
goes here,
picks.
if Amari Hampton goes
Here
here,
we go,
what do the
boys.
Cowboys do?
Bears pick is in. I really don't want it to be Marin Hampton either. Oh my god.
Oh my God, they yapping. Let's just get to it, man.
Oh,
that's
man.
RIP.
Yeah,
That's on me.
Yeah.
I'm a dick.
Rest in peace, man.
RIP.
Absolute legend. No
That
rivalry
was
aside.
an inappropriate comment on me.
Very.
I said, "Quit the yapping," and
You
they're
need to
doing
be-
a
you need to be-
tribute.
you need to be
And
better.
Steve McMichael, that's on me.
You need to be
God
better.
rest his soul.
Yeah. So you need to be better. All right, here we go, boys.
All right.
50 years ago,
This is
the fourth pick in the 1975 NFL draft, the Chicago Bears selected one of
Walter
two
Payne's selection. Maybe that's a
50th
maybe
anniversary.
that's a hint.
oh God. Hold on.
I hope it's not.
Oh
Marin.
no.
This is a hint.
Walter would go on to rush for nearly 17,000
Uh-oh. He just moved the paper. This is it.
Come on.
This is it.
over 13 seasons.
Miss on the pick, Ryan Poles.
Chicago Bears.
Do something stupid, Ryan Poles.
Oh my god. This
Dude,
pick
they're
is taking
milking
so-
this.
They are getting their money's worth out of this
Do
pick for
something
sure.
stupid.
He's got another
Ryan
note
Poles.
card.
They had to pick it now.
How many
right?
note cards does he have?
Don't give Marin Hampton.
What if they went quarterback?
In the 2025 NFL draft,
Colson Loveland. Oh my
Thank you,
God.
Ryan
Oh.
Poles. Thank
All
you.
right, I'll take this one, boys.
Oh.
Thank you.
Loveland out of Michigan. And I know Tyler Ward on the board. I've been saying all week long that there are going to be teams that love Colston Loveland. The
Oh,
playmaking
my
ability. The thing with Colston Loveland, Klotzy, you love route runners. Might end up being one of the best tight end route runners in the entire NFL
First tight end taken.
tomorrow. He's an elite route runner as a tight end. He's athletic. And then you're talking about the blocking. You can get this guy to block. You can get him to play football. So they instead of
You gonna
Tyler
get him
Warren,
to block Aiden
they
Hutchinson?
went Colston Loveland. I don't know about Aiden
I know,
Hutchinson,
I get
but
Colston Loveland's a
that's
good player.
Oh my.
But as a Lions
God.
fan,
Hey, look at his comps.
this is exactly what I would want the Chicago Bears to do.
I agree with that.
Because
I agree with
if, again, Cole Kmet, he's not going to be there much longer, but he's not.
They signed him to an extension.
Oh, so he's going to be like
He's gonna be there
You're
4
going to
more
run
years.
2 tight end sets. That's fine if you want to do that. But Cole Kmet and Colson Loveland, they're both kind of athletic tight ends. They're not guys that bring a lot differently. And again, I've been saying if you want a weapon in your team that wants a weapon, you take Colson Loveland. Why would you not take a wide receiver? So Colson Loveland's going to be a good player, but I don't see Colson Loveland in Chicago contesting for 1,000 yards. I don't think he's going to be a Sam Laporta type of player in the impact blocking wise. So fine pick there. But again, you have Tyler Warren on there, a ton of defensive players. I'm not going Colson Loveland at 10. Thank God the Chicago Bears are. So as a Lions fan, I'm thrilled with this pick.
I'll
You
tell
could
you
have took
what.
a running back or
Jeff, what did I say? What have I been saying? Colson Love
Going
is a lot
early,
to go
man.
top 14.
Let me tell you this, though, man. Let me tell you this. I'm going to keep it real. You draft him 10th overall. What does that mean? What are you expecting out of Colson Love?
You're an expected
Right,
1,000.
yeah.
You're at Brock Bowers.
All
You're
pro.
expecting Brock Bowers at this point.
If he's not like all pro level, to me, it's a waste of a pick.
No.
And that's not. I don't mean. That's not even like setting unfair expectations. If you draft a tight end top 10,
No, I agree. I think
That's
even
how it
top
should
10.
be.
I think if you take a tight end in the first round, you should have expectations of big
but
plays.
especially
It's all top 10.
top
Yeah.
10,
Yeah.
and honestly, over Tyler Warren.
That's what, again, like
Over Tyler Warren.
That's a big bone that I think you have Caleb Williams. How much he was sacked
grab
last
my phone
year, and I know that they upgraded the offensive line significantly. But if I'm Caleb Williams, like I would much rather have a Tyler Warren because I understand the Brock Bowers effect, but can we stop acting like Colson Loveland was Brock Bowers?
He's
like
not.
Brock
No,
Bowers
he's really.
was
I like Colson
the best
Loveland.
tight end we've seen in college football, even over a guy like Tyler Warren. Brock Bowers was that
He's
dude
like
for 2 or 3
generational.
years. So if Ben Johnson's idea is, hey, Colson Loveland's going to translate to Brock Bowers in the NFL, go for it. But I think at the end of the day, there was needs that they could have took a better player at even at that same position. So Colson Loveland, he's not blocking Aiden Hutchinson. I don't think he's going to be doing crazy work on Brian Branch. I think as a Lions fan, in this perspective, you're comfortable with Colson Loveland. I would have been much more uncomfortable with a defensive lineman that there hasn't been an edge taken yet. They take an edge there to go with that defensive line of Montez Sweat, Jervon Dexter, and then you have Jalen Johnson in the back end and 2 good linebackers. They go to a position that they already have a solid tight end in Cole Kmet. So I'm taking a deep breath, fellas. Jeff, and I will confirm this, unless there's a massive move made, this does not sway my Bears. Third in the
I don't
division.
blame you. I don't blame you at all.
Like, what
honestly.
do you Colson Loveland in
This doesn't really.
Chicago?
I mean, like to me, like I was saying, Bears. I think the Bears will be second in the NFC North. Colson Loveland doesn't make me say, "Ha!"
Yeah,
You know,
like best case scenario.
But does he improve their offense? Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I think when they have Cole Kmet and Colson Loveland, it's like, okay, you get him another pass catcher. Are you going to protect Caleb? Are you getting enough pressure on quarterbacks? What's the run game look like? Are you running the ball effectively? Which they could still draft one in the second still. But yeah, I don't blame that take, Klotzy. I'm not against it.
Yeah.
I don't think this one scares
what's
anyone.
the take? My bad, boys. All of my stuff's about to die here, and we're mid-draft here. You have a little popcorn spill, too.
No, it's not that. I'm just doing a check on our lifeline right now. I'm just checking on I'm checking the lifeline cable behind us. If someone trips over that,
We're done.
we're blocking you, and you're never. Yeah,
We're
you're
done.
You're
are
done, dude.
done.
You're done. You're done. All right, 49ers pick is in. This could be Walter.
I saw the pick, so I'm not going to comment.
Could be
but
Walter Nolan. Could be Kenneth Grant. Could be Mike Green. Could be.
do you want me to give you a hint?
No,
Okay.
no hints.
No hints. All right, fair enough.
Well, now you got me intrigued. No hints.
a hint?
I was
I'll
going to
say
ask
this.
him what side of the ball,
I'll
but
say
I don't
this.
even want
I'll
that.
say this because it's not a hint that like you have to think outside the box to get it. It's gonna make me mad or upset.
Oh, I already know it.
Write it down.
Imagine there's an ESPN sports app that linked to these.
He said, you're going to really have to think deep for this one.
Right away, you're like, it was like 2 seconds. You're like, oh, I do it.
That's,
Oh,
I mean,
that's so funny. Dude.
that's what they need.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, is this, I don't think it's, I mean, we agree though, Boone, it wouldn't be too high for that player. You know, it's a
no,
good
I think
pick.
it's there, but
Is he at the draft? I wonder if he's at the draft.
I don't know.
He should be. Who is that? Oh, Matthew Golden. Well, here we go.
Is that right?
It's Walker. No, I'm just kidding. No, yeah, that's right.
You just gave it away. People know.
Jalen Walker. No, I'm kidding.
Oh yeah. Oh man, I love doing the draft with the boys. People, hey, there's 400 people in here. We appreciate you guys all tuning in. Could you grab that, Klotz? It fell all the way down. The phone or my computer charger. Didn't you plug that in? Is that what you plugged in? Can I get
All
it so I
right,
can
pick
plug it
us
into my
in.
laptop?
49ers
Oh,
are
it
going
was there.
defense here.
I was like,
okay?
I don't know where
they're
that
going. They're going defense. It just depends on who the player is.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of us had
Walter Nolan.
Walter Nolan going there.
Mm-hmm. Even like Will Johnson, I would like that one. I wouldn't be super surprised by. But they do need defense. They need defensive players.
Hello from the United States Force of Japan. I'm Sergeant Richard Johnson. I'm here with service members from the United States Army, Marine Corps, and Navy.
Shout out to the Marines, man.
We're proud to announce that this year we're celebrating our 200th
Bunch of badasses.
We're grateful for the opportunity to be part of NFL Community Service and the USO in introducing the San Francisco 49ers 2020.
All right,
San Francisco back to agreement.
let's go. Roger Goodell announcing the
board.
pick.
Niners.
This is you, by the way.
All right.
I wonder who that takes. Be an interesting pick.
Mm.
Thank you to our men and women who serve the United States military for your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom.
Here we go. Watch be like. Shooter Sanders.
There it is.
Oh, Michael Williams. Okay.
All right, there he goes.
Listen, what you can say
He's
about
the second edge rusher off the board.
yeah, and I don't think it's a reach here. I mean, what you're getting in Michael, what does Robert Saleh want to do? Be physical at the line of scrimmage. What is Michael Walker? Physical.
Williams.
He's
did it good.
or Michael Williams. Now, honestly, boys, I'm just going to call him that
This
for the
is a
rest
Jeff
of his career.
Iafrate thing.
Michael Williams, what does he bring? Physicality. He's a disruptor. He's a game wrecker. He's an excellent run defender. It's what they want to do for the 49ers. And you see it there on the screen if you're
Upside.
watching. Raw pass rusher, upside. You can't teach 6'5", 260 with that type of physicality, that type of mentality, that type of motor. I mean, you watch it right now, what he's doing to Texas. Persistence. I think, honestly, although, we probably assumed it would be a different defensive lineman, there's a dude who has 21 and a half tackle for losses in his career at Georgia. This is a good pick for the 49ers right here.
Yeah, I love this pick for him. You look at Nick Bosa, he's still a great defensive end, but he's getting up there. He's not going to be able to stay at that Nick Bosa level forever. But one, when you add a guy like Michael Williams, it definitely helps that longevity as far as being able to stay there. When you can add a guy who can just, stop the run, set the edge against the run in the NFC West, which is going to be very tough, and get to the quarterback. I think Michael Williams is a spitting image of what Preston Smith was coming out of the draft when he went to Washington. He put up 10.5 sacks year one, basically. And I don't think Michael Williams does that, but I think Michael Williams can give you 5-6 sacks year one and is going to be a constant edge setter and help out Fred Warner in the middle of this defense. I mean, they've been cleaning up in the late rounds of these drafts lately with John Lynch, but in this first round right here, Michael Williams, I think, is a home run for him. This is a guy that's going to get better and better each year in the NFL, and I think there's zero concern about Michael Williams being a bust in the NFL. This is a home run pick for the Niners.
And I'll say this: this is a player, Michael, and I drafted him to go to the Detroit Lions. And I'll say this: the reason I had him going to the Lions and they traded up for him, I felt like, by the way, Dallas Cowboys pick is in already.
Erupted too.
I already felt like Michael was the second best potentially edge rusher in this draft class outside of Abdul Carter. And what was the thing that I said about it for weeks, boys? This upside of Michael Williams. You watch his game. A lot of people were tweeting at me, "Oh, Booner, like he's so great in the run." Okay, yeah. If you're great at something, guess what? You're a top 15 pick, especially a defensive line. He needs to work on his Pistons. He needs to work on his pass rush. This kid has so much upside, Michael Williams does. So don't be shocked if he ends up being an all-pro edge rusher for this 49ers team on the other side of Nick Bosa.
Before we go, Cowboys, quick weapon, wide
know the
receiver
pick.
or running back? What do you think, Klotzy? Wide receiver, running
I
back?
think it'd be defensive line, to be honest.
I'll go running back.
This is you.
Yeah. Wow, Tyler Booker.
gosh!
They take
12.
Tyler Booker, 12th overall, the guard out of Alabama that a lot of people were saying was going to be late first round, early second round. Jerry Jones,
Wow.
when they need a weapon, when they need defense, he goes back to the trenches. But who did they lose this offseason, boys? Zach Martin, the retirement, a Hall of Fame caliber offensive lineman. They just paid CeeDee Lamb a lot of money. They paid Dak Prescott a lot of money. Guess what? CeeDee Lamb's not getting the football, and Dak Prescott's not getting protected if you don't add another guard to replace Zach Martin. They do so with Tyler Booker. I would say probably the best run-blocking guard in this draft.
Look at him go.
Pass blocking.
Pass blocking.
You're right. You're right
and
about
he can
that.
improve in the run game. But you're giving somebody, Dallas, they're going to want to throw the football a lot, okay? They're not going to be a running football team overnight. You give Tyler Booker there, they've went trenches early in the last couple of drafts. And honestly, boys, as much as outside of the draft, Jerry Jones as a GM can kind of be all over the place. When it comes to drafting in the first round, Jerry Jones
That's
is very
crazy.
Successful.
0 sacks allowed last season in 2024.
In the SEC. The dude just, you can't move him.
I want to say this too, and let's tie this all back to the Detroit Lions pick. Tyler Booker, I know a lot of people projected him to go 28 for the Lions to even trade up. I saw people trade back for Tyler Booker. Goes 12th overall.
Yeah.
He goes 12th overall.
Crazy.
And you know what this means? Look at Jalen Walker at 13. You're starting to get into that range, in my opinion, for a Brad Holmes to say Arizona, Atlanta, Indy, Miami, Tampa, Seattle. Who wants to make a move? Denver even.
Hey.
And you're starting to see Mike Green on the board, Jalen Walker on the board, Izaraku on the board, James Pierce on the board. If you're a Detroit Lions fan, I would say right now you're sitting there going,
Hefe, you look like you
Keep
got
him
something
rolling.
to say.
I was told 99.5% chance Jalen Walker goes top 10. They laughed at me.
by the way, I pulled up to Jeff's house this morning, and the first thing I show him, I go,
Daniel Jeremiah.
Jeremiah has Jalen Walker going 17.
And then Boone goes, he's the 0.5. Honestly, boys, no one could have guessed Tyler Booker.
Interesting thing here, too, at least from going in the
My
draft.
chair's going to break tonight. I guarantee you. This chair's going down at some point.
What would your reaction have been if I told you just last night that Tyler Booker gets drafted 12th overall before
I
Gray's
would
Abel's
say you're
named even?
lying.
No, but in front of Gray's Able, too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's one of those shocking because I think
Yeah.
Gray is going to be. But Tyler Booker again, like when you do watch the film and you look at 0 sacks and 400
He's a
pass
dog.
rushes, like you're sitting there and you're like,
Big
okay,
boy. A lot of
It
weight.
is.
And you look Philadelphia, their defensive line. The Giants just added Abdul Carter. The Commanders, they're looking to make their defensive line even better. They added a ton of resources into it. So, shocking pick. But the more you think about it for Dallas, maybe a little early. But at the end of the day, who cares if that's their guy? They got it.
What have we been saying this whole time? This draft class is so it's not a good draft class.
It's a
to where
weird
if
one,
you
yeah.
just have a guy, you just take him and move. You
Yeah.
take him and move. It doesn't like that's what like
And
Colson
move.
Loveland at 10. I know it's like, but it's like if you just have a guy, just take him. Unless you're in the top 5, you just take your guy and you get out of the way. And if you're Brad and you're one of those guys, what do? You go get your guy because you're so far back.
You know what I think this pick with Miami? You know what I'm think what would be a really good pick for them now that we're kind of seeing how the board's falling?
Josh Simmons.
You know what? This I'll tell you this. They could go a couple different ways here. You could look at this and say, well, we got to keep Tua upright, and you could draft a Josh Simmons, Gray Zabel, etc. You can go, we need to replace Jalen Ramsey, who we're going to trade and draft Will Johnson. Or you can say, F it. We're taking the best player available.
Do they go D-end here? Chop Robinson wasn't too bad for him last year. He had like 6 sacks. They could use somebody against the run, but defensively, Oof.
I mean,
Take
honestly,
BPA.
yeah, which would be who? Best player on the board right now who's falling.
I'm saying right now Will Johnson, but I don't know who you have in mind.
Not me. I'm saying
Tyler Warren?
Who did I have?
I mean,
Who did I have? I had
Would they have Jonnu Smith
I had
over
Josh Simmons going here.
there? No, it'd be a great pick.
I had
If I'm
them
the
going
Dolphins, you
offensive
take
line.
offensive line.
I think
Yeah.
you go offensive line.
Or
Even
Will Johnson. I'll take Will
Tyler
Johnson.
or Josh Simmons.
You take any of the corners. Yeah, the picks in. I would like Will Johnson here. I think this would be a great pick
that's
for
not
them.
a bad pick.
Trade Jalen Ramsey, you get Will Johnson.
You know what?
I would go Will Johnson. Let's see what they do. Pick's already in for Miami.
I've got nothing too, Caleb. I've got no insider information over here. I'm gonna text the doc about the Lions. This might be a late one. I'm gonna text the doc. And Allen Park. I'm trying to see if there's any conversation in Allen Park going on right now.
What if like 14 is like they've traded. It's like the Lions jump to 14 and get like Mike Green. This is all on the table here. I mean, oh my gosh. All right, after the Dolphins pick, Caleb's coming in, and then I'm going to take over for what he's doing. I'll hold it down. Let Caleb share his thoughts on all this. See what he thinks about Jackson Dart not going top 5.
This is crazy. I got the next pick, boys.
Don't spoil them.
I'll say
my
this
final
real quick. Report from Doc, and the report from Doc
is what?
Lions are among teams that are looking to move down.
Oh.
Long show, boys.
Pistons just nailed a 3. It is now a 5-point game. Caleb, come on.
Caleb, I keep texting the wrong person. You got it? All right. I texted Doc, the guy that's his pick 3 times. Doc's probably like, what is Booner doing right now texting me this player?
This has got to be – I'm going Will Johnson.
This is a big one. I'll just tell you what is that. This
they need a corner?
This is an exciting one. This one you're going to be like, wow. I'll say that.
Who would be more happy, or Amir Klotz? Just answer that.
If I say that, I think you guys would know.
Matthew Golden.
You guys would know right away.
Maybe they take a wide receiver.
Really?
You
Is
would
it
know right away.
that type of pick?
Yes. This one you're going to be like,
don't tell me it's
wow.
Kenneth Grant.
You're going to be like, oh my God.
Mad.
Like, how has this happened at 13?
Would I be shocked?
I think we all will. We're all going to be like,
yeah,
oh, wow.
I'm trying to get him because I want to find out. Why are they showing Schefter? Don't mess with me. Is he going to Miami? Come on. Don't mess with me, Boone. Don't mess with me, Boone. Hey, look at. Oh, he's talking to that man right now. Don't mess with me, Boone. Is it Schefter? Are you serious?
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying
this is Schefter to
Miami. This is a big one.
This is what I'm talking about.
This is a big one.
Oh, if it's Schefter, I'm gonna be.
You just got him so.
I'm gonna be fired up, boys. That's a great spot, Miami.
Oh, he'll probably love it down there too.
Gray's able.
Okay, now you're talking like so. It is him.
I'm not saying anything.
Hold on, boys.
All right, the Raj coming up to the board.
Come on.
Oh man.
Hold on.
Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle, Michigan.
You did all that shit to
Kenneth
hype me
Grant
up.
is
You
heading
did
to
all
Miami.
that shit.
Kenneth Grant is headed to Miami. 13th overall class. That's your guy. I know you want. I had Michael Williams. And I'll say this about Kenneth Grant. Very, very high upside. At the size he is, athletic, extremely athletic at the size he is. You see
Look
there.
at him.
I mean, he's running.
Look at him.
He's going. He's going to be a disruptor, a run stopper. This is it's a good pick for Miami. I mean, obviously, you probably wanted to get an offensive lineman, a corner, but I still think this is a good pick.
I like this pick. I mean, okay, the Schefter thing aside, I thought, actually, we were going somewhere with that. That's good. That's good. That's good radio.
Content.
That's good. That's good radio.
Yeah, it was just some radio.
I will say, though, Kenneth Grant to the Dolphins, love the pick.
Yeah.
I think he's a great player.
I think that was a good pick. Jeff, I'll text you if I hear picks to help you out.
All right.
He needs to be a Detroit Lion. I don't care what Brad Holmes has to do. You put him in Honolulu Blue by the end of the night. Okay?
Talk about how good he is going to be in Miami because you know
Kenneth
for a fact he's going to be a great player.
He was my favorite defensive tackle. He wasn't that far behind Mason Graham for me. This guy's going to be a game wrecker. When I see Kenneth Grant, the athleticism, the ability to stop the run, the ability to disrupt the pocket, he has everything you could possibly need.
Yep.
And he's one of the bigger defensive tackles in this draft class. When I look at Kenneth Grant, I've been consistently saying this. In 5 years, 10 years, when we look back at this draft class, I believe Kenneth Grant, we are going to say, is the best defensive lineman, period, that is in this class. And you get him at 13th overall. They can protect Tua, but they also lost Christian Wilkins. They can't stop anything against the run defensively. Great pick for Miami. I fucking hate that Kenneth Grant is not a Detroit Lion. That pick, that hurt.
Yeah.
That hurt.
All right, we got Caleb here. All right, Caleb, first 13 picks in. Give me this. biggest surprise and biggest like, oh wow, this is huge.
Well, there's two that kind of come to mind. The first one is obviously Colson Loveland at 10.
Yep.
I don't think anybody saw Colson Loveland being the first tight end off the board in front of Tyler Warren, and especially to the Bears where they have Cole Kmet. But
Yep.
I think Ben Johnson is going to find ways to use him in good situations. Hopefully not. But and then I think Tyler Booker went a little early to the
Very
Cowboys.
early.
That is not a Jerry Jones pick.
That might
But
just be football guys being like, we need offensive
that
line.
might be football guys saying, Jerry, let us do our work here. We're trying to make a winning football team here. We don't need Matthew Golden right now. We don't need to trade up for Gentry. We don't need to trade up for Tet. We like Tyler Booker as a player, and that's our guy. But yeah, and he's the Zach Martin replacement. So
Jeff, you got this one? You know it? All right.
Colts 14th overall.
Jeff on the sticks in the what did we call it over there? The
I
war
didn't
room.
see, but my guess, I'm going to throw Tyler Warren out there.
This
I didn't
has
see.
to be. If you're a Colts fan, you don't take Tyler Warren.
Yeah,
here,
you're
I'd be a little bit
probably-
or
You either go there. It is.
There it
Tyler
is.
Warren.
There it
Okay.
is.
14th overall to the Indianapolis Colts.
It's a great pick.
Yeah, I mean, this is the fact. I'm sure in Indianapolis, those guys, Jim Irsay and all of them, are punching the air right now, being like, "Thank you, God, for falling all the way to 14 with us."
They were in a similar spot last year where they just took Latu because he was sitting there. And I feel like this is a similar situation. Chris Ballard's got to be extremely, extremely excited. Tyler Warren, guys, he put up. You guys raved about Colson Loveland as you should. Tyler Warren was the most productive tight end in the Big Ten last year. He's the biggest and most
104
athletic
receptions
tight
in 1
end.
year.
He had a game against USC where he's putting up 15-plus catches. They're lining up at center for trick plays. They're having him throwing passes. I think Tyler Warren, without a doubt, and it's by a large margin, was the best tight end in this draft. They need to get Anthony Richardson a weapon, Daniel Jones a weapon, and some protection. Tyler Warren brings you both. He's just, I would say, probably one of the top 10 pure best football players in this draft, and you get him 14th overall.
I want to say this about this NFL draft, and I don't know where you guys stand on it. Feels like it's going by very, very quick.
Yeah.
Like this draft, we're an hour and a half in. We're already almost halfway through the draft.
Time flies when you're having fun.
It does, but I think time-wise, literally, like last year we did the draft, we didn't leave the downtown location we were at until almost like 1 or 2 a.m. Like we were out, and it wasn't us having a good time. We were like, show ended, and
it was
1 a.m.
Yeah.
And tonight we're halfway through, an hour and a half in. We might end at 11 tonight, boys. 12 o'clock.
I'm going to be interested to see what Shane Steichen does with Tyler Warren, though, because Caleb, I'm sure you know, like in college football last year, he was just a Swiss Army knife. Like he was a tight end. But Shane Steichen, we saw what he could do in Philadelphia as far as an offensive play call and designer. It's going to be tough. Anthony Richardson can't throw the ball deep down the field, but if you got Tyler Warren there with the yards after catch ability, weapon.
Yeah, I think if you're Tyler Warren, you're a happy man right now. Not only because you just got drafted to the NFL, but you got drafted to play for a coach like Shane Steichen. And like you said, Anthony Richardson needs as many weapons as he can. And Tyler Warren brings some pass protection as well. So this is the perfect pick for the Colts. I love it. It was a no-brainer. Now, let me say this. I know it's a player's draft. and not a positional draft. But do you think they had tight end in mind, the Colts? And if Loveland's there, do they take Loveland?
If I'm the Colts, I'm imagining that you think, hey, we're going to go with Colson Loveland 14th overall. Chicago takes him 10th, and you're sitting there like, thank God. Thank God. Because you cannot look me in the face straight and tell me that Colson Loveland is a better overall football player than Tyler Ward. You are lying to yourself. Is he a better route runner? Yes. Is he a better receiver? He could be.
Yeah.
But let's turn on the tape of Tyler Warren at Penn State. He's just the better football player. So, again, as a Lions fan in that top 10, I'm thrilled that Colson Loveland went A before Tyler Warren to the Bears as B. Like, cool. Thank you.
Yeah. We got the Falcons here on the clock.
This is going to be an edge.
This right here, it's an edge. There's still some Edgeville. James Pierce, obviously.
That's my
still on the board.
prediction. I'm going to go the James Pierce route here with this. I am.
Jalen Walker.
You got Jalen Walker still on the board?
Something's going on with Jalen. I think Jalen Walker is going to be a great football player. I don't know why you just keep passing on him.
I'm so mad Kenneth Grant just went, boys. I'm so mad.
I had Michael. Michael went.
I know, but I think Michael was like an easier, like, hey, he's probably going to go top 15.
Yeah, but there was
guys,
a chance Kenneth went before 20.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think it was more like.
You should be happy.
I'm not.
You should be.
That's
I tried telling you guys he was one of the best.
No, I don't care about that. I want Kenneth Grant in Honolulu Blue.
No,
That's
let me say this, fellas. You have A.J. Terrell on one side and Will Johnson on the other.
Good
Will
thought.
Johnson is still on the board.
What does that mean though when you have no
Wow.
pass rush? They already have Jesse Bates.
No, hey, you're right. Hey, but when you have multiple needs to fill, look, the Falcons aren't a great team defensively.
No,
They're not a great
but
team defensively. They have a lot of needs to fill. I'm not saying
offensively,
Will
they're
Johnson.
good.
Yeah, I'm saying I do believe Edge is the correct pick, but hey, Will Johnson is on the board and he's a really talented player. Obviously, there's a lot of
By the way-
the injury history. He's a little on the slower side, but I mean he's still a great football player.
I put in a bet plus 309. It was T-Mac to go first wide receiver outside of Hunter. Mason, first defensive lineman outside of Abdul Carter. Kenneth Grant, first round pick, locked. James Pierce, Will Johnson, Jahad Campbell, Mike Green, and the last one, Shador Sanders.
So first round.
That's a good
Nutty
yeah.
odds. I'm assuming. Let me see.
plus 309.
Come on.
That was
Good
just
value.
like a simple one. This is interesting. Commercial right when the Falcons are up. This one's interesting. Let's see if there's anything in. Tyler Warren, though, boys, to the Colts. What a good pick for
I didn't
them.
think that he was going to be sitting there. I really didn't. I thought he would be top 10. Don't turn out that way.
I'm surprised we've only seen one trade so far. It
Yeah,
was a
I
huge
thought there was
trade.
gonna
It was
be
a
a
huge
million.
trade. Well, we heard all the reports before that, and obviously there was a bomb. I mean, the Jags
Yeah.
trading up to 2. But we thought there was going to be more moves in the top 10. We didn't see one, and I mean that's one of the fun parts of the draft. You get to see trades, but I guess teams like where they're at right now. But I think once we get down the first round a little bit, teams are going to trade out. Teams are going to trade up. So
I gotta fill this in here real quick, boys. You guys.
I wonder if we let me look at the remaining edges on the board.
they got
Again,
Izaraku, James Pierce.
I still think there's a very good chance Brad Holmes moves up. Pistons down 5 with 2 minutes left.
They might be trying to trade here, boys. They might
Could
be
be.
trying to trade here.
I don't think you trade out of this spot
I
unless
don't
you're
but-
confident.
But there's like 3 or 4 players you could go with here.
Yeah,
Add
but
some value.
but then they have to get past the Cardinals, Bengals, Seahawks, and Bucks.
Yeah,
It's
but
just
like,
so weird though, because why are they taking so long? The pick's not in. They're obviously having conversations. They're having conversations right now. If it gets to 15 seconds and there's no pick in, I think they might trade.
Jahad Campbell would be nice.
yeah,
He'd be nice in Atlanta.
The next 5 picks, he'd be nice for Jahad Campbell. He can go anywhere here.
I mean, if they're unsure, I think you go best player available, and right now I do think that is Jalen Walker.
Yep. And they need it. They haven't had an edge rusher, a true edge rusher, since Vic Beasley and Adrian Claiborne had a year. That was it.
I'm getting nothing over here too.
Pick is in. Falcons pick is in.
I got nothing.
We haven't heard any noise about who we think the Falcons are going to take either through the offseason. All the Pistons country. Cade! Oh, that's a foul. Sorry, boys. Got excited watching that.
Pick is in, boys. Come on, who is it?
Pick is in.
Don't go edge. Let an edge fall to the Detroit Lions.
I would love
Let
an
an
offensive
edge fall
lineman
to the
here.
Detroit Lions.
That'd be huge.
They just lost the center last year. I can't remember the name. If Gray Zabel's on the board here, wouldn't be surprised there.
Come on. Go offensive lineman.
I still can't believe Tyler Booker went 12th overall.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Jeff, do you have it? Oh, you do? Okay,
Yeah.
I don't have it. Cool. Sick. I'm not going to look because I want this to be a – see that?
No.
That owner is a funny guy, too. Can't remember his name.
Yeah. Can't even remember who he is. He drives me nuts. I would say Thomas Dimitrov, but he was a old GM.
Raheem Morris. I'm sorry.
Arthur Blank.
Arthur Blank. Yeah, I'll say I want to apologize. Jeff, we're a year later. I will apologize for going at you guys about Michael Penix. Turned into a great pick.
Good pick. Yeah.
Well, a great.
No, they drafted their starting quarterback.
They did. Like, look how
They
bad
did.
Kirk was.
Yeah,
and
that was
they
a
just
great
got their
pick.
insurance.
They drafted their starting quarterback. When you draft
Fellow Southpaw.
fellas, I'm a southpaw too.
Southpaw
Tim
disconnected there. Tim Tebow's who you come with.
There we go. Falcons
All right.
is in.
Steve Young.
My guess again is James Pierce. I hope they don't go.
I'm gonna go
edge.
Jalen Walker.
I see Detroit at the bottom of the screen finally.
Got
We're
some life.
yeah.
Shout out Crackman. He's
Is he
down
there?
there.
You saw
Yeah.
him? There we go,
Of course
crack
he's
man.
there.
What a
Our Atlanta
legend.
Falcons.
Jalen
Jalen Walker, he goes
Right.
off the board.
They're
Goes off
That's
probably
the
the
right
board.
pick there.
Look, oh yeah, he's pumped up.
Yeah, Jalen Walker, guys, he's going to be a really good player
Wow.
in the NFL. He's extremely raw, but the upside with him is a Micah Parsons type of player. Now, that doesn't mean he's instantly going to be Micah Parsons, but you look at how Georgia used him. You could put him on the ball. You could put him off the ball. He is somebody that is just an explosive playmaker and wreaks havoc on the game. A lot of the times, if you watch Georgia's defenses, yeah, they got five-star guys everywhere and true caliber players. But he was the guy that jumped off the tape for you and really showed you, like, hey, this defense is the same type of thing. The versatility he brings. Raheem Morris, he just found himself a playmaker that they had not had in Atlanta in probably, honestly, a decade on that front seven.
What a good pick for them. The fact that they had an opportunity to even get Jalen Walker, who was supposed to be a top 10 pick, they didn't have to move up. I wouldn't be surprised, boys, if they like Jalen Walker so much where you're having those conversations to move up. And they were able just to sit back and go Jalen Walker at 15. I think, Jeff, you're also there. Can you check Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft and see? I think he had Jalen Walker going 15 to the Falcons. I think
Probably
he did.
did.
So that's big on Daniel Jeremiah. Good for him.
Yeah, I don't know why this pick took so long for the Falcons. I mean, when Jalen Walker's on the board at this point, a team that needs some pressure off the edge, I would have been drooling if I'm the Falcons. I would have like you said, I would have ran up to the board naked.
Okay, so Jalen Walker's there. Or he's gone, I should say. Who do you think the next best edge rusher remaining is? You got Mike Green, James Pierce, he's Araku.
I think those are the three. You're really looking at.
Those are the three, and I'm a James Pierce guy. I would take Jalen Walker over James Pierce. I think they made the right decision, but I mean, whatever team lands James Pierce, whether it's the Bucks at 19 or the Seahawks at 18.
I think this might be a Walt, or no, this is going to be a corner. This is going to be
Will
Johnson or Jade Barron.
Wow,
they met with both of them. Listen, I read
Will
things
Johnson
all
is a
week.
steal.
And I had Jade projected.
You know who's a quiet pick that I was thinking about doing in my mock, and I heard Daniel Jeremiah say today, Emeka Egbuka. You have him, you have Marvin Harrison, you have Trey McBride, you have Kyler Murray. I mean, Kyler Murray, they're paying him a lot of money. They have been. You got to get that number 1 overall pick out of him. And you put Marvin Egbuka there, the chemistry's naturally there. They got James Conner. They can go get defensive side in the second round and out, because defensively, not a lot of big names, but even when they played the Lions, boys, like Arizona played fucking hard physical defense. Took Darius Robinson, got Josh Sweat. Max Melton was solid for them year one, so they could go corner. But if they go Matthew Golden and Emeka Egbuka, yeah, I mean, I think honestly, Arizona's sitting in a great spot right now.
You know who's sitting in a great spot, Klotz?
Who's that?
Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Cincinnati is jumping up and down because, I mean, you have the three top edge rushers.
Yeah, like as far as getting to the quarterback outside of Abdul Carter, you have the top three guys.
Yeah.
Like Michael Williams and Jalen Walker are both very good defensive ends, but like pure edge rushers, which Trey Hendrickson is, he's a rock. James Pierce, Mike Green.
I do think, boys, I think this pick right now, we have finally crossed over the barrier. Detroit Lions trade area.
Trade to this.
We are here, 16 and on. I think 16 to 27, or not 27 because you probably just stay, but like 16 to that 25, 26 area. I think it's here because you do got to think if there's an edge rusher left on the board, and the Ravens are sitting there in front of you, you got to get in front of them. You have to find a way.
Yeah, I mean, with Cincinnati, Seattle, and Tampa Bay, the next three picks after the Cards pick is in, but after that, those could be the three edge rushers. That can be Pierce, Green, Ezraku. So, I mean, if I'm Brad Holmes, I'm making a call to at least try to get into that spot.
Yeah.
It's going to take a look because all three of those teams desperately need an edge presence. So, I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah. Because if
I
those
think
three
they go corner here, boys. If they stay in pick, I think it's either Jade or Will.
I don't hate it.
Every single thing that I read over the last month has been they want a corner, and they've met with both of them. They love both of them. All it came down to, it sounded like, was scheme fit. Like who's the better scheme fit? Will was technically, they said, the scheme fit, but everyone, all these Arizona websites, shout out Noah, he's in an Arizona website. I kept reading their website a lot. Was, hey, Jade, they love Jade as well.
Yeah, because Jade Barron just honestly,
you can't go wrong.
Besides Travis Hunter, the best pure defensive back in this class as far as just like what he does. I think Jade Barron at a nickel spot could perform better than Will Johnson at corner spot. Not by much, but I just think he's just such a good overall player. It's like a Brian Branch clone pretty much. And if you get that in the first round at any point, you're happy with that.
I like that. I like that Emeka Ibuka idea though, Klotz. Here for Arizona. I like that idea.
McBride, Ibuka, Marvin Harrison. Through all three levels, you have an issue.
I like it.
Walter Nolan here could definitely be in play.
I mean, the corners.
Just the line straight up to get Walter Nolan.
Yeah. I mean, who did we mock for the longest to the Cardinals? Our first
Kenneth Grant.
Kenneth Grant and Walter Nolan. Those were the two.
Pick is in. The Raj. Taking the podium. All right, Cardinals about to make their pick right now. 16th overall in the NFL draft of 2025. And the pick is Walter Nolan. Walter Nolan goes off the board. Defensive tackle out of Ole Miss. Great pick here.
Great pick.
I love this pick for Arizona. I love this pick. This isn't even a guy we really brought up. This is not a guy we really brought up. Look, Walter Nolan's a football player, and he brings the presence in the inside. Love this pick for Arizona. Good pick.
I love that.
Good pick.
We've been rotating breakdowns, and I said, last second, I go, Caleb, you got Walter Nolan.
Chat, you just saw me look at Booner go.
That was so fun, dude. That felt like that was awesome.
Look, I like Walter Nolan, but here in this spot, I mean, I'm a James Pierce guy. I'm a James Pierce guy, and I'm a Mike Green guy.
They did just draft an edge rusher. Big kind of tweener. It was a kind of a tweener from Detroit out of Mizzou last year, Darius Robinson. But with Walter Nolan, he's not like a massive power defensive tackle, but like he's quick. Like he kind of reminds me of like a Mason Graham type, where it's like he's got that size, but the athleticism. And like I was watching his film last night actually because I was clipping some stuff for the show, and I was just shocked like that Walter Nolan's not being talked about anymore because he just plays violent, dominates quarterbacks,
He's
throws them around.
He plays
dude.
angry too, to your point, Boone.
Throws them around.
He reminds me a little bit bigger than Kalijah Cansey, but a similar player to Kalijah Cansey because you see the sack production that he does have. Was at Texas A&M, I believe, that like 4.5, 5 sacks. Then he transfers Ole Miss and is the best player on their defense, an incredibly loaded defense. I mean, you think of Jared Ivey, J.J. Pegg, Prince Umulayan, Trey Amos, so many guys on that defense, and Walter Nolan was leading the charge.
Let me talk to you about Jared Ivey.
Can I say something about that too? Can I say real quick?
Jared Ivey?
I remember Jared Ivey when the whole draft process started.
Yeah,
Jared Ivey was the guy. Like he was the guy for the Detroit Lions. Where'd he go?
He's swimming there in the second, third round. He's still going to be a good player. It's just do a little bit more research. You fall in love with guys, fall out of love with guys. I think Jared Ivey's still a good player. Don't get me wrong. But he's not like you're asking me. I was pulling hairs between Jared Ivey and Jordan Birch. I'm taking Jordan Birch every day of the week now. But he fits what the Lions want in a power rusher.
And Boone, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You could.
Oh no, I'm locked into this real quick.
I am so excited for these next 3 picks. And if I'm these teams, I'm so excited to be in this position with 3 really good edge rushers left.
I mean, that's good because the Cardinals, who do we just pick up from them? Roy Lopez, they're able to get him on the inside. In the NFC West, Matthew Stafford. Now they got Sam Darnold, so you can mess with him a little bit. And then Brock Purdy. So the middle of that defense has got to be good, not to mention the running backs, Kyron Williams, Charbonnet, Kenneth Walker, Christian McCaffrey. And even when they lose Christian McCaffrey, I can promise you Kyle Shanahan is going to have a running back to abuse and potentially hurt, but still have a really good running offense. So this is a pick that's going to help now and in the future because, like you said, Boone, they got Darius Robinson last year in the draft. They just went out, got Josh Sweat. You secure that front 7 out with Walter Nolan in the middle of it. So Jonathan Gannon, he's definitely a happy guy. Secondary, Max Melton, he's going to get a little bit better. Buda Baker. I think Arizona just leaning into what they are as an identity, and that's a defensive football team, even though you look at that roster and think offensively. But defensively, they're going to be really good up front for a long time.
Little update on the Pistons here. The Pistons are down 4 with 3 seconds left with the ball.
Tough game, man.
Tough. You want to win that one at LCA, but That's why
My
they play
bad,
7.
boys. I am locked in trying to get this.
You're good, man.
We ran out of characters in our ticker. I didn't
Might
know
have
that
to
was-
abbreviate.
That's what I'm going down right now. I didn't know that was possible. What's the abbreviation for Georgia?
UGA.
That one really got me.
All right, boys. Caleb, you just said that the Bengals are in perfect spot right
Perfect spot.
now. What do you think the move is?
I'm James Pierce. He's the best edge rusher left on the board, in my opinion. Look, I like Mike Green as well, but Pistons just lost, by the way. Damn.
Tough. Go down 2-1 to the Knicks at home. They hit the 3 to. My God, that's a tough game.
And part of me, look, I keep saying James Pierce because secretly Mike Green's my guy, and I'm hoping he's somehow there.
I was like, we're not saying Mike Green a lot. I wonder why.
Yeah, he's hopefully he's there for,
I think that's
for
the
Lions
pick
to
here.
make a move.
I'm going Mike Green here if I had to make one for 17th overall.
I would just say an edge rusher at the end of the day.
Draft is going by quick though, Boom.
It is. It is going by very quick. I just saw the pick, so I'm not going to comment.
So did I, man. I have these notifications on because I was over there.
I'll keep it on and send it to him.
This could be Will Johnson too. Yeah, I don't.
Where'd you get that?
Keeps it on him at all times.
I always have a flag on
I feel like you always got your pockets full.
I got
just
something
stuff.
going. Yeah.
Doohickeys and stuff.
I don't know what that is. That
Doohickeys
sounds
are wild.
crazy. I had to pop my popcorn back there, and it spilled everywhere.
Nice, dude.
Yeah,
Think
that's
I could
all.
munch on that popcorn real quick, Boom? Take a bite?
Yeah. Let me grab it.
Yeah, I gotcha.
All right, pick is in for the Bengals.
Shador is
Big
still
draft,
waiting.
big draft for the
Shador's
Bengals.
still sitting there waiting.
He's waiting.
Is he not? Did he not go to the draft?
No, he did not. I think from the jump. Oh yeah, hey, get like 2 of them or something.
Can you grab me a water?
Can you give me a water as well?
Yeah, thanks.
Water.
Hey. Yeah. You're a go, man. As soon as he walks away, Lions trade. That'll be crazy, man. Joe Klatt looks flat Stanley.
I mean, let's not be nasty.
Phineas
Here,
and
Boone.
Ferb.
Let's not be nasty.
So real quick, I know I'm not going to tell the story because we're on a draft show. It's just a random story. I don't want the people to be like, what are we doing here? Here we go. Roger Goodell. Pick is in. Bengals. I have had, and let me pull up who I had mocked to the Bengals. I had Kenneth Grant,
I had Easy
defensive
Rock
line.
repeatedly. I just think it Donovan Easy Rock, when you look at it, he's a Trey Hendrickson clone, but
Which one?
Second one, Lions. Yeah.
Yeah, that could be the boys. By the way, reports here. I'll throw it out there. The reports. Jordan Schultz. Shout out Jordan Schultz. Starbucks. Seahawks are looking to trade back. Just thought for the Lions. Shamar Stewart. Bengals.
wow.
That's great
All
for
right,
them.
hey,
That's
and it's
great
great
for
for
them.
me as a Lions fan knowing he's not going to be on the board at 28. We can avoid that. We can avoid that situation.
I think Shamar is going to be very good.
You've been higher on Shamar, so explain what the attractive situation.
Listen, I don't care about the production, all that. You see the film here. The one thing with Shamar Stewart that I love is his explosiveness. How hard of a pass rusher he is. He stops the run at a very high level. But you see it on there. The number one thing, disruption. Disruption. Look at that. Disruption. When you see a guy like Shamar Stewart play, I mean, this kid, Klotz, he disrupts every play no matter what. And I think the one big thing and the knock on him, it's the same thing with Nick Scorton when he came from Purdue and had, 6-7 sacks at Purdue. There's something going on in Texas A&M to where they're kind of a little bit of a zone defensive line. Hey, let's read the run first. If it's not there, get to the quarterback. If you really watch Shamar Stewart's film, you see the hesitation. You see the reading. And he's always a half a second late there. If he doesn't have that, and the Bengals just look at Shamar Stewart and say, get to the quarterback, look at the division we're in. Go get to the quarterback.
Yep.
He will have, I'll say this, at some point of his career, he's going to be a double-digit sack guy. He will be.
That could be the case, Billy.
He's that
could
good.
be the case.
He's got
And
a very high
I
ceiling.
know you are able to look past the production or lack thereof, but me personally, I just cannot. If you're the Cincinnati Bengals, The upside is there with Shamar Stewart. When I look at Shamar Stewart, he's a half step too late in college football. There's a huge chance that he's a half step late in the NFL in that case, in my opinion, especially when you look at the offense or defensive lineman he was playing with. Walter Nolan played with, Nick Scourton. He's played with some talented defensive line groups. And I think there's a lot of upside there, but there's a lot of risk. If I'm sitting at a GM spot at pick 17 with Mike Green, James Pierce, Donovan Izaraku, you can bet your ass, me personally again, that I'm not turning in the slip with Shamar Stewart. If you're trading back, you're adding value. I don't, but in the first round, I don't like it. I wouldn't say that I hate it because there is a lot of upside there. But this is a swinging for the fences and hope it hits type of pick. And the Bengals, if any team needs that, it is them. But I just don't know how likely it's going to be.
All right, there are reports here as well that the Patriots have had conversations about trading back into the first round. I did see reports right after they picked that they instantly, Mike Vrabel, I think, spoke with media or spoke with someone and made the comment that they're still looking about trading in, and it's kind of confirmed that they are still looking. Thank you so much, brother.
Thank you.
Hey, can you snag this? Thank you, bro.
Well, how do you like this idea? And I know Jeff will like this. How do you feel about the Giants trading back up with the Seahawks here and taking?
I would not be.
Shedeur
They're not. If the Giants trade in, they're not taking Shedeur. I can guarantee you that.
Really?
They will be taking Jackson Dart. I think it's almost confirmed that they're not big Shedeur.
Wow.
No, half of their front office, at least the reports that I've seen over the last week, the front office loves Shedeur. Brian Dable and the coaches want Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
And it's because of the mobility. It's because of the big playmaking ability. Yeah. Which isn't a bad knock again.
Back to Shamar Stewart for 1 second. Kind of to your point, Klotz. You look at 4.5 sacks in a college career, that is, and being a first-round pick, that's crazy. I think this is a pick where the entire draft room, everyone has to be on board, where everybody just looks at each other like, do we love this kid?
Yep.
Like, is this kid legit? Because the numbers are not there. We don't have numbers to back it up. But, I mean, he showed out at the combine, and like you're saying, Boone, the tape is there.
I do want to say, too, it sounds like, too, the Bucs are willing to trade back from some reports from Ian Rappaport.
Trade, the Seahawks are picking.
Yep, and the Bucs right now, that's another team to look on. The Bucs are a team willing to look to trade back for a team that wants a quarterback. Just another update for the people if you're in here listening.
I'm very interested to see when the next wide receiver goes off the board here.
By the way, Jahad Campbell's still on the board. That's a big one.
Yeah.
Especially with the Bucs coming up. A lot of people had them mocked with Jahad Campbell, including myself.
I think the James Pierce slide, maybe not all the way to the second round, Boone, like you had, but I think the James Pierce slide is definitely real. He's sitting there at 28, boys, and you pass on James Pierce.
I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, they didn't meet with him. What's the one thing we talk about with Brad Holmes? It's he drafts guys they meet with. I don't know if he's ever drafted a guy in the first round that they did not meet with. And James Pierce is one guy that they did not. As much as we love him. I wouldn't be shocked, though, if Brad just says, let's just do it.
All right, Seahawks 18th overall.
Oh, wow.
The Raj stepping up to the plate here.
You got this one, John? All right.
All right, Seahawks, who they take here? Gray Zabel. So Gray Zabel is off the board.
I'm going to say this about Gray, too, boys. You see it up there on the board, 5-position flexibility. This kid, I said it the other night on the show. He's played left tackle this last year. A couple years ago, he played right tackle. He's played guard. He has snaps at center. He's filled in. He can play everything. He can play every position. This is a good pick for the Seahawks. I really do think. With K9 up front, I did think they might go. I thought there was a chance they might go wide receiver.
Yeah.
Just based off of you have JSN, an older Cooper Kupp. But I think this is good, especially if you're trying to just start from the trenches. This is good.
Yeah, between Charles Cross, Abraham Lucas, Seattle over the last couple of years has invested heavily on the exterior of their offensive line with the tackles. If you look at the contract, they just signed Sam Darnold to Kenneth Walker, Zach Charbonnet, who we brought up a ton already in the show. They have to protect the interior of that offensive line, or you're not going anywhere in the NFC West or the NFC in general when you look at the defenses. And I do think they're a step behind quarterback play-wise. Like, I understand Sam Darnold looked great this year. It's the first time you've seen that out of Sam Darnold. He was protected. He had a lot of time. I understand there was games where he got sacked a lot when you look at the Lions game and then the Rams game in the playoffs. But for the most part, Sam Darnold had a clean pocket.
Yep.
He's going to need that again in Seattle, especially if you want to beat McVay, Kyle Shanahan, Mike McDonald, defensive coach. But he understands the importance of an offensive line and having a guy like that in there. Another player mocked to the Detroit Lions that is off the board. So Gray Zabel will not be landing in Detroit. He will not be wearing Honolulu blue lineups to Panay, Frank Ragnow, and the boys.
Yeah, the versatility from Gray Zabel is so important to any offensive line. And you bring in a guy like Sam Darnold, who you just gave a good amount of money. You want to be able to protect him. But if Sam Darnold doesn't work out and you bring a young guy in, you want to make sure you have a foundation already there for him. And Gray Zabel is the perfect guy to do it. He's one of my favorite, I think one of our favorites, offensive linemen in this draft. And, yeah, he tackle, guard, center.
I would have loved. I'll say this:
Swiss Army knife on the offensive line.
One of my favorite picks, and when we did our most wanted, our top 5 most wanted for the Detroit Lions, I had Gray Zabel at number 3 or 4. I would have loved him. I had 2 edge rushers to start with Mike Cal, who's off the board, and then who did I have second? Drawing a blank, can't remember. And then third, I had Gray Zabel.
Yeah, I think
Donovan Izaraku 5th.
Yep, you had him on there, I believe, at 4th.
Kenneth Grant.
Definitely name to watch out for now that Gray Zabel's off the board for the Lions. I think Donovan Jackson.
Yeah, they met with Donovan Jackson.
Yeah, they like him a lot. I can't blame them too when you watch the film.
They did meet with Donovan Jackson. That was or even Josh Connerly. Josh Connerly is a big one. Oh my gosh, this is big, boys. We're starting to get to a point where
this is Mike
Brad
Green.
Holmes.
That's mine. This is Mike Green. I think.
So I want to think about this. What? Jahad Campbell.
Right here, I think.
Yeah.
God, that would be huge for the Lions. Even though I love Jahad Campbell, but I mean. Who's picking? Denver's picking 20.
Yep. They got the Steelers.
That's a trade down spot, I think. Because if they like a guy like Hampton, they could trade back to a later in the first round to get Hampton. Or if they like Matthew Golden, I don't know. Does he get past the Chargers?
Bucks are picking. They are not trading. That is confirmed.
Nice.
Adam Schefter. The Bucks are making their pick. The Bucks and Seahawks back to back will take the calls. Honestly, you want me to be real with you guys?
Okay.
If Jahad Campbell's off the board, if Mike Green's off the board, James Pierce, if Josh Connerly goes in the next 8 picks, Detroit Lions are out.
What about Izaraku?
They're out. They're dropping.
Yeah, I agree.
I think they're out if that happens.
What about a Will Johnson here for the Bucks?
I don't hate that.
I like that.
I don't hate it.
Or Jahdae Barron. They're both still there.
No corners. It's like someone said corners could fall in this.
When we did our final mock draft on Friday, the mock draft we do together, I traded up 10 spots as Green Bay to go get Will Johnson. If Will Johnson is sitting there for them at 23, I'm going to punch a hole in the wall.
Jeff, do you have this pick?
The pick is in Tampa's War Room. Todd Bowles and the boys. They look hype about it. If I had to guess, it's got to be defense side of football.
This is a big one, boys.
So could they take last in the first round? Graham Barton?
Yes. Yeah, I think so.
I think 24th.
I could be wrong.
Or was
but
Kalijah Cansey a first-round pick?
He was a
2
kid
years. 2 years ago, yeah. A lot of people in Detroit wanted him. Adam loved him. Kalijah's good.
Walter Nolan type.
I still like the players they got of it. I think this is a crazy pick. This one's a shocking one. Look at Gilly.
How did he get invited?
Waldo and Gilly might be some of my favorite guys. I love him, bro.
What does that say? The rejected will be respected from Dion.
That's Dion Jr.
Oh,
philosopher.
Yeah.
Philosopher.
Jeff, if anyone, Jeff Iafrate, the biggest Dion fan, Shador fan.
Come on, boys.
Shout out to, I know we got a lot of people in here. We got almost 600 people in here. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Make sure you guys subscribe to our channel. We're live every day. We're live every day for the draft. Tomorrow, we're going to be live in the morning, breaking down kind of the full NFL draft, everything. We're going to be live for the Lions tomorrow night. We will be live as well Saturday for the full Day 3, we'll be live in the morning breaking stuff down. And then Sunday, we'll be live as well, breaking everything down. And then we do our live show 8 to 10 every single weekday.
Under 10 picks away from the Lions, too.
We're right there. We're in striking distance, I'm telling you, boys.
I keep thinking it's like 7 o'clock outside.
Yeah.
Like,
like
it doesn't feel like it.
Yes,
We got no windows in here. I think it's that one. I keep hearing it too.
I don't know. It was weird. It was
right,
the last time we did a show here. We got flagged for music. It was a Lizzo song. We got hit with a Lizzo song.
Here's Rod. Shout out DraftKings Social, by the way.
Oh, we'd love them. The best.
Let's see. Boone said this is an interesting pick. Let's see what it is.
Whoa!
A Mecca. Boone.
Yeah.
Whoa!
That's a bit. That's a.
Wow. I like this pick,
I don't know.
I love Emeka Egbuka, man.
This is what you're getting, okay, in Emeka Egbuka. You like Chris Godwin. You see how Chris Godwin works in this offense. Chris Godwin's coming off a major injury after another major injury before that. You're giving the future of Chris Godwin basically in Emeka Egbuka. And you have a guy in McMillan last year. You can play on the outside. They're 4 deep at wide receiver right now with a quarterback in Baker Mayfield, who that's what he needs. They have a good tight end. They have a good running back duo. If you're Tampa for probably the next 2 to 3 years, all you have to worry about is offensive line and defense. I think Emeka Egbuka, there's a very good chance he's probably top 3, if not the most productive wide receiver in this draft class. You look at how he runs his routes. He's extremely fluid. He's a pro's pro when it comes to wide receiver. When this dude came out the womb, they said, you know what, this guy's going to be an NFL wide receiver, and that's how he plays. He understands the game of football. That's what he does. He understands leverage. There's not going to be many answers that you can have for this Tampa Bay offense going into next year if you're defensive coordinator playing against him.
Crazy thing about this, like Emeka Egbuka, is you know what you have in Chris Godwin and Mike Evans. Chris Godwin, you just signed to a deal, but Mike Evans is kind of at that point where how long does he have left? Does he really want to play? Like, he has years left, but he doesn't have to. You know what I mean? Like, there is a point where it's like, hey, we need our next guy. I love how Tampa just every year just goes and gets weapons. Yeah. Like last year they went and got Bucky Irving. Like, I love it. Like, that offense with Baker Mayfield, I think it might be one of the most underrated offenses in the entire NFL. Baker, Bucky Irving, Rashad White, and then you have Mike Evans, Emeka Egbuka, and Chris Godwin now. Jalen McMillan. That's 4 very good wide receivers. Trey Palmer, Kate Ine. I think it's in that offensive line, stout. Tristan Wirfs, one of the best in the league. I like what the Bucs have. It's a scary team. It is a scary offense.
That'll be because I believe that they play the Buccaneers again this year, I believe, and that's just a team that they're always a thorn in the Lions' side, but now it's like, okay, they just got a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, look, like Boone said, Mike Evans getting up there in age, and I think Chris Godwin, he has there's a club option in his contract in like 2027, so they're probably not going to pick this up after drafting Egbuka, but it's going to be a good offense. But there were some edges there that I just feel like the Bucs couldn't pass on.
Yeah, but their defensive line isn't terrible, though. No,
it's not. But is it good enough to pass on the guys available?
Well, you're not going to find Emeka Egbuka in the second round.
No, you would not. Emeka Egbuka could end up being the best wide receiver in this class.
Do you feel like you can find
very good.
James Pierce, similar Mike Green in this loaded defensive? I think that's the question that Tampa asked, and with the head coach and Todd Bowles, I think it's pretty clear. Like, hey, that was their guy.
I respect them keep loading up that offense and giving Baker some weapons.
Yeah, losing Liam Cohen too.
Yeah, that is going to be. I mean, you named them: Bucky Irving, Mike Evans.
Boys, I'm going to run to the
Godwin.
bathroom real quick so I can get back for the Pittsburgh pick. I want to see Pittsburgh.
Lions are going to trade their pick while you're gone, so you know.
Klotz, here, look, I like the Broncos. I'm a Bo Nix guy. You can tell in that Sean Payton offense, he wants a bell cow. He wants a bell cow. He didn't have one last year. Javonte Williams struggled. He tried a couple other guys. You could tell he wants to run the football, but he couldn't do it effectively last year because he didn't have a guy. I wouldn't hate. I'm trying to think of the offensive lineman left on the board. I wouldn't hate an offensive lineman here because if they pick one up, they're one of the best groups in football.
Yeah, but their offensive line last year was pretty tough.
That's why if they pick one up, they're solidified one of the best in football. But Amari and Hampton, that is my pick here. I've mocked him to the Broncos many times. I love that pick.
Here's what I'm doing, especially the fact that Egbuka just went. the draft, especially later on, middle parts, I feel like it's a draft of runs where you see a run on receivers, run on tackles, run on defensive linemen. I think especially with Pittsburgh, the Chargers, Green Bay right here, you take Matthew Golden, you take Luther Burden, you take whoever you want there because you can find Travion Henderson, Quinshon Johnson, Caleb Johnson. There's guys in the second round you can find, but you're not finding the wide receiver on the board right now that you want, unless you trade back up. But you got him right now. And especially T-Mac's off the board. My whole thing with I didn't really like T-Mac to Denver is Cortland Sutton, 6'4", 6'5", outside wide receiver. Yeah. You got Luther Burden, Matthew Golden sitting on the board for you right now. Find that perfect complement. Why have two trucks when you can have a car? You can have a car and a truck. That's two different purposes. Well, it's like in basketball. Like when you have two guards, do you want two scorers or do you want a facilitator and a scorer? Obviously, different sports, but I think contrast is extremely important in most things, especially in sports. So to have Bo Nix to have a guy that can go deep and run through the middle of the field, I think that's the way you should go. If you take Marion Hampton, all fucking power to you. Like, I'm not mad at it either.
If they do go receiver here, I think Jade fits a little bit better in this system. He runs like the wind. I think he fits perfectly with Cortland Sutton. But, man, if I see – and, look, I'm in a Dynasty League, too. I don't know if you play Dynasty football, so this matters a lot, like where all these offensive players going. And if Amarian Hampton is a Denver Bronco, I have the 8th pick. I'm trading up into that top pick. Dude, he is behind a really good offensive line, a good passing game. I mean, even though they lose their passing coordinator to us, Johnny Morton, but
they got Sean Payton. You did not just act like –
whoa, what? Our guy, Johnny Morton.
Yeah, you're acting like Denver's going to be in quarterback hell.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
David Shaw left too, plucked him away.
Yeah, but
you still got Sean.
Yeah. Again, these corners are still on the board. You have Pat Surtain. I don't think Denver goes with one here, but I mean,
have
the
Riley
Chargers
Moss too.
Yeah, you got the Chargers, you got Green Bay, you got Minnesota. I mean, they're drooling right now. Man.
I would love for Detroit to trade up with Minnesota.
They won't. They learned their lesson last time. I don't think they can, especially with these corners left on the board. If Jade and Will Johnson are there, and I just don't think they want to trade in the division. There's actually no chance. I think they do that. Minnesota. I don't think there's a chance in hell. Green Bay or Minnesota.
20 spots for J-Mo.
That's what I'm saying. They learned their lesson already.
Do it again. All right.
I'm excited for this pick.
Broncos country. Let's see who they had here. 20th overall pick. The Raj coming back up to the board. Jeff, you got the pick?
And the NFL is proud to support the life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants. Yes. One of those wishes will be coming true right now.
Let's go.
Zan is a 17-year-old Broncos fan.
Caleb locked in his pick for Marion Hampton. I locked mine in for Matthew Golden here. I said there's going to be a run on wide.
Don't tell us.
Shout out to Make-A-Wish. I love that stuff.
Shout out.
So
shout
sick.
out.
His wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his
I think the wide receiver
Love
here.
that, dude. That is so cool.
Amarion Hampton.
wish comes true. Take it away, team.
This is sweet. Oh,
Johnny
Barron.
This
Texas
is a crazy
corner.
pick, though, because of Patrick Surtain.
That's
Just one defensive player of the year. Now you have Jade Barron and Patrick Surtain on the same roster. Wow.
And they got good safety play going on there. You can have Patrick Surtain on the outside and Jade Barron on the inside. This is a really good. I wouldn't have expected this. I would have thought they went weapon here. But who do they have in the division, boys? Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes. You look at the Raiders, they just got Brock Bowers. The Chargers, they're probably going to get a tight end, if not a good wide receiver here. They got Ladd McConkey already. Jade Barron's a perfect just stopping block and wrinkle for the Broncos' defensive game plan when you're going up against these divisional teams and just anyone in general. I've said it. I'm sure you boys agree. Jade Barron is a very similar player to Brian Branch. And when you can add that to a defense that's already very good, they got Hufanga in the back. They got Patrick Surtain, Jade Barron. Their front seven was up there with sacks in the NFL this year. Denver's defense, they get better, and you need to in a division with Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, and Pete Carroll over there with Geno Smith.
I think it's a good. I do think defensively, like what does this team live on? They live on that defense, and I know offensively, you know that they need weapons and they need help. But that defense is one of the best defenses in the entire NFL. They added Drake Greenlaw this offseason. I mean, that's one of the best. They have one of the best defenses in the NFL.
You're turning into a complete team if you're Denver.
Yeah. I mean, they need offense. They need to get a weapon in the second round. If they could go get I'll throw this out there.
Xavier Restrepo.
That's legit what I was going to say, bro. That's crazy.
He's slower than.
That is legit what I was going to say. No, dude, he's a football player.
One thing we will not tolerate on the show is Xavier
But
Restrepo.
that is crazy.
And that's what you want.
That is crazy. Now here, look.
I just want
Our
to make
guy Jeff is off camera right here, but here the Pittsburgh Steelers are up at 21, and this is Shedeur Sanders territory.
So if Jeff's gonna be in shambles. You
I just want to make a comment.
This is your chance right here.
Will Johnson, I got killed for having him in the 20s. I'm a Michigan man, a Michigan fan. I got killed for having him in the 20s. It is 21.
22. He's going 22.
That's fine, but I had him in the 20s, and people were like, he's not going in the 20s.
It's one of those
the way the draft falls. What did I say? Defense line, O-line. What's been this draft?
All eyes are on him. All eyes are on Shedeur.
D-line, O-line.
I'm with you, Boone. It's just, and I understood what you were saying. It's just, it's still to me, it's like we are going to look back on this draft and say, how did Will Johnson fall in this one?
I agree with. But when I did my first round mock, I just kept looking at it and I kept going, how is he on the board still? Offensive line, defensive line. They put this pick in fast.
Is it Shedeur? Is it Amarion Hampton?
Amarion, Matthew Golden, Nick Amanawari. I love Nick Amanawari, by the way. We saw him at the combine. Yeah.
Is it Derek Harmon?
Imagine the Lions somehow getting it.
He is. They run a 3-4 too. Steelers pick is in.
This is a big one, boys.
If it's not Shedeur here, it's.
Dude,
I think we're about to
Shedeur doesn't go here.
He's not going in the first round.
No, disagree. If he doesn't go here, there's going to be a lot of action from 28 to 32.
But you just said if the Giants trade up, it's not him.
Browns can trade back up and get a quarterback. Steelers can trade back up. All these teams can trade back up.
Yeah. Who are your contenders to trade out of the first?
Detroit, Baltimore, the Rams.
Minnesota.
I think the Rams trade out. Minnesota can trade out. Kansas City. I wouldn't be Philly. I wouldn't be shocked. I think almost all of them. Besides, I think Buffalo stays because they need a corner.
Everybody past Houston.
If Will Johnson's there, Buffalo stays.
All right, Pittsburgh. Do they take Shedeur?
Shout out Raj, by the way.
Derek Harmon.
He goes in the first, boys.
The defensive tackle out of Oregon. Jeff's guy. Shedeur Sanders does not go off the board.
Look at him on the screen, too. Like, power. Look at him. Power. He is, and you just saw it on the screen, stout in the run game, dominates in the run game, to be honest. And he's just like all these other defensive tackles in this draft class, especially that have size, just athletic, man. Athletic. And he's one of the, outside of the defensive tackles, he has one of the higher kind of ceilings for a pass rush. If you really watch his game, that ceiling for a pass rush, there.
Yeah, TJ Watt, it's a good defensive line there in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Derek Harmon and what he can do. I think when you look at him, Christian Wilkins kind of closed there. And I think you put him in the middle there and you let him develop under Cam Hayward, inside of Alex Highsmith, inside of TJ Watt. Mike Tomlin obviously loves defense. You get Derek Harmon, got Keanu Benton there already on the inside. I think there's a lot of good things that can happen in Pittsburgh. They got to keep their front seven good. If Pittsburgh
flag on the play for Jeff.
Pittsburgh could be a little average
flag
right
on the
now,
play.
But the second Pittsburgh loses their defense, they're going to go do terrible.
Yeah.
So they're shoring up their front seven. A lot of people thought it'd be Kenneth Grant. He went 13th overall. The Dolphins, some fucking how it still infuriates me. But they get the next best guy with Walter Nolan off the board with Derek Harmon. I think Derek Harmon can be a really good pro.
So I'll say this. We're on to the next pick. The Chargers are on the board. I think the Chargers end up, and I don't have a thing here. Let me put what I had. I think the Chargers, hold on. Let me pull up my mock draft just so that people can kind of get a feel for where we feel like. I had Matthew Golden going to the Chargers. They've met with him. Another weapon for Justin Herbert. I think this starts getting interesting. I think Green Bay stays in picks. Once you get to Minnesota, Caleb, you were asking, hey, what teams could we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 teams after the Chargers left. That's it. This first round is going by so fast. After Green Bay is when I think trade backs. You see the Cleveland Browns at 33, the Giants at 34. Your Titans, Cleveland again.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's if Matthew Golden starts to fall. Tennessee, I would not be shocked at all if they go up and they just got Cam Ward. Get him a wide receiver one to develop.
But the thing is I've been pretty consistent on this last couple days, and I said it on the show already. There's only been 2 quarterbacks in the NFL history that have gone 33 overall. That's it.
And then
some other guy. That's it. If you want a quarterback, you want that 5th-year option, and you're going to go up to get a 5th-year option. You're not going to say and be like, we'll just take him to start the 2nd round. No, you want that extra year. That extra year, in my opinion, is worth giving up a 3rd-round pick or a 4th-round pick.
It is.
Especially if you think he's going to be your franchise guy.
And with the edge, you're right. With all the edges left on the board, all these teams are trade back candidates. I mean, when you look at Cleveland right there, they can give those 2. I mean, they can give
got another 2nd.
Yeah.
That's insane.
It's going to be interesting. I think we start. I know. I said I was like, there's going to be a record number of trades in the 1st round today.
Mm-hmm.
We've gotten 1 trade.
But it was a huge
massive
trade.
trade. And I was expecting in the 1st round there to be a trade from all the combos, but I'm more shocked that there has been more. I think most of it. And actually, someone said it a couple days ago. Well, Johnson to the Chargers. That's a great pick, though. Someone was saying the other day there's going to be more trades in the back 10 of the draft than there will be in the whole 1st round. So
you could see that.
So we're about to get to 10 here after this pick. 10 left.
I'm thinking Brad loves making moves with NFC North teams right in front of him. If Brad makes a trade, I feel like it's going to be the next 2 picks.
Well, they're both NFC North teams.
I know.
I don't know if he'll make one.
3,
he makes them actually all the time with
like the Vikings.
He did it with the Vikings. He's done it with the Packers, I think, before too.
In the 2nd round.
Outside.
You like that number?
I mean, that's wild. Outside of Will Johnson, who would you guys say is the most surprising player that has slipped so far?
Mike Green this far, I would not have thought happening.
Donovan Izaraku, I know a lot of people had him falling. Amarion, I thought there was an opportunity. There was a week span a couple weeks ago where reports were Amarion could go higher than like top 15. Matthew Golden, I thought would have been off the board by now.
I think once we start getting to like pick 25, that's when I'll be like, okay.
Jihad might be the biggest one, boys.
I'm Malachi Starks. That's another player too.
Jihad Campbell could be right now.
But if Jihad didn't have the shoulder injury, he's a top 15 pick. Locked. Jeff, I have nothing for this pick. I don't know if you do.
The pick isn't even in yet.
They might be looking to trade. This is interesting.
What does Jimmy have cooking here?
I don't know.
Yeah, Jeff said it off camera, but Will Johnson is definitely someone to keep an eye on here.
It looks like they're picking. Are they still having conversations?
He's watching the commercial.
Are they frozen?
No, they're moving.
All right, yeah, they got moved.
Bro's picking his nose right there.
They're moving around.
What's the conversation
Jesse
here? I don't
Minter
see any
here.
celebrating. I don't see anything.
They're calling it in right now. Or they have the phone. They might be trading. Keep your eyes peeled, boys.
Come up, Brad.
Come on. Oh, this could be it right here, boys. This could really be it.
I'm getting nothing. I'm getting no alerts here.
Come on, give me something.
I've got no text messages from Allen Park. I'm interested. Hey, if we do a post-draft show, I know the doc's busy. I'm going to try and get the doc on. Or maybe in the morning we get them on.
Come on, Brad. Make a move here.
I'm getting nothing. Caleb, I need you to put your phone down. You can't see.
Well, if it happens, I need to.
You can't see. I got you here. We need reactions. I want a Caleb reaction.
Look, here's what I want right now. And
we're 6 away from the Lions, too.
I really, obviously, I trust Brad as a player evaluator, but man, the edge is still there. And like Klotz said, you jump those divisional opponents, Green Bay and Minnesota, and go get your guy here. That would be electric. Whether it's James Pierce, Mike Green, Izaraku, I mean, that would be a baller move by Brad Holmes.
Let's do the math real quick. Let's pull up who's left on the board. Okay.
Sure. Yep.
Best available. There's 6 picks before us. Will Johnson goes down to 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
James Pierce, 4. Jahad Campbell, Mike Green, Donovan
Simmons.
Izaraku, Josh Simmons. They're going to have a chance at either Donovan Izaraku, Mike Green, Jahad Campbell, James Pierce, or Will Johnson. The Lions will have an opportunity.
Hey, and that's a good spot.
And
to
those
be
are
in.
all guys I think we all could agree, like, you trade back?
I thought that would be. I thought I'd never hear that fucking noise again, man.
Yeah, I thought we were done.
No, it's never
After
going
today, it's or after Sunday.
Yeah.
we're done with it.
Man, what's going on? What is he doing? The pick's in, right?
No,
What is he? What is going on?
they're making trades. They're like, we got 30 seconds left. Do they want to do the deal?
He looks.
He just has
Jim
another
looks
GM on the
uncomfortable.
phone.
Yeah, they definitely were. They definitely were working a deal.
Can I look at my phone now? I'm getting a little antsy.
No, I got you. I got it here. I have one of the hottest phones in Michigan when
Yeah.
it comes to insider information. I will get you the news. All right.
Yeah. All right.
I'll text.
This is
us.
such a hard. This is such a Harbaugh move, though.
4, 3.
What if they lose their pick?
2.
Pick is in. I don't know what's going on. It has
What is
to be
lost 2025? Oh, that's the players they lost.
players. They didn't lose a lot. Oh, I guess maybe. I've got nothing, Jeff.
Pick
All right,
is in.
Pick is in. Pick is in.
All right.
I think they go. I think they either go Will or Jihad here. It's either a Will or Jihad, boys. Oh, I also had Matthew Golden in my put mine. I don't know who it's gonna be.
I think it's Luther Burden or Matthew Golden here. I wouldn't be
I
surprised.
don't. I don't have no clue who it is. I don't even think Jeff has it yet. Do you, Jeff?
The guy with the hottest phone. You
I
just
don't
spoiled
have-
it for me.
I don't have the pick.
Okay.
I legit do not have the pick. No one's put the pick out. This one's gonna be a.
Did they pick someone or no? It looks like somebody's performing on the stage.
No, that's just the fan.
Hitting the
Oh.
Yeah, they have performances on the side just for keep the fans going. You know.
stimulation.
Yeah, Caleb, come
A
on.
lot
now.
of 10-minute breaks. in between.
Entertainment.
Sure. Well, this is the
Entertainment.
only 10-minute break we've had this whole time. Like you said, this thing's flying.
It is.
But also,
I think Roger Goodell called in and said, "Hey, our TV
gotta
time
slow
goes
this
to
shit
1
down."
a.m.
yeah, dude.
We don't get paid the full $2 billion if we don't go till 1 a.m. Figure this out."
Or this is Jim being like,
Trade?
this-
Trade?
There's a trade. Lions. Okay.
Oh.
Anything to do with the Lions? We're good. All right. I'm not looking at my phone then. My mock draft, I had Matthew Golden going. I think with Jihad falling all the way to 22, I think there's a chance. Or Jihad and Will. I think there's a chance either one goes. I guess this is whatever they think they prioritize. I think
I'm just gonna throw. I'm gonna throw my hat. I'm gonna say Will Johnson here.
all right, I like that. Michigan man. I think he had a chance to draft Blake Corum last year and passed on him. So that was where I was a little. Here we go.
All right.
I'm not looking.
You don't know?
No, I have no clue. Zero clue. One pride, baby. You see that?
All right.
With the 22nd pick,
Amari
Wow.
Hampton.
Good for
Najee
them.
Harris
Him
and
and
Amari
Najee, that's gonna be
Hampton.
nasty.
That's a dude. And Najee's only on a 1-year deal, boys. If I remember correctly, Omarion's their guy going forward. That's going to be their guy going forward. And this kid, I'll tell you what, Caleb, I think Amarion Hampton has a chance to be just as good, if not even better. I'll say it than Ashton Gentry.
Mhm.
He
No.
does. He's got the explosiveness. He's quick. You can't bring him down. He's bigger than. If you go look up his size. I think he's bigger than Ashton Gentry. Taller, maybe might weigh around the same, if not a little more. And he is fast, man.
Look,
Big playability. Big playability.
Amarion Hampton is my guy in this draft, I feel like, from North Carolina. And I think he's
it's a great
different than
pick.
the other North Carolina running backs we've seen in the past. Michael
Yep.
Carter, Javonte Williams. I think he's better. He's elusive. He plays through the whistle. He can lower his shoulder. I mean, he's great after contact. I'm a big Amarion Hampton guy. And look, Jim Harbaugh wants to run the football. He did it his whole tenure at Michigan. And I think that's the perfect guy to do it with. Him and Najee Harris for at least 1 year. That's going to be really good for that offense.
Yeah, I think too. I think their thought process was, hey, we do have Najee on a 1-year deal. Let's figure this thing out and let's get a guy that we love. I think that's what it was. I got to figure out how to spell Omarion's name.
Omarion.
Omarion Hampton.
I love that pick.
Yeah, I think that's a good pick for them. I think they just needed to get an offensive weapon no matter what. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
I think that offense, like, there were times where it was very good, but that was just because of my opinion of Justin Herbert. I think that's all it was.
And I feel like Loveland going and Ekbuka going, that kind of threw a wrench in things maybe for Jim Harbaugh. Obviously, I don't know what's going on in their draft room and how they evaluate players, but those were the two players that I saw mock to them a ton. But, I mean, they both went early, and they decide to still bolster that offense. And, look, Green Bay's on the clock here, and I'm going to say this, Boone, if it's not Jahdae Barron or Will Johnson, I don't know what Green Bay's doing. I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah. Before there's 5 picks before
it has to
the
be.
Detroit Lions. NFL draft best available. Let me see something. I'm gonna keep doing this for the people until we get to the Detroit Lions pick. Will Johnson is left on the board. James Pierce is left on the board. Jihad Campbell is left on the board. Donovan Izaraku is left on the board. Who else do we have here?
Josh Simmons.
What about edge rushers? Mike Green. That is unbelievable. There's a lot going on here, boys. In the chat, let's do this for the chat. Lions fans in the chat. We have 600 people in here. Drop in there with these 5 guys remaining who we would want.
Number one, ready, Boone? Out of those guys, Will Johnson, James Pierce, Jihad Campbell, Donovan Izaraku, Mike Green, 3, 2, 1, Detroit Lions.
Jihad Campbell.
I love it. He's a football player, man.
Yeah, I don't care about the injury.
No.
Brad drafts injured guys.
I tore my labrum. I'm still a baller. You don't see me slowing down.
I think it's going to be fine. I think in today's world with injuries, unless it's like a back injury, like Levi Onwuzurike, like if it's a back injury, things like that, that's what I don't think a shoulder for a guy. I think you can get back. I really do.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it's said all the time. If he doesn't have that shoulder injury, he's probably a top 15 guy.
A lot of people are saying Mike Green, Donovan Izaraku, Steve Lehman, Corey Hall, Mike Green, Shift God, Mike Green, Anakin, Mike Green, Campbell possibly. Jonathan Jackson's a good one. Who did I have going? Let me see. I had Shamar Stewart going here. He's off the board. Caleb's getting back on the sticks if people were wondering.
Hey, Jamie's locking in over there. Brian Gutekunst at least
he's
drafting.
He's going to get Will Johnson.
If he does not take Will Johnson here, absolute failure and embarrassment of a pick. If you go another corner, if you go Trey Amos here, failure and embarrassment of a pick. You have to go Will Johnson here. Let me pull up for context, guys. And I'm going to read you off the Green Bay Packers because I did this the other day, probably a couple of weeks ago, and I genuinely chuckled to myself at how mid the Green Bay Packers cornerback room is when you put in the fact that
take away Jair Alexander,
Jameson Williams, Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, Rome Odunze, DJ Moore. Their depth chart, like Boone said, take away Jair Alexander because he's heading out soon. Carrington Valentine, Nate Hobbs, Keyshawn Nixon, Isaiah Dunn.
By the way, breaking news, Jordan Schultz, not big breaking. Jordan Schultz has just reported the Eagles are discussing moving up with the Green Bay Packers. I think the Eagles want Jihad Campbell.
Boone, I want you to
Will
Jihad
Johnson.
Campbell,
Will Johnson.
Izaraku, James Pierce.
They want
a
defensive player. Well, they just got rid of
Josh Sweat, CJ Gardner-Johnson.
They just got rid of Darius Slay.
Yeah, I guess so, but
they made a pick. They're shaking hands in the draft room.
And if you're Green Bay, what sense does it make to trade with Philly?
Also, developing news here: the Giants are looking to get back into the first round right now.
I wouldn't be surprised.
ML Football said the Eagles are trading up in the first round. I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Let's keep an eye out for it. Howie likes to move. Howie's always been a guy draft day, whether it's trading picks or players with A.J. Brown, he acquires.
Is this a trade right here?
Pepe, welcome back to the show.
Boys,
the German Packers.
So I don't know if you talked about it, but I read the report about Will Johnson, how there's
no trade. Packers are picking.
There's another injury. Like, people worried about his knee, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Jair?
No, Will.
Oh, Will.
Like, you know how he came back from like something last year, like a hamstring. They're worried about his knee, I guess. But if you would, dude, you take Will Johnson right here. That'd be a great pick for them.
Yeah, Giants are trying to trade in, boys. First, that's a Lions type of move.
And there's a lot of teams trying to trade out. Watch, the Giants will pick again.
I think
teams are trying to move out.
Giants and Browns. I've got nothing right now, Caleb.
Knee.
Oh, I got something.
Lead. You take Will Johnson 24th. John Moran, is he knocked out?
You see it?
Oh, no.
He's probably hurt
This
again.
is a big pick here. I just saw it. This is a big one. Buckle up, boys.
Hey, Braden, record this reaction for the Packers. Please, thank you.
I don't know if we will post this one because this one's
yeah, but
it's Will Johnson,
good or bad,
or maybe Jihad. I mean, who knows? Or Mike Green. There's some good players, man. There's
a lot of good players.
The Lions are in a good. The Lions are in a good spot.
Oh, I forgot. It's the Packers, and they're in Green Bay. They were never trading out.
Yeah,
they were never trading out.
Hey, by the way, we got 600 people in here, man. Hit the like button.
Yep.
Hit the like button on the show. Yep.
Go follow us on socials.
Here we go.
All right, here comes Roger.
I can't believe Derek Harmon. Great pick. I'm mad though.
What cost?
Some of the comments said that they're like Jeff's narratives are colliding.
Yeah,
we're gonna have to have a Shadur conversation tomorrow, or I will,
especially when he's still available.
Yeah.
What was that, dude?
Was that you?
That was him. Yeah. Dude took a drink of beer and turned into a
Gave me
exorcism.
some life. Gave me some life.
Look at that grit.
Yeah, crowd the fucking Packers pick.
That was sorry.
That was all right.
Sorry about that. I'm a human. Mark Murphy. Oh.
He races the pick when he goes up there. He's like, nah, I run this shit.
Send.
Jalen Milrow.
Oh, we're getting close to the Lions here, boy. Sorry, we're getting close. All right, man.
Nathan.
I know. Dude. He's yapping. Make the pick.
All right, stop complaining, boys.
What are you, Dad?
I mean, we know they're gonna talk.
I'm doing what I'm doing.
It's like one of those things. It's like when you're gonna complain about something we know it's gonna happen.
No, I'm gonna bitch if I want to bitch. All right, that's the rule.
Do it. He said that's the rule.
Oh, look at the grid.
I just took a picture of it. Yeah. I just took a picture of it.
Oh my god.
All this for Goon to Good to mess up a fucking pick. Holy hell.
Here we go, boys.
Jeez, oh my God.
Listen to the pick.
Oh, no.
Matthew Golden.
It's a good pick for the Green Bay.
Great pick for them, man. Great.
It's a good pick for them. That's why I was like, I don't know if we're going to get a reaction.
I don't know if
That's a good pick for them.
I don't know if they need another weapon, but, I mean, hey, Matthew Golden.
They needed a wide receiver. They need a wide receiver.
Do they?
Christian Watson can't stay healthy for back-to-back games.
Wicks, Reed,
Dobbs,
like
head injury.
Head injury. He's out for the what?
He's just constantly getting concussions.
I know. I
think that was Dobbs. Isn't it Dobbs that gets like a million concussions?
They got Wicks, Reed. I mean, I like.
They have guys. They don't have a dude. They don't have a wide receiver.
They just got a dude, guys.
That's a wide receiver number one.
Matthew Golden is my favorite wide receiver in this draft. I think he's going to be the best wide receiver in this class. I think he's basically has the same game style as Garrett Wilson, but I think there's just, again, now that he's going to Green Bay, he's going to have legitimate quarterback play with Garrett Wilson lacks. They have Jaden Reed there. They have Christian Watson. They have Romeo Doubs. They have Dontavion Wicks. They're 4 or 5 wide receivers deep, but they don't have a true guy, to Booner's point. They don't have somebody on the outside that truly strikes fear in your heart. Jaden Reed started the year out hot, but then you saw what Jaden Reed truly is. Matthew Golden is a wide receiver 1 in the NFL. He might not be 6'4", 6'5" like Teteroa McMillan, but he's going to consistently get open at short yardage, medium yardage, and deep down the field. They got themselves a true wide receiver 1. I hate the fact he just landed in Green Bay.
Yeah, that's a good pick for them.
Oh,
it's a good pick for them. When I saw it right away, I was like, "Oh, yeah,
that sucks." Least favorite team in the NFL just got probably my favorite player in the draft, arguably.
Wow, that's a good pick for them. Will Johnson's saga keeps going, and there I will say, if the Lions stick at 28, there will be an edge rusher that we have talked about.
If Will Johnson at the board at 26, I don't see how you let Snead and pass on him. But, I mean, guys, to carry this conversation more, Terrion Arnold, year 2 becomes even more pivotal when you have a wide receiver like Matthew Golden enters the division.
Lions just released pictures of oh, wow. You just saw that?
I didn't.
All right. Lions just released pictures of draft class or them in the draft room. And Dan Campbell's on the phone. What is he on the phone for?
Making his calls. As you would say, Booner, Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell are doing their due diligence right now on the phone.
One, two.
I like Matthew Golden.
He's a good wide receiver, man.
But guess what this is? I mean, guys, the Lions have a pick at Mike Green, Jahad Campbell, James Pierce Jr.,
Donovan Jackson, guard, Ohio State.
Izaraku.
They're not drafting an edge, bro.
But there's a bunch
an edge.
there's a bunch of guys available.
Boone,
and Will
especially,
Johnson, obviously.
Boone, you would be the guy to say this. How many
They met
times?
with Mike Green.
They've met with a lot of. They've met with Donovan Jackson. How many times have we been sitting at just a point blank obvious pick with Brad Holmes, and he goes other way?
Who do you think it is?
If they're sitting on the board here and there's 3 really good edges, I'm very confident in the fact that that card is not a defensive end. Turn it. Now, I hope I'm wrong.
Right.
But sitting at 28, if Izaraku, James Pierce is still there, I would be willing to bet it's
I hope they get
Tyleek Williams, Donovan Jackson,
Jahad
Josh
Campbell.
Simmons.
I would be so
Jahad Campbell would fit.
Mike Green or Jahad Campbell, I would
be fired
that
up.
Kool-Aid's getting drank tonight.
Oh,
Boone,
Jahad.
I want to make this clear.
Bring him home.
I
Klotz.
hope it's an edge. Sorry. What I do that?
He folds like a lawn chair.
I'm saying, dude, I want to make this clear.
Well, because
I was
I
about to fall out of my chair.
Make it clear,
I
Klotz.
know how you run with things sometimes, and you construe narratives. But I would be very happy if they take an end. I just don't think it's going to happen.
This is negative. Negative.
Why? I love Donovan Jackson. They go Tyleek Williams, Jahad Campbell.
Josh Simmons still on the board. Watch it. Houston's gonna either. What if they
Houston or
go
LA?
Donovan?
Houston
LA?
needs an offensive lineman. They need one. Klotz, you say offensive line. Josh Connerly still available.
You know what he is? No, he's replacing Boone. Taylor Decker saved $20 million.
Who?
Josh Connerly, if you take him. Pick is in.
This is
Minnesota
big.
keeps their pick. I'm
This
going
is
Malachi
big.
Starks here.
All right. I did have Malachi projected to go to them. They turned this whole place purple. Why would they do that for the Vikings? Come on, man. If they don't get an edge, you have Jahad, Donovan, Mike Green, and James Pierce. You're guaranteed to have one of them on the board, Jeff. Guaranteed.
If we get James Pierce, I'm going to be honest. We might get kicked out. I might get naked in this place.
All right.
I mean, if James Pierce is the pick,
Take that elsewhere.
I might be naked.
All right, Vikings
I don't
are
want
picking.
it. It's going to happen.
Jeff's threatening to get naked. I never wanted
If
to hear
James
Roger
Pierce is the
Goodell's
pick.
voice more in my life.
Oh, my God! They took
Donovan
another
Jackson.
defensive lineman.
They are just taking the players I want away.
Well, they're taking, dude.
I mean, but at the end of the Jahad Campbell's still alive. Jahad Campbell.
Oh,
Come
breaking news. Breaking news. The New York Giants are now on the clock at pick 25. My guess, I will put $100 that Jackson Dart goes here.
It could be. It's a quarterback. I'm not going to bet.
All right, fair enough.
I don't. I'm not betting you on a quarterback. We can agree it's a quarterback.
No way Donovan Jackson just went. Okay. So, the Minnesota Vikings offensive line, boys, is fucking elite now. Okay, it's a top 5 offensive line in football. They have a rookie quarterback in J.J. McCarthy. They re-signed Aaron Jones. They're probably still going to draft a running back. They have wide receivers up the ass. You have the best wide receiver in football, Justin Jefferson. They have Naylor. They got Rondell Moore. The point is, the Minnesota Viking offense is just going to be consistently good for probably the next 5 years. They're not going anywhere. They might not be. They're going to be fighting with the Bears for the 3rd spot in the NFC North still. But Donovan Jackson's a fucking good football player. Another player that I wish was in Honolulu blue.
Shadur Sanders
is a 2nd
you
round pick.
You are a giant.
Kyle McCord goes here.
You are a giant, Shadur. You are a giant.
Wonder what Houston does here then.
What did Houston trade? They traded back because
so
they're going to be able to get there. They're going to be able to get that guy. They probably like a couple tackles, offensive linemen that are still there.
Wow, this is Giants get pick number 25. They give up 34, which they had in the 2nd round. You now see Houston now will have that pick 34. They also give up pick 99 in the future, a 2026 3rd round pick. That is what it is. They gave
what if
up,
they go running back here?
I think I would have to guess it's Jackson Dart.
Yeah, I'm just saying like shot pick though. What if it's like Travion Henderson or something?
Luther Burden.
Like watch it be something we have no idea.
Yeah.
Will Johnson? Do they get Will Johnson here before the Rams scoop in?
Caleb, do you have it? All right, I'm not going to look.
If they get Will Johnson,
I'm going to lock that. I think that because you're getting in front of Baltimore, who needs a corner, because they got Marlon Humphrey, but their secondary was still weak. LA, and you're getting in front of Detroit.
Nasty. Absolutely. We're good.
I'm going to do this. I'm manifesting this, boys. In the ticker, I'm doing Jackson Dart. Is that how you spell Jackson?
Yeah, unfortunately.
I'm doing that.
No, it'll be a good pick. I like both quarterbacks. I do. I like Shadur.
You can at least live with the fact Jackson Dart.
Yeah,
you
I'm
like
not going to say
Shadur
it's
more,
a bad
but he's
pick.
not far off.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it's a bad pick. They go Jackson
Better
Dart.
fit than you.
Jackson Dart to New York.
Honestly, I'll admit that. Like Dable quarterback probably wants Dart. Who's the value?
What did I have, by the way?
Shadur Sanders. Someone's getting a guy. Oh.
Braden uses his card to pay.
In front of him.
That'd be funny. I don't want to look so bad. I don't want to get it. I don't want to.
Oh, boys. Yeah, because the Lions are supposed to pick at, like 11:30?
Right.
Oh. This is crazy, dude. The Giants are, dude, the Giants are going to be in contend. If they can contend for like winning the, you think for the draft, like first round.
Yeah.
If they walk away with a quarterback,
Jackson
that's a hell of a
Abdul
first
Carter,
round.
What are we talking about? Like this morning, actually.
Yeah, it's a good.
And then
first round.
There's a lot of teams in this draft that you see aren't taking quarterbacks. They're building for a quarterback. So maybe they take I wouldn't be mad here if they traded up for like another weapon. And then that year, you take quarterback next year. You know what I mean?
It all comes together.
Yes.
Quarterback.
So I wouldn't be mad, but like I'm just saying.
No, if you build out the team and then you take one.
Probably Jackson Dart.
You don't trade back into the first round. I think if you're a team that needs a quarterback, you trade in for a quarterback. I don't think it might be Shador. Look, he's smiling right now.
Come on.
Look how happy he is all of a sudden.
He's like, thank God I'm not going to New York.
He's probably like, shit, I thought I was going at 3. Jeff told me I was.
It might be Shador Sanders. He is happy.
Now I'm going 25.
Look at him. He's pumped up. Look at him. That might be Shador. It might be Shador. They're pumped up.
If it
how
is,
happy is Brian Dable? I don't see him. He's not in there at all.
Jackson
My
Dart
buddy,
or a weapon.
Brian Dable's not happy.
My Giants fan friend Sully, if you're watching this, if you get Shedeur,
Shout
you're
out
gonna be
Sully.
okay. You're
Look
gonna
at
be
Brian
okay.
Dable is not happy. He hasn't cracked a smile. He hasn't cracked a smile. It might be Shedeur.
Because he knows they're gonna win it all with
He
him.
wanted Jackson Dart. He wanted Jackson Dart. You got your wish. There you go. First round. Congrats, man.
Thank you.
Congrats.
It's like,
That's going to be one of the
Jackson
biggest
Dart.
handshakes of all time. You look back on it.
It is Jackson Dart. I'm like, damn.
Uh-oh.
Hey, but guess who picks top of round 2?
Cleveland.
He'll go there. One of the,
I think Cleveland might trade in.
Yeah.
I want to look, Caleb. There's no Lions news, right? No Lions news? What do you have?
Falcons
The
are back.
Atlanta Falcons. I got to look at my phone then. I'm sorry. Falcons. Oh, Falcons just traded up to pick 26 with the Los Angeles Rams. They just traded up with the Los
This is Will
Angeles
Johnson.
Rams.
No.
That's Will Johnson.
No, that's Pierce or Mike
James
Green.
Pierce, but they just took Michael or Jalen Walker. I mean,
They were last in sacks. You think Jalen Walker solves all that
AJ Terrell, Will Johnson, Jesse Bates, Michael Williams,
with what pass rush?
or Jalen Walker. Jalen Walker.
He's good, but take Pierce. Now you have 2.
It's not bad, but you got a lockdown corner to go. You have one of the best corner duos.
All right, pick is in. This is a problem for Detroit because if they wanted to trade back, 2 teams just did in front of them.
But think about Baltimore and Atlanta's team needs. They're not really aligned with Detroit.
Who did Atlanta go 15?
Oh, Atlanta's getting
Michael.
Jahad Campbell.
They just got
Atlanta's
Michael.
getting Jahad
They just
Campbell.
got They just got Michael. Or
Or
who
that's
they
what
got?
Jalen
No,
Walker.
okay,
They got
Jalen
Jalen
Walker. They
No,
got
they'll
Jalen
go
Walker.
D-line. James Pierce. That's my
Yeah.
take.
Dude, Jahad Campbell.
Here we go.
This is nuts. Draft's getting intense.
The Houston Texans have traded the 25th pick to the New York Giants.
Jackson Dart.
With the 25th
It's a good
Yep.
pick.
Jackson Dart.
Dart. There we go. New York. Massive
Come
market.
on.
Good for him, dude. They loved him, too. Brian
I
Dable
wish this
loved him.
camera could zoom in. I can't wait to get a studio.
Jackson Dart. Oh.
That's wild.
Jackson Dart went before Shedeur Sanders.
What happens? Brian Dable and Joe Sheen saved their jobs because
Wow.
now you have a quarterback of the future in Jackson Dart,
You have a mobile quarterback.
mobile quarterback. I don't think he has the upside of Josh Allen, but I think Josh Allen was a lot more raw coming out of Wyoming as a top 10 pick. Jackson Dart's a guy that's going to be sitting year 1 behind Russell Wilson, behind
Learn.
Jameis Winston. What is Russell Wilson? A very smart football player. What is Jameis Winston? A gunslinger. So you can learn from 2 different types of football players. You're in a division in the NFC East where there's pretty much a different winner each year. More importantly, though, Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott,
Yes.
Jaden Daniels. You need a quarterback with some upside, not a point guard, in my opinion, when you're in New York. And that's what they got. You got Jackson Dart throwing to Malik
One
Neighbors.
thing you
You're
gotta-
happy if you're a Giants fan.
One thing you got to think with Jackson Dart, too, is if he can sit like Klotz said, look at what guys like Josh Allen didn't start right away. Didn't start right away. Jalen Hurts, what did they do? Take him in the
No, it's
second
good.
round.
He
They
can
already
sit
had a
behind
quarterback.
2 good vets.
And
Good vets.
there's no
Different
timetable on it. There's no timetable, especially for a guy like Dable who's like jobs in jeopardy.
Buying him time.
Hey, what happens if Jackson Dart's ready to go week 8 here this year? All right, let's roll.
Yep.
If he's ready to go next year, let's roll. If he's ready to go week 1, let's roll. But you have no timetable to where there's pressure to start him right away. Josh Allen, what did he do? He stepped in halfway through a season.
Nate
and
Peterman
started
was
playing
starting
well.
over that boy for a
Yeah.
little bit. That's who he developed behind him. Brian Dable turned him. You get Abdul Carter and Jackson Dart in the first round.
This is great. Look at that. By the way, what a quarterback room. Russell Wilson,
DeVito,
Jackson
too. Let's
Dart,
not forget
Jameis
about
Winston,
DeVito.
Tommy DeVito.
He threw it up.
I got to.
Jeff's mad just out of spite right now.
It's okay.
You at least you can acknowledge it's a good pick.
It is a good pick.
Now that
good
being
pick.
said,
You got it, Caleb? Here.
Atlanta trades up. The Lions are looking at a possible situation of Mike Green, Donovan Izaraku, James Pierce, Jahad Campbell,
This is insane.
Will Johnson.
So the thing I'm not a huge fan. I'll just say this with the Rams. Why don't you stay put and just take Will? Or even Jahad? You know what I mean?
Because
look out, where do they pick next? Atlanta?
Let's look at who.
Rams.
Let's look at who's
Yeah.
picking though. It's Les Snead.
Oh, he's gonna
They've
cook.
won 7
won-
years. They can take 2 defensive players, 2 offensive linemen. They can move back in this draft, and Les Snead can be Les Snead.
And Les Snead wants to add picks, too. He wants to get as many picks as he can, especially in the next 2 days.
Yeah.
And he did. He got it.
It's like, man, Will Johnson with the Rams.
I'm gonna get you the. Let me do this real quick. Let me get you the trade. Ready for this?
Furious.
Falcons get 26 and a third-round pick this year. Rams get number 46, a seventh round this year. And guess what the Rams got? Guess what the Rams got?
What'd
This
they
is
get?
a less needed master first-round draft pick of 2026
Oh my God! They got a first.
They got a first
From
for
the
that
Giants?
from the Falcon or the
pick. From
Giants.
the Falcons.
Oh.
First round 2026
They
pick.
might win like that. That's a
That
mid-round
is
pick. That's a mid-round pick
That is a massive.
or mid-first round pick.
That's even in the 20s. You got
What is
two
it?
first rounds next year.
Because
Now?
how many games the Falcons are going to win? Like 9.
Probably
Yeah.
9, 10.
They'll be
That's it.
like
They're
20,
They're going to
21.
be. They're going to be
if
picking
that.
like
Move
19,
up,
20.
move up,
Yeah.
get a quarterback.
That is an unbelievable trade from
That's
Les
a
Snead.
great trade.
I think
Actually, I'll
that's-
shut up because that's a great trade.
I think that's a situation. If you're Les Snead, like you can't pass that up. And you know what?
That's
I'm
a
kind of
great
mad.
trade.
If I'm the Detroit Lions, I would have taken that trade
I
so
would have
fast
first
to get 2 firsts next
in
year.
this
Essentially.
class.
Wow.
Oh my gosh!
So whoever they get
Great
here,
trade by
whoever
Les
they get
Snead.
here, they must.
Yeah, I'll take that
love.
back. How dare I even?
They must love here.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm thinking Will Johnson.
I'm gonna go.
James
I'm gonna go
Pierce.
Pierce. They met with him a ton.
They loved James Pierce.
They
so
met
that would
with him
make
like
sense.
multiple times.
And if they, that would be a great draft for them, James Pierce and
Jalen Walker,
Jalen
and they were
Walker.
last in sacks. Like, get some juice, man.
That would be an
Get some
unbelievable
juice.
draft class.
The Los Angeles Rams have traded the 26th pick.
Here we go.
James Pierce.
I told you.
There you go.
told
You
you.
got it, Jeff.
You did. Hey,
I mocked it. I got it right, but wrong pick.
and
But
if you're an Atlanta fan, how do you feel right now over the last 2 drafts
First
you've
round.
acquired?
Oh, there you go.
Michael Penix, Jalen Walker, and James Pierce. They haven't had an edge rusher in so long, and now they have Jalen Walker and James Pierce. This is a win. If you're Raheem Morris, you're extremely happy. Like we said, we were talking about it, Hefe. Like, their secondary is good. I think it's perfect when you add Will Johnson, but James Pierce, that's when your guy cook on what the NFL's getting. in James Pierce.
they're getting an absolute freak athlete. I will say, although I'm happy I got it right, I'm sad and mad that he won't be there for the Lions. Although they wouldn't have taken him anyway. What you're getting is someone that is the most athletic pass rusher in this entire class.
Yep.
He obviously, the weight is probably the biggest thing you point out, but the guy gets to the quarterback consistently, and he does it efficiently, and it looks easy. He's an athlete. Now, you need to probably develop more moves in his arsenal, but with the defensive head coach, a team that was dead last in sacks, they're getting James Pierce, Jalen Walker. That's a hell of a first round from Atlanta, man. That defense needed some guys up front, that
They
front
just-
seven, and they did that.
They
today.
just got some juice. If you're Bryce Young, if you're Spencer Rattler, potentially rookie quarterback, if you're sitting over there, which team am I blanking on? Falcons, Saints, Panthers. Either way, NFC South.
As it should be.
Saints, Falcons. You're going to be in some serious trouble with that edge rushing potential of James Pierce and Jalen Walker. And Michael Penix, we all think are pretty pro on him of what he can be in the next couple of years. They got a great running back in Bijan Robinson, Drake London, Darnell Mooney. They got weapons offensively, and they just got 2 weapons defensively. So the Falcons, if they're going to be good, they got to lean on the defensive side of the football, and that's what they just did. So
All right,
great pick
boys.
from them.
Let's start kind of getting. Let's start getting this thing going here.
Baker Mayfield, thank you. Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I don't know why I was blanking on
Let's
that.
start getting this thing going here. The Detroit Lions, boys. We are the Baltimore Ravens are now on the clock.
This is Izarok.
It seems like he's or Mike Green.
So let's just do this. Best available again. I want to do this. Let's start locking in
Come on.
Let's start locking in on Lions, boys. You have Will Johnson available. You have Jahad Campbell, Mike Green, Donovan Izaraku. You have 4 dudes, in my opinion,
Yeah,
who are
guys.
potential Pro Bowlers in the NFL if they reach their peak. And the Lions are going to have an opportunity at least of 3 of those 4 guys.
Now
Can we do this real quick? We'll do it quick because there's only 3 minutes left. 1, 2, 3, 4. What are you guys ranking them? Just quick.
Mike Green, Izaraku, Jahad Campbell, and Will Johnson.
I'll go.
I would say same.
I'll go Jahad, Mike Green, Will Johnson, and then Maxwell or Izaraku. Sorry.
Person Maxwell Harrison. What are we doing
No.
there?
I meant
No,
yeah,
I'm messing
Izaraku.
with you.
Now, for me, who would I want? Take Mike Green here, or if he's still there, take Mike Green.
Yep.
Or Jahad.
Boys, if we get Mike Green at 28,
That's insane.
Should I do this? Or should I just do this? Last year we did the first one.
do that?
Works.
I like that
This?
one. Yeah.
This one?
Yep. I like that one.
I have it saved, and I'll put it on everything. Well, whatever I can.
If you get Jihad or Mike Green, I'm happy. I'm happy.
All right,
You
boys.
can't lose on this. Detroit gets one of the two.
My phone is away until we see the Lions
Good man,
pick.
They get
My
one.
phone is down. Officially done.
They get one of the two, man. Jihad or Mike Green.
Caleb, let me know if there's a Lions trade. I have the graphic for that over here.
Because if you think about it, guys, it's going to be a defensive player.
Pick is
Because
in.
all the offensive linemen have went earlier. I mean, Booker's gone. Donovan's
There's
gone.
really unless you want to do
Gray's
Josh
gone.
Connerly.
Yeah, I guess.
But outside of that, I think you have to go D-line.
Yeah.
And this is what we wanted for Brad Holmes. We wanted this from Brad
Let
Holmes.
him cook. Let him cook.
I'm gonna do a quick video on Twitter for me.
Hey, 750 people in this thing, man. Appreciate you all for tuning in. Subscribe, hit the like button on the stream. Pushes us out. We appreciate you all. Go Lions. Let's nail this draft pick.
The Detroit Lions are about to be on the clock. There's a lot of edge rushers left. Donovan Rock. I don't know who the Baltimore Ravens are about
Man,
to
if they get
Brad
Mike
Holmes.
Green and they don't have to move,
Give Aiden Hutchinson help. Give us an edge rusher.
if they get Mike Green and they didn't have to move, or Jihad, and which I guess Jihad was kind of knocked around here, but still, Mike Green and they didn't have to move would be crazy.
Lethal.
That is crazy work. Crazy work from Brad.
This popcorn is delicious, Booner. Great call.
Come on, boys. The Lions are on the clock. The Lions are officially on the clock. Chat, we've got almost 800 people
Come
in here
on,
right now.
like the stream,
Almost
subscribe if you're
800
not
people.
already. We're going to be live all weekend, breaking down not only today's draft,
This
but
pick,
Tuesday or second round.
Yeah, we'll be live tomorrow morning. So tomorrow morning we'll be live early, 8 a.m. Be there.
Can we get an edge rusher in Detroit? Please.
Oh my gosh, this pick's huge because whoever, oh my god,
Donovan Izaraku,
If
my
Mike-
guy's
if-
on the board.
if Mike-
He might go here.
if Mike Green goes here,
He might go here.
then bring Jihad home.
Either one. It's either Izaraku
Bring Jihad home.
or Jihad. I forgot about Jihad.
Bring Jihad home. You
there.
get one of the
Did they
two.
meet
man.
with Jihad?
They did at the combine.
yeah.
Oh my
they
gosh.
did.
They met with Mike Green too, boys.
Yep.
I wouldn't be shocked if Mike Green's the pick. I would not.
Nick Scorpion, defensive end. Texas A&M.
Oh,
Or it could be
that's
Izaraku.
good. We're
This,
good.
and this could be Malachi Starks too.
Yeah. Or Nick Warrior. They love whoever they got, though. I think they go edge
This is
rusher.
going to be a Ravens pick.
Come on.
They
Come
go.
on.
What do you think? They go trenches here, Ravens.
Caleb, are
They're
you
just
good
going
over
to
there?
take a good football player.
Hey, this
man.
is game time, baby.
Hey, Patrick Queen replacement, Jihad Campbell.
I think this is a safety. If I had to guess, I'm going to say Malachi Starks, just because
Come on,
the
baby. Look at all
this-
those boys on the board.
Nick Warrior.
Everything fell that we needed to fall.
Yeah, well, I mean, Mike
Everything
Green,
did.
dude.
What we talked about for months, boys, if the board falls this way with Jihad, Izaraku, Mike Green, we said you don't pass on it, man. You don't pass on it.
This is crazy, boys. The anticipation. This is insane.
They didn't move. No Brad Holmes trade.
Woo! Edge to the D.
Hey, Caleb, if you find the pick out and get the social graphic, just send it, and as soon as I react, I'll put it up like bang.
Here we
The
go.
social graphic, if you find out who it is,
Ravens. They're
Ravens
selecting.
pick is in.
And they select.
Malachi Starks.
All right,
Everyone's
here
on
we
the
go.
board we need.
Perfect.
We can get whoever we want. Malachi Starks, great pick for them, but
Yeah.
hey,
It's time to
It
talk
is
about
time.
what matters.
it
yeah.
is time. I don't even want to tweet because if I tweet, there's probably already a pick in, and we're a little behind
Yeah.
right now. So I'm not even going to put a take out there
Can you-
right now. I want to look at my phone so
Stick that at the
bad.
end. Thanks.
Smooth. I don't care,
Boys,
man.
it literally, everything has fallen for a team that needs an edge. It has just happened.
It's a win-win. Win-win-win-win.
The pick should be in right now. It should say pick is in right now.
I mean, it's a win, boys.
I'm gonna be so-
it's a win-win-win. Izaraku, Mike Green, and Jihad Campbell. Come on, take a guy. Take a guy.
Oh my
Edge
gosh.
to the D.
Edge to the
D. Edge to the D. Come on, boys.
Edge to the D.
Okay, that's don't clip that.
You know what?
Don't clip that.
Do you know what bothers me
Don't
the
show-
most
don't
right
show
now?
anyone that
You know what
clip. Like and
bothers me the
subscribe,
most right now?
please.
Caleb knows who we got.
Oh, that's gonna be sick. He's gonna crack.
Can you text the doc? You want to text the doc and ask? Take my phone. Text the doc. John Macaroon in there. Just say, do you know a player? Just say, who is it? Say, who is it? Say, we're trying to get graphics. Who is it?
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Doc probably is known for 5 minutes.
This.
Just give me a thumbs up if he texts you back.
Boys, I'm nervous. Come on. Edge to the D.
That's all you have.
Come on.
Man. I want to drink this so bad, man. I want to drink some Kool-Aid. Are they closed here? Have we gone past our time?
No, they said they got both NBA games.
All right. I was gonna say.
Yeah, hey, we'll talk to Brian. He'll let us hang. I mean, this is
people kept walking by and looking in
Hey,
here.
Braden,
Are
you doing the Kool-Aid, Chuck?
I'll do it in
Depends.
a little bit.
All
I want to make sure all of our stuff's done first. Yeah.
Fair.
Boys,
Sure
this is insane. Mike Green's on the board, boys.
I'll see
John
if he can come
Campbell?
out if I do it. I'll do it quick after.
Izaraku?
Gotcha.
But,
So you just take braids, we get an HD.
oh yeah. Well, I'll probably have to do it on my phone so I can get it right away. Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
come
well,
on. Can we just get to the next pick? I mean, the anxiety's crazy. Let's just come on. Let's just say
You got it, Caleb? He didn't text me back.
What if Caleb just goes, oh my God?
He just says the pick.
It's like something crazy.
Jalen Milrow.
I don't even know who to look up.
Yeah, it's
Go
like
on-
Jalen
go on,
Milrow.
Oh, he is? You got it? What'd he say? Hold on. Hey, shout out to Doc. The Doc delivers great information. Caleb, make the social.
He said I think.
Make it just so you can start making it and then keep looking on Twitter. Keep looking.
Caleb, he went.
The Doc's probably not wrong.
He's just pissed.
The Doc's probably not wrong.
Oh,
boys.
my God, boys! All the anticipation,
They don't
all the
even have
months, all the months of draft coverage comes
Any
to this
tweets,
day,
Caleb?
comes to right now.
Oh, this is tough. We
And
don't
we're
know the
with
pick.
800 plus people watching this
How many
right now.
mock drafts total do you think we've done between?
1,000.
I mean, dude, when we do the Monday ones, we're on like mock draft 8.0.
Lions fans.
I've never seen a mock draft 8.0 before. We do it, though. we lock in and
And
get an
you
8.0.
24 mock drafts, and then that's not even counting the Friday ones.
No.
Not even counting about like
the full
most
first
wanted,
round,
the guys
sprinkle
who-
another
yeah.
6
I'm
in
really
there.
thirsty.
Lions fans,
First taste of
this is
27.
the moment you all have been waiting for.
Stop that comment.
Right now. Right now. The opportunity to
Confirm?
pick a great player without moving.
Twitter confirm?
Here we go. Here we go.
Why can't we put the Lions logo
Yeah, it's
on,
making me
the,
mad.
on the NFL
Yeah, I
Network?
mean, let's get to the.
I mean, we're in Green Bay, Wisconsin right now.
I'm
we're not
so
in Baltimore,
nervous.
Maryland.
This is boys.
I'm honestly, out of all the draft
I don't
picks
have
we've
my. I
ever,
need my heart rate.
out
What's
of
my heart
every
rate?
draft pick we've had here in Detroit,
You're
this
cool.
might be
You're
the
calm.
most nervous
I'm
I've
not.
ever been.
I'm nervous.
I think this might be because there are the edges that we all wanted on the board.
Could you argue that Mike Green's BPA at this point? Like seriously.
Who are two?
If you're going BPA, the answer here is Will Johnson. If you're going BPA that fits what team needs, it's either Rock or
Okay.
Mike Green, whoever you like more.
Oh, Jihad.
Where does Jihad rank on that? Ooh, we don't know.
I want to keep
We
asking
don't know.
Caleb.
This is getting crazy. Oh
Do you
my
have-
gosh!
Doc said locked in.
I gotta hold the football.
Okay, good.
I gotta hold the
And
football.
social?
I gotta hold the football.
Social graphics too. Confirm. Oh, I don't know who it is.
Oh my gosh! Hey,
What?
boys.
Well, if it's, I'll go because most of those guys are my guys.
Okay.
Hey, I'll go first on.
Well, yeah, we're gonna
let's
talk
react.
about-
Let's react.
Yeah, natural. Hey,
Look, they love it. They love it. Come on, boys, give us an edge.
come on.
Please, Brad. There's just two edges. I know you love going BPA,
Oh, man.
and you love not fitting the narrative. of
They
what's
might go
popular.
Will Johnson.
but just one time
Oh,
Here comes the
for the
commish.
city
Here comes the
of
commish.
Detroit. dude.
Here comes the commish.
come on.
Who is it? What? Guess right now. I'll go Mike Green.
Mike Green.
I'm gonna say he's Rock.
Or Jihad.
No, they meant-
Jihad. I keep forgetting about.
I'm going Jihad.
Hold on. Whoa! We got a dog out here, man. We got a Whoa!
Talk to me, Klotz. 2024 National
Give him my phone.
Championship. Plug and play. Day one starter. He's going to give you the run-stopping ability that DJ Reader gives you, okay? He can stop the run. But I've been saying it, fellas. This was a guy that I've been saying, watch late in the first round. I wouldn't be surprised if a team takes him. And the Detroit Lions pulled the trigger. This, fellas, and I love the comp, Aleem McNeil. You are getting Aleem McNeil aside along Aleem McNeil. He's great against the run, but his upside as a pass rusher, as far as a defensive tackle, I would put it up there with like a Derek Harmon. A little bit of different players, but as far as what they bring, he is not that far off of Derek Harmon. This is going to be a guy that plays in the NFL for a long time. You can build the trenches around and that they already have, and is going to make Aiden Hutchinson's life immensely easier. I love this pick. It might be a little rich by some, but Brad Holmes got his guy. I love Tyleik Williams, and the thing that I love about him too, boys, he's got some fucking swagger. When he gets to the quarterback, when he makes a play, he is going to let you know Tyleik Williams was brought home to Detroit. Buckeye, made Lion. I love it.
This is the reality with this pick, because people are going to freak out because it's not a pass rusher, and I understand that. But here's the reality. DJ Reader's entering the last year of his deal. That's a fact. So you need someone to replace. You need someone to eventually take over for him, and you're getting Tyleik Williams, who is a monster nose tackle. Athletic, quick on his feet. He's going to do what the Lions want to do, which is stop the run. He gets, athletic for his size too, give you a little pass rush juice, but this is your DJ Reader replacement. And this is why I understand, again, Mike Green's on the board, but it's clear to me that they didn't they were out on Mike Green for character concerns or maybe off the field questions, whatever it is, the accusations against him. But you get Tyleik, and I'll tell you this too, this is just what I'm thinking. If you didn't take Tyleik, there's no promise he would have fell another 4 or 5 picks. I think he would have been off the board pretty quickly. He's a really good player. He's been mocked in the first round multiple times, if not early second. He's been mocked to Buffalo, who's selecting next after the Commanders. Let's think about this for a second, fellas, all right, or the people, before we start freaking out. He's really good. I like Tyleik a lot. Now, do I have to see what they do in round 2 at 60? What pass rusher they get? Yes. But based on just the player, he's a really good player. We've talked about him. We've broke him down. We even had considerations if they were to take him in the first round. I don't think any of us were against it. So the fact that you get him now is okay. He's an excellent, excellent run defender. And him and Aleem McNeil are going to be a pairing for years to come. And you reset it. You save money, right? You're paying DJ Reader how much money? Now you're going to be paying Tyleik on a rookie deal for the next 5 years, 4 years, 5th-year option. So
it makes sense.
I don't hate this pick. I like him. I like Tyleik. Very, very good nose tackle. But again, we got to see what they do in round 2, man. There's still a lot of good edge rushers on the board here. There's still a lot of them. And maybe they trade up and go get somebody still in the second. We don't know. But at this point, I like the pick.
Yeah, I'll say this. And yes, all those edge rushers are on the board. There's a reason a lot of those guys are falling, I would guess. And with Tyleik, you boys have said it the best. Like, this is a guy where you know what you're getting out of him.
Yes.
You're getting your guy like DJ Reader, 1-year deal. You have a rotational guy now, at least for this year. And after that, he's going to be your future defensive tackle with him and Aleem.
Yes.
And I think it's like you're bolstering up
your trenches.
this
I mean,
defensive
it's a trench
line.
pick.
And again, a lot of us were okay with Kenneth Grant. We would have been okay with Walter Nolan. Go watch the film on Tyleik Williams. Klotz brought up to us a couple weeks ago on his Klotz breakdowns. And it was, hey, this is a dude. Like, there's a reason that he's getting drafted at 28th overall. Detroit Lions obviously fell in love with him. I'll say this, whether we want to push back or not with the edge thing, if you really think, like, I would have loved an edge. I have said this for the last month. If they don't go edge in the first round, do not complain or say anything until Friday is over. Let the second and third round play out, and then let's have the conversation. This is one of the deepest edge classes when you're talking about, we're not talking about stars, but we're talking about starters from top to bottom, potential starters in this edge class. You got so many guys in this class, the Jordan Burches. Who could they get here? Imagine if they leave this draft with the first 2 picks are Tyleik Williams and Josiah Stewart.
Yep.
You're pumped. Hey, that fist is going.
I mean, they could still get another dude from Ohio State. They still have a ton of edges on the board. And like, I understand the edge thing.
Go retweet this one, boys.
I understand the edge thing, but guys, and this is the thing with Tyreek too. Like, many people have him going early second. Many people have him going to Buffalo. Like, how much longer would he have been on the board? None of us know. And none of us, and before you say, well, terrible pick, I hate the pick. We don't know how long he would have been on the board. I'm not saying he would have been this pick right here to Washington, but Buffalo, mocked to Buffalo multiple times. I'm not, again, I get it. You want an edge, but guys, you could still get that player in the second. This class is deep. It has a ton of them. I'm not upset at it. I'm not. Is it the players we went through, Mike Green, Izaraku, or Jihad? No. Or Will Johnson? Whatever. No. But guess what? He's a really good player. Yeah. I still like Tyreek Williams.
And it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of the board falls. And listen, Brad got his guy. And again, I think the biggest thing falls back on DJ Reader on this. He has 1 year left on his deal. You're not bringing him back. You now have you don't have to worry about paying another defensive tackle for four years. You just paid Aleem. No, we're good. We're good. Josh Connerly just went to the Commanders, but you don't have to worry about paying those guys. You have Aleem at his price, and you have a rookie deal now with Tyreek Williams on that defensive line. I think that's one of the biggest things to think about.
Now, this is where I'm at with it now, fellas. We have day 2. We'll be live tomorrow. We'll be live tomorrow at 5:30. We're going to watch day 2. If they don't take an edge, then we can say, what the F is going on? Why aren't you getting an edge? Which they need it. But until then, I like the pick. We got to see what happens tomorrow. We got to see, because if they go into tomorrow and they take a pass rusher, or they trade up and get somebody in the second round and we really like them, this pick looks that much better. Mm-hmm. So again, is he going to show up? Is he going to get you 7, 8 sacks? No, he's not. But guess what? He's going to disrupt a ton of plays. That's what he's going to do.
He's got the upside to do it, though, man. And he's going to be, when Aleem McNeil's coming back from this ACL injury, especially early during the season, you are getting somebody that can fill that exact scheme, basically, as far as what Aleem McNeil does, as far as stopping the run, but he's athletic enough to create havoc in the interior. You're getting that with Tyreek Williams. If you go back and watch his film at Penn State when they play Notre Dame, you have Jack Sawyer, you have JTT. Both those guys are very high production as far as sacks. But if you look at the guy who's commanding the double teams every play, it's Tyreek fucking Williams. And when you watch him get off the line of scrimmage, he's quick. He's agile. He is what an NFL defensive end needs to be. He's an ideal 3-tech. You can line him up as a nose, but honestly, you have a guy like Roy Lopez there. Let Roy Lopez, if you're talking about in the NFL this year for the Detroit Lions, let Roy Lopez go there. If you put Tyreek Williams one-on-one with an offensive guard, he is going to win those matchups. They're going to double-team Aleem McNeil and Aiden Hutchinson now. But in a year or two, Tyreek Williams one-on-one in the inside of the pocket with quarterbacks, he is going to create problems. He gets his hands up, and he has a feel for the game. His motor is exactly why the Detroit Lions drafted this guy. If you watch him, balls to the wall at all times. He's a little bit older than some of the defensive tackles in this draft class, but he's a top 5 defensive tackle in this draft. And if you're talking about you're sitting at pick 28, what are we talking about the Lions need to do? They need to get to the quarterback. Tyreek Williams is going to help Aiden Hutchinson. He's going to help Aleem McNeil, Marcus Davenport when he's healthy. They're going to probably bring back Zadarius Smith, hopefully, and you plug Tyreek Williams into that. Dude won a national championship. But he also realizes, hey, in the biggest games, honestly, as an Ohio State Buckeye against the Michigan Wolverines, he lost 3 straight, but he kept coming back to this team. He could have left last year, but he stayed in, gave another great year as a first-round pick. You should be excited about Tyreek Williams if you're a Detroit Lions fan.
Yeah, he's younger, higher upside DJ Reader, higher upside. I think Tyreek, and people are going to freak out, say, I like him. I saw some comments. I like him. I just don't like him at 28. Okay, he goes 40. What's the fucking difference, dude? It's 12 picks. If you like a guy, you take him. Now, if like I said before, the picks that would make me freak out, wide receiver, corner, besides Will, I guess, and then safety would be and then you can go tight end, quarterback, whatever. Defensive tackle, guys, we've mocked defensive tackles to the Lions. Now, maybe it wasn't Tyreek Williams, but Tyreek always went early second. Mm-hmm. So, again, you're taking him at 28. I like it. You're planning. It's a guy who can help you now and for the future, especially because Aleem's dealing with injury. And honestly, I'll say this too. This tells me, Broderick Martin, get ready to learn Chinese. It's over.
Yeah, it's done.
It's over.
cooked.
It's Broderick Martin. It is over. Now this is a nose tackle.
I'll
right
say
here.
this. Yeah, Broderick's done. But on top of that, let's think about this one step closer. Mekhi Wingo, you still have him. So your rotation interior for the next 5 years is going to be filthy. And I know short term, and I don't even think it's like a thing where it's like, well, short term, you need an edge rusher. Like, yeah, we've been on that. We wanted Donovan Rocket. We wanted those guys. We all did. Everyone did. Ali McNeil might be out for a couple weeks. Like, he might be out for a month to start the season. You don't know what he's going to be like coming back from the injury. You don't know what DJ Reader's going to be like this year. Again, he's getting old. Boys, I'm telling you. Klotz, this was your guy that you showed us a couple weeks ago. I'm in on it. And you told, we could probably go back and clip it. You were like, boys, I'm telling you, don't be mad at the Lions. Do it at 28. And it happened.
He said the Eagles could do it at 32.
Yeah,
it would be a great pick for them, too.
Because the thing that I just, again, and
the Bills could do it.
It's a narrative around him, specifically the players, that he's not a pass rushing defensive tackle. And if you watch the film, you're like, no, he clearly is. It's just he's got Jack Sawyer and JTT who are getting the quarterback first. But if you watch what he does, how he impacts the game, I'm telling you, boys, this guy's a fucking dude. Everybody in Detroit's going to fall in love with Tyleik Williams.
Yeah, and again, people are going to freak out because it's not who they expected. I get it. It's not even who we expected. But it's a player we've liked, and it's a player that we've wanted the Lions to trade up for in the second. You got him at 28. Guys, this class.
Just save that.
I did.
This class, in terms of defensive ends, there's a lot. There's a lot. Would you like Mike Green? Yes. But clearly Mike Green wasn't on their draft board, okay? Clearly. They didn't think he was a better player than Tyleik. So we'll see. But I'm not upset at this pick. I'm not. I got to see round 2, guys. I got to see tomorrow. We can revisit this tomorrow. We'll watch the second round together. We'll see what happens at 60, and then we can come back to this. Now, if they don't take a defensive end at 60 or in the third round, and we're sitting there, it's 4th, 5th, and they take one in like the 5th, we can talk and be like, well, should he have prioritized it earlier? Should he have prioritized it earlier? But at this point, it's only round 1. You got Tyleik Williams.
That's Caleb.
And you're not re-signing DJ Reader. You're not.
Just texting. Yeah. I think, too, if you're starting to see the board fall, guess who's going to fall in the second round? Potentially.
Mike,
you got to move. You got to move. Yeah, that's crazy word.
Crazy word. No, yeah.
But there's going to be a million edges in this second round. I wouldn't be shocked if the Lions tried to trade up.
Okay, like this. Brian, you don't even believe that. He says, I would rather have fucking Luther Burden than this shit.
No.
Come on, Brian.
Look, guys, the Lions, we've been saying how they need defensive end, and Brad Holmes has pretty much put it out there publicly. He's not taking a defensive end in round 1. And I understand Mike Green was there. Sure, might have preferred Mike Green at the moment. But I'm telling you, when you guys have Tyleik Williams on the interior of your defensive line, you're going to be very happy because Brad Holmes is going to take a defensive end in this draft, probably in the second round, probably in the third round, maybe in the 4th. He's not just going to go out there and just leave the edge position unattended. But the fact that we're saying Mike Green is in the second round, Donovan Izaraku could potentially fall to the second round, and we're complaining about how there's a lack of edge rushers. I don't think so. I think Brad Holmes, in numerous years, he's moved up to get a tight end like Sam Laporta. He moves up in the second and third and 4th rounds of this draft. So to think that Brad Holmes is just going to be ignorant and take a defensive tackle and then say, hey, we don't need a defensive end. No. Okay, he's going to take a defensive end. They're trying to bring back Zadarius Smith. Tyleik Williams is somebody that's going to impact the quarterback, and that's what the Lions need to do at the end of the day. And long-term, the Lions defense always needs to stop the run. And Tyleik Williams, that's his strength. So this fits into the identity of what the Detroit Lions want to do. This is a Brad Holmes pick. If you're just mad at this pick because it's not a sexy pick, I get it. But go watch the film, and the pick turns a lot more attractive as you watch Tyleik Williams.
Yeah, I know people are going to freak out. I know the memes are going to be there, like Brad Holmes allergic to edge rushers. Like I get it. I do.
By the way, Philly traded up 1 spot.
We got to see. We got to see round 2. That's my thing. Like tomorrow, we'll come to a real. We'll have our opinion. Round 2 and 3. And then we can say, well, should he have prioritized an edge earlier? But until then, man,
Who do you
Wow,
think?
this
Who do you
is
think
crazy.
Howie's going up to get? He traded up one spot with the Chiefs, so he's trying to take whoever the Chiefs are trying to get in their mind.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. He just traded up.
Yep.
Oh, they traded. They flopped. They switched with the Chiefs.
Yeah.
That's a weird trade. I hate this, dude.
Do what we can do.
Yeah, be better. Maxwell to the hey, they were going to get a corner no matter what. They were going to get a corner no matter what.
So, yeah.
That was going to be the pick the whole time for the Bills.
I wonder what the Eagles are going to do.
He's got to refine his technique, refine his route recognition, and that's what you're looking for.
Izaraku or Jahad Campbell. They just re-signed linebacker Zach Bond, so I wouldn't be surprised if they get his insurance. Howie's fucking juiced. I hate seeing this.
I bet you they went and got Mike Green.
I forgot Mike Green's fucking sitting
Mike
there.
Green's gonna be
Oh
a
my
Philadelphia
god!
Eagle. That's my guess.
I think you're spot on, Bill.
Mike Green is going to be the pick.
Yeah, well, I mean, the BPA right now, Mike Green, Will Johnson. Well, Will Johnson, they took Maxwell over Will Johnson. Jahad Campbell, Will Johnson, or Jahad Campbell.
Or Jahad
You
Campbell.
know,
They might
Jahad
go
could be in
Jahad.
play for them. I don't know. It makes sense to go Mike Green, though, right? I mean,
Mike, any of those guys, Izaraku, Jahad, Mike Green.
because their linebacking core. I mean, they got Zach Bond, but he's on a 1 year. Or no, he got paid, right? Or is it a 1 year deal? Zach Bond.
No, he got paid.
No, I think
Couple
3 years.
Okay,
Yeah.
so he got paid. N'Kobe
That's a
Dean, I
big
guess
deal.
the guy he's been
N'Kobe
playing
Dean,
better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess they could go in different ways.
What's
here.
crazy here is Shedeur Sanders officially fallen to the second round. Right?
You're good.
I mean, yeah, nobody's trading for him at this point. But Boone, you said it. I mean, it just doesn't correlate well
it's
for
hitting
Shedeur
around.
at this point. And success rate for second round quarterbacks drops a little bit. But if he falls,
Jalen Hurts.
I'm trying to look at the teams at the top. New Orleans is sitting there.
I'm going to read some
The
comments
Vegas.
here because there's probably a lot of comments from the people.
Are the people freaking out right now, Boone?
I haven't read the comments at all.
Are the
And
people
right now,
freaking
let's
out?
do this right now. If you're in the chat, we have 700 people. I know Philly's on the board, all of that. Lions fans, if you're here watching, drop a comment on your thoughts of the Tyreek Williams draft. The draft selection, I want to read a couple. I'll choose 4 or 5 here.
Here, I'll go through. Boone.
No, you're good. I got it right here.
You,
no.
you stop the cleanse.
Yeah, I'm fine. I got it. It's an NFL draft. Zach said first round talent. Lions troll, great pick. Jimmy said I like the pick, but I want one of the edges, which I think is fair. I don't think it's a bad thing to say, hey, I wanted an edge, but you still got a dog in a player. Like I think that's the biggest underlying factor. Like yes, and you know there's gonna be people who cover the Lions, who talk about the Lions, who are gonna be like try and dunk on people and be like, oh, you wanted an edge, you wanted a. It's okay to be like, yeah, I wanted an edge. But
think everyone-
that doesn't change the fact that Tyreek Williams is a great pick, and you got to do. That does not change that.
If they would have if
Is
they would
Walter
have
Nolan
went
still on the board?
Who?
Walter Nolan?
No, Cardinals. 16.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
What was it? Oh, if this was a wide receiver, if this was a corner, this was a safety, if this was a off the ball linebacker not named Jahad Campbell, I would understand a lot of people's kind of criticism here. But again, Brad Holmes openly talked about it. He doesn't want not that he doesn't want. He's not going to find a defensive end that he doesn't feel comfortable taking just to take a defensive end. When he tells you that, know that they're not going defensive end. Look at who they've interviewed with. Josiah Stewart's all over their board. Josiah Stewart should be pinpointed as a second-round pick, and for the Detroit Lions as well, he should hit 8.5 sacks at Michigan. But you get a guy in Tyreek Williams who's going to put pressure on the quarterback, who's going to stop the run. Be mad about it if you want right now. But you're going to be smiling about the plays that Tyreek Williams makes against the Caleb Williams, J.J. McCarthy. Guess who Tyreek Williams was going up against when he was at Ohio State? Guess in the biggest games, like I mentioned about, who did he have to go up against? J.J. McCarthy. Who's the quarterback of Minnesota right now? J.J. McCarthy. So you're adding guys that just understand this division as far as who's in it. And Tyreek Williams is an incredibly athletic defensive end. Again, I can't preach it more. Everyone should be happy about this pick.
Yeah, I think he's a disruptor inside. I'm not jumping up and down at this pick.
No.
Look, Jihad Campbell's still on the board. Mike Green's still on the board. Ezraku's still on the board. I can understand 100% the frustration. And I haven't even read the chat yet, but I'm assuming a majority of them is why not edge rusher there? And I can understand that. And I hate to be that guy to say it because when I do hear people say it, sometimes it does bother me. But Brad Holmes' draft board is wildly different than ours.
It's manic.
It's wildly different than ours. So, and look at our division. I mean, you're going to have Chicago. You're going to have Ben Johnson, who's really going to want to run the ball. Minnesota, who with the guy with J.J. McCarthy is really going to play off the play action and the run game.
That's what I'm saying. Do you guess who Tyreek went up against 2 times? J.J. McCarthy. So he knows what he's about.
Look, I could 100% understand the frustration. I get it. But this pick, I obviously I was on the sticks. I already know it.
I think it's a good pick. I saw it as well. Klotz is the only one for him.
I wonder what the trade is to move up one
Campbell.
pick. That
was kind of a
that
waste.
Is no. Can I
Kansas
say
City
something?
was never going Jihad.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Because Jihad and look, I like Williams. I think he's a good player, but Jihad Campbell's the best player on the board there.
Yeah.
And now
He's the 12th rated prospect.
I mean, he's athletic. Jihad Campbell, he's got that off the ball where he can potentially be that versatile piece off the edge too.
Shout out Mason Graham, still there, just dapping up guys who get drafted.
Yeah,
he got
shout
drafted
out to
top
him.
5.
That's a hell of a pick by the Eagles,
This
man.
is a
Great
Howie
pick.
Roseman move. This is going to be somebody that they lost Josh Sweat. Cool.
Oh,
Here comes Jihad
gosh.
Campbell, and you're putting him behind Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis.
How about this?
Nolan Smith. Philly just continues to acquire talent on that front 7. They're going to be putting pressure on the quarterback for a long time.
What happened?
Jihad Campbell to the Eagles.
No, isn't that just disgusting?
These are those picks
How
where
did they
they
get away
end up
with it?
finding a guy like this, and
you know what? He's going to be a stud.
He's going to be a top 10 player in this draft class because the only reason he falls at 31 is because of his injury. If he's not injured, he's a top 10 pick, and he goes to 31 to the Philadelphia Eagles. That's disappointing. He's going to be one of the best players in this draft class.
Yep. And it's like an appropriate spot to take an off-the-ball linebacker, too, and he shouldn't be there. 31 is usually where you see these guys take him. That's a top 20 guy.
Now, were you guys at all coming into today thinking there was any chance Mike Green would not be drafted today?
Wait,
in the first
just
round?
wait.
No.
They lost a Menahu, so the Chiefs might take him right
Chiefs
there.
are going to go O-line.
And also,
They're going to go like Josh Connerly.
Also,
did he get drafted yet, Josh Connerly?
Jahdae Barron or Will Johnson did not get drafted
Jahdae Barron
on day
did.
1.
Where did he go?
Yeah.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
I got it.
No, it wasn't.
Hold on, boys. Just let me pull this up here. Let's get accurate stuff here real quick.
Oh, sorry. I was in the bathroom for one pick.
No, you're good. Let's see.
Yeah. Okay, Broncos.
Yeah.
My mistake. But Will Johnson. No Will Johnson.
And Will Johnson, Mike Green, Izaraku, all of them fall into the second. Lions should be very aggressive and go from 60 to 30-something tomorrow.
We use that comp pick.
If the Lions get Tyreek Williams and they somehow get one of these edge rushers still, just be aggressive.
Yeah. It's very deflating because I was very excited about the Lions pick, but then you see Jihad Campbell go 3 picks later. I'm still happy about Tyreek Williams, but you just saw the team that won the Super Bowl in the NFC that you pretty much have to go through, and you're going to have to play against this year. Get an elite player.
All right, how about this? Dan Miller just tweeted out, said, just finished up an interview with Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell said Tyreek Williams reminds him of Aleem McNeil. Great feat. If he earns it, can certainly help the Lions bridge the gap until Aleem gets ready to go. Lit up when he talked about the group with those two, Reeder, Lopez, Levi, Wingo. And then Tyler, he said we'll post shortly. So we'll get that interview coming up. But
Boone, I think you make a good point. Like, you don't know when you're getting Aleem McNeil back next year.
Yeah.
And you don't. And I mean, how much good football do you have left? How much good football do you have left of DJ Reeder?
A year.
A year. So, I mean,
What happened, bro? Are you gonna keep talking? You just stop talking.
He goes again.
I have nothing else to say.
No, that's the point of it. And Jack Campbell's life gets easier. You got Alex Anzalone, his life's going to get easier. Derek Barnes, his life is going to get easier. Brian Branch, that whole middle of the defense is going to open up.
Nothing. No comment. I have no comment. You guys know what I saw and know how I feel. The Jihad thing is so interesting to me. It's just so shocking.
It's unfair.
It is a shocking development, to be honest.
See if the Chiefs go here.
Hey, let's at least get to that number.
5?
Yeah.
That's fair. I will say, boys, my favorite part of this draft, though, has been the Chicago Bears taking Colson Loveland 10th overall. Yeah, that made my night.
But can I – and look, because as much as I hate him, I hate him. Ben Johnson's a great offensive mind, and he might see something in Colson Loveland where he's like, no, this kid's a star.
But my point, and I'm not saying that Colson Loveland's going to be bad, but when you think of Colson Loveland, Caleb, what do you think of as a receiving threat, right? A mismatch. Take a wide receiver. If you're like, do you really think that Colson Loveland's just going to get peeled wide open on Brian Branch?
No.
And like that's where it's like I would be more worried about a mismatch on Tyler Warren. Like, I understand that Colson Loveland is a good route running tight end, but at 10th overall, that is a reach. I'm much happier with Tyleik Williams 28th overall than Colson Loveland 10th overall.
Yeah, no.
And people can feel all they want
about
it.
Personally, I don't like the pick, but the only thing that concerns me a little bit is how much of a mastermind Ben Johnson is. So he might have had something in the.
But at some point, it's like, what do you think, especially like year one? What do you, because they re-signed Cole Kmet, Colson Loveland. What do you think?
Josh Simmons, Ohio State.
Great fucking
tackle.
pick.
Great pick for them. Josh Simmons goes to the Kansas City
first
Chiefs.
Rounder.
32nd overall pick. Starting tackle probably right away for the Chiefs, I would say.
And an elite one. I've said numerous times, Josh Simmons is the best pure offensive tackle in this draft. When we look back in 3 or 4 years, we'll be saying, Josh Simmons went 32nd overall. Yeah, somehow he did. He transferred from San Diego State, went to Ohio State, and when I say was literally perfect, Gave up hardly any pressures, 0 sacks, suffered a terrible knee injury against Oregon in their matchup, missed the rest of the season. But if he stays healthy, Josh Simmons is a top 5 pick. The New England Patriots are taking him 4th overall, and they're feeling better about how they do about Will Campbell right now. So great pick there by the Chiefs. They're going to be able to protect Patrick Mahomes. They got a tackle from the Niners in this offseason as well. They lost Joe Thuney, but you get Josh Simmons 32nd overall. That's a steal, man. I thought he would went earlier to Houston, but they traded out. Great pick.
I like that pick, and I felt like they were going to go offensive line no matter what in the draft. All right, boys. So tomorrow, let's kind of recap the day today, I guess, here, and then we'll get into tomorrow how we feel, and then we'll wrap things up here real quick. Caleb, I'll start with you.
Yeah. Well, first, I almost want to go give Jeff a hug. His guy Shadur Sanders falls out of the first round. Jackson Dart goes ahead of him, but yeah, there's still a lot of good guys on the board. Will Johnson, obviously, but I mean. A lot, honestly. I'm looking at the board today. A lot of it, there weren't too many surprises, in my opinion.
I think if I'm looking at like the biggest surprise, and I don't think it was a necessarily bad pick, but Dallas foregoing offensive weapon, foregoing getting a defensive end to replace DeMarcus Lawrence, and they get Tyler Booker. But I just think the fact that they took him,
Colson Loveland and Tyler Booker were
that close apart, and then they went and got Tyler Booker in front of a guy like Gray Zabel. And I honestly think it's a smart pick. You lose Zach Martin, you can see the interior of their offensive line needs to stay strong. They got to protect Dak. They got to get the ball to CD. So I don't hate the pick, but it was just I did not expect Tyler Booker 12th overall by any means.
Yeah.
Take another one. I mean, we talked about Colson Loveland, but even like Ted McMillan go 8th overall. Again, not a bad pick, but I didn't see that happening because you do have to see what's going on with Bryce Young. But I mean, how many teams do you think would have taken Ted McMillan if you stayed there instead, or if you moved back instead of trading up? Because behind him you had New Orleans, Maybe Chicago's not going to take him. Maybe Dallas does. But if they weren't taking Matthew Golden, Luther Burden's still available. That's kind of surprising. The wide receivers available, they went Tyler Booker, so they might have not even taken T-Mac. Again, not a bad pick, but again, just surprised at how early he came off the board. But they viewed him as the wide receiver 1. You get a fucking Tedero McMillan's down there somewhere for Bryce Young. It's a good pick. Not saying it's not, but just richer than I thought it would have came.
I'll do this too, just for people like tomorrow. I feel like tomorrow's going to be a big day. Obviously, picks for tomorrow, the Detroit Lions. Let me pull up their picks for tomorrow. I know obviously they have pick 60. Let me go back to earlier when they released the picks so we have some an idea here. Hold on, boys. The Detroit Lions tomorrow have pick 60 and pick 102. So they're working with a second round and a third round tomorrow. Best available on the board, boys. I think there's some big names available. And if I'm Brad Holmes, I'm trying to get a little bit of aggressive. Will Johnson obviously is the big name left on the board. Mike Green, Nick Amanawari. I think the Lions do need another safety in this room, especially when you're talking about having to pay Brian Branch and Kirby and no iffy. Nick Amanawari, Donovan Izaraku, Klotzy, available.
That's surprising.
Siobhan Ravel, corner, available. Trey Amos, available. Jaden Higgins, available. Jared Wilson, if you're talking O-line. Shamar Turner, Trey Harris. Luther Burden's still on the board, boys.
Yeah.
I had put the bet in on him going first. Ariante Ursary still on the board. Jordan Birch. So I think there's like an option for guys to kind of, if Dan or Brad and Dan want to move up, get a little aggressive, I think there's something for them to say, hey, let's go Tyreek here. Let's get aggressive tomorrow, and let's make a move. Because they could have been aggressive today, and they kind of sat back. I wonder if they looked – because if I'm being honest, and I'll say it, I love the Tyreek pick. You could have moved back and got Tyreek Williams.
Potentially. But again,
you know what I mean?
Maybe.
But just with the names on the board, you could have added another pick, and you could have said, we could probably get Tyreek. Okay, we don't get Tyreek. We can get Mike Green, Donovan Izaraku.
Yeah.
So, like, to me, the one thing, if I had to say, like, pushback of this, you probably could have moved back, got another second-round pick, maybe added a third, fourth, moved back, still get your guy, and add another major piece, in my opinion. That's the only thing I would push back. I think tomorrow, there's no doubt you have to be aggressive tomorrow. I think you have to find a way to be aggressive.
I mean, I think they're in a good spot to be aggressive as well, though, because I think off the board, like Cleveland's in a great spot. They can take Shedeur and they can take Luther Burden, but the Detroit Lions with that comp pick that they have, I agree with you. Like, I don't think they're going to trade up and get Mike Green, but the fact that Mike Green is there is keeping another defensive end available on the board that you didn't expect to be there. So a guy like Josiah Stewart, making it up. Let's say maybe you thought he was going to go pick 58. Now there's a good chance he could go pick 63. So now you don't have to trade up and you can add more assets. But the Lions right now, they added the trenches. They went to the trenches. Round 2, 3, and 4 is where Brad Holmes has truly separated himself from the other GMs in the NFL. Fine, Sam Laporta, Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and the list continues. So tomorrow is really when Brad Holmes starts doing what Brad Holmes does.
Yeah, this is where he finds gems in the second and third round, even the fourth round on day 3. But I mean, there's still a lot, like Boone just named them all off. There's a lot of exciting players still left on the board, and I'm excited to see what Brad Holmes has cooking. Like if he can, if there's a way, like you just said, it wouldn't happen, but if there's a way where, because we're gonna have to trade up for Mike Green if that's the guy we would want. We would have to trade up in the second round. But if there's a way like Josiah Stewart falls to us at, what is it, 63 we have?
60.
Or 60.
And Brad's not going to stay. If he didn't move in the first round, that's telling me like
You're
he's taking who's there and he's getting aggressive.
I think you look at day 2 and I think you say, all right, we've seen the way the board's fallen. You have to find a way to be aggressive. Like, I don't think tomorrow you leave with 2 picks. I think you have to go get 3 guys in day 2 and or round 2 and 3.
Is round 4 tomorrow too?
No, 2 and 3 tomorrow, and then 4, 5, 6, 7 are Saturday.
Now let's revisit a conversation we had before. How upset would you be if a wide receiver goes off the board in round 2?
For the Lions?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be that upset.
Okay.
I know, and the reason would, like, say you get Jaden Higgins.
Okay.
You add Jaden Higgins, and then in that third round, you go get, again, be aggressive. Find a way to still get Jaden Higgins and Josiah Stewart. Find a way to somehow get I mean, even I know Luther Burden's an Amon-Ra St. Brown guy, but like if he falls, make a move. I think tomorrow is more so like, hey, let's make a bold move here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because like I do think, sorry, Caleb, I just think like the Tyreek thing, and even Dan just said it when he spoke a little bit ago. Like he's a guy that can fill the gap until Aleem gets back. All right, when Aleem gets back, where does he fit in right away?
Yeah,
and that's my worry a little bit, where it's like let's get some more guys now that can step in and play. That's what I want the next 2 days or next day.
If it's a stick and pick or if it's a trade back and you take a receiver, I'm fine with it. But if there's a scenario where Brad Holmes trades up for a receiver to give up draft assets, that's where I don't know if I agree with that. Unless it's for a guy like, honestly, not even for a guy like Luther Burden, because then what do you do now?
Yeah,
I mean.
Yeah, I think that edge has to be, unless you're moving back up into the second round, has to be the position off the board.
I want to ask this question because I think this is fair to say.
Okay.
Do you guys really think that was a BPA pick?
Brad Holmes.
I know you loved him. Be honest.
No,
Will
because
Johnson
I said
was on
Will
the board.
Johnson, yeah.
Mike Green is on the board. Donovan
Jahad
Izaraki was on the
Campbell.
board. Jahad Campbell
No,
was on
I
the
think
board.
it was.
Caleb, you're a BPA.
No, not my BPA.
Then it's not.
Not my BPA.
It's
But
not
my
a Brad
BPA
Holmes
wasn't
BPA.
Jahmyr Gibbs. My BPA wasn't, and I'm not saying, oh, you got it, but I mean, Will Johnson slid for a reason. The knee injury, people are saying he's a little slow. Jahad Campbell slid for a reason. Like these guys are sliding for a reason, and Brad Holmes noticed something, just like the other GMs. And Tyreek Williams might have been his guy. Might have been his guy in that spot.
Yeah. As we're starting to get more into this, there's a reason I didn't drink the Kool-Aid because I would have liked the edge, but I'm not going to be that guy. I think, again, I'm going to keep stating this where Tyreek is going to be a great player. Like, I think he's going to be good. It's just an interesting pick to me.
If it wasn't his
28.
BPA, he would have traded back. Because you said you could have got Tyreek Williams probably at
know,
31.
Maybe it was high on his board then. It's just an interesting pick. I don't know. It's
definitely an interesting
It's going to
pick.
take me a little bit, and I know Klotz loved him, but it's going to take me a little bit to like process. Like, how do I really feel about this Tyreek thing? Because my biggest thing, and I think everyone's been very good, and this is the pushback I gave Klotz a little bit when we brought up Tyreek before, was you need impact players today. Is Tyreek going to do that for you when Aleem gets back?
I think Tyreek, honestly,
it was the same thing with I pushed back with you with Kenneth Grant. I said the same thing with Kenneth Grant.
But this is the thing. I think when you look at Tyreek Williams, he's going to be playing week 1 of the season, right? Because
but when Aleem comes back.
Okay, so now you got Tyreek Williams. You're going to see what Tyreek Williams can do. And if he does what the Lions think he can do, what I think he can do, it's going to be really hard, in my opinion, to keep him off the field and keep DJ Reader on a snap count. So when DJ Reader's in there on 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2 on the goal line, DJ Reader's ready to fucking go. And you can have 2 defensive tackles that can stop the run and get to the quarterback. Like Tyreek Williams, he'll be a player, again, in my opinion, that once he's on the field, it's going to be really hard to take him off. And you can see a better version of DJ Reader when you get him more rested snaps, given his age and size.
It just, I don't know. As we start getting later into the night, it just becomes a little bit more interesting, like thinking about it, breaking that thing down. So what we're going to do, let's do this, boys. We're going to wrap it up here. Or should we just go to midnight? Should we just do 6 more minutes and then wrap it up?
I'm fine with that.
We'll just go 6 more minutes.
Yep.
Caleb, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling
We'll
good.
read some chats here. Drop some chats here. And by the way, too, tomorrow, just so that people know, we're going to be live. It'll probably be me. It'll probably be me and Jeff in the morning from 8 to 10. I'll be going 8 to 9. Jeff will finish it off 9 to 10. I will personally be live from 2 to 3. Just a solo Booner. Solo Booner breaking it down, and then we'll be back live again 5:30 for the second and third rounds tomorrow. We'll start it off a little breaking it down, and then 6 o'clock the draft starts. The chat. Let's get our final thoughts in the chat here, and then the guys will give their final thoughts. And we'll. Corey said my issue with the pick is Brad said he reminds him of Aleem. Why would you want a guy like Aleem when you have Aleem?
That's
point.
A great point.
I think it's a great point. Klotz, I'll get your point, but I think that give Corey credit.
But again, it's like Aleem McNeil. He was drafted because he was a run-stopping defensive tackle, and they say, you know what, lose some weight so you can get to the quarterback too. Tyreek Williams, when he went to Ohio State, he weighed like, I want to say it was 350 plus. He already lost that weight. Aleem McNeil is not somebody where you're like, oh, he can't stop. Aleem McNeil is elite against the run. The whole reason people are clamoring about Aleem McNeil is what he did against the New York Giants and Saquon Barkley, stopping the run. What he can get to, that's a complete defensive tackle. You can have a guy like Roy Lopez, DJ Reader on a rotation and have two guys that are elite at stopping the run and give pressure to the quarterback.
You can keep. All right, I would say that you can keep.
He's a 3-down defensive tackle.
Right now, it's a crammed room right now. The defensive tackle room.
Yeah,
so
if you don't go edge, it's bad
but I
anywhere.
will say it won't be crammed
after
for
this
long.
year. After this year, it won't be crammed. But right now, currently, when you're like, hey, we need guys to help us win a Super Bowl this year, it's a crammed room. And it's like, once Aleem gets back, we could talk about third downs, this, that. Like, if you're drafting a defensive tackle in the first round, I want him out there on third downs.
That's what Tyreek can do
I
for you.
want him down there. I want him out there all the time. You're
That's what Tyreek Williams can do for you.
But, Klotz, you keep ignoring the point. DJ Reader, you're like, well, DJ Reader on third down, 3rd and 1s, you have him healthy. He's going to be there.
You go a 5-man front.
You can't have it both ways.
Yes, you
can.
Booner, it's a 5-man front. You can bump Tyreek Williams from a 3-tech to a 5-tech and put DJ Reader in the middle of Aleem McNeil and Tyreek Williams.
It's a packed room.
Yeah, it is. But if you add anything outside of defensive edge, it is. If you add wide receiver packed room, safety packed room, Jahad Campbell is going to a packed room of a linebacker. Edge. That's why. But Brad Holmes has said, Booner, you have preached to us more than anybody. He's probably not going edge. Be prepared for BPA. And this is the guy that they take. And now that we're here, but
now you're like trying to convince me, oh, it's a packed room, but you didn't want to go all these other positions because of packed rooms. But now because it's your guy, you love him.
Exactly, because Tyreek Williams brings that piece of a defensive.
He ignores the fact he didn't like packed rooms in other position groups.
But my point is you were going to have that outside.
I trust Brad.
Tyreek Williams is a 3-down.
Why can I question it?
I'm telling you why you're questioning, and I'm giving you good answers of why you shouldn't have to question this pick, because you're saying DJ Reader. No, Tyreek Williams is a 3-down defensive tackle that's going to make an impact right now.
All right, keep saying the same thing over and over.
But you're asking a question that just deflects what I just said.
No.
You're saying I want a guy that can be on the field all 3 downs. Tyreek Williams. I want a guy that can help now. That's Tyreek Williams. If Aleem McNeil, who just got hurt, has another injury, guess who's there? Tyreek Williams. DJ Reader has gotten banged up a lot through his career. When the Lions signed him, had a hamstring injury coming off of a playoff run. If they go down, Tyreek Williams, and he can be in front of there either way.
No, I'm not arguing. Let's shut the camera off, dude. I'm not arguing the pick. I'm not arguing this is a problem. I'm not arguing the Tyreek Williams pick. I think Tyreek's a great player. We're starting to get into this phase where I'm not saying Tyreek's a bad player. I think it's going to be a great player. My question is, how is it going to work? Klotz broke it down great. But I'm still going to sit there and be like, I'm interested to see snap count with DJ Reader. I'm interested to see you just paid Aleem McNeil a bag. And now you just brought in Tyreek and then Broderick Martin. You traded up and wasted picks to go get Broderick Martin. You just got Mekhi Wingo last year. You got Levi O. You have Josh Pascal. Like, this is a packed room to where you just got more packed. And I'm not saying Tyreek's a bad pick. You're arguing that. I don't care. Tyreek is a great football player. But look at the room. It's a deep room. Brad's wasted picks on Josh Pascal, Levi O, Broderick Martin, Mekhi Wingo last year, and now Tyreek Williams. That's my thing. It's like, how is this going to work? At what point it's like, hey, how is it going to work? When you know in the edge room, you just sign AQM for a year. You have 1 year Marcus Davenport, and you have Aiden Hutchinson. Who else?
Well, do I need to say what you've said to us?
I don't. No, I get that, but it's not like a pushback in a bad way. It's more so just like looking at that room. It's like I think it's a good pick. Again, I think it's a good pick. I think Tyreek's going to be good. Like once DJ Reader is gone, I think it's good. I'm just more so looking at like, let's break this down deeper. Take away how much you love Tyreek as an Ohio State guy, and you called it out 2 weeks ago. Take all of that away. Look at the room. Look at the picks Brad's made. This defensive tackle thing's been an over and over thing. He's hit on Aleem McNeil, signed DJ Reader. Outside of that, there's 5 other guys in that room that he's drafted that have not worked out. Mm-hmm. So it's like, where are we going with this? He just signed Levi O. Josh Pascal's going to probably get signed again. I'm just like, these are facts. I'm not lying. I'm not leading people the wrong direction. I trust in Brad Holmes. But these are facts that got to get looked at in this room.
But the answers to your question are there. Like, listen to what you said. DJ Reader, you have him now, but everybody else he's pretty much whiffed on. You haven't liked it. None of us have. Like, Josh Pascal, disappointing. Levi,
so he
disappointing.
just admitted, hey, all these guys are wrong.
So let's take care of this issue before DJ Reader leaves, and we have Ali McNeil who just
That's why I like it, because Tyleek's a good player. That's why I'm like Tyleek is, and you told me Tyleek was a good player.
And I'm not even trying to get into. I'm not even trying to say that, but I'm saying like, if and not just you, like people are questioning this pick. Like, listen to what you're asking for. Listen to what Brad Holmes has said, where he's not taking a defensive end in the first round. So would you rather him go take a corner?
Yeah.
I'm not saying
corner. I'm just saying, yeah, I understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying. That's why I was like, you guys are trying to make this an argument. Look, that's why I'm like, let's stop this, because this is not an argument on Tyleek. This is an argument on Brad Holmes with the defensive tackle room. This has been we talked about this, Klotz. We talked about this all offseason long, how he hasn't been able to hit on defensive tackles. And I'm not saying Tyleek won't hit. I'm just saying, listen. And someone put in the chat there, T-Mac. Klotz, I'm trusting you. I'm trusting you. Tyleek's going to be a dog for this team. And I think the good thing, let's take a positive real quick out of this.
Sure.
Aleem just got paid, right?
Yeah.
DJ's gone. Again, I said it 20 minutes ago. Tyleek's a rookie deal. And if he ends up being as good as DJ Reader, you have a DJ Reader type player, younger, 4-year contract, 5th year of option on a rookie deal with the lean defensive tackle money.
Look,
that's where I'll go with it. And I personally, I'll end it there. But that's definitely it.
I'll say this. I'm the reason I'm not 100% pick is because I like the guys that were still available. Jahad Campbell, Mike Green, still available. Boom. But to your point, I think you make some good points, but I don't think there is such thing as like you could say this about a running back room. You could say this about a running back room. You could say this about a quarterback room. You could say this about maybe even a wide receiver room. I don't think there's such thing as what was the word you used, Boone? A crammed room.
Yeah.
I don't think there's such thing as a crammed room when you're talking about a defensive line room.
D line room. I agree.
Look at Philly. They just keep loading up on the D line. They keep rotating guys in, and they just
do
won the Super
edge
Bowl.
and defensive tackle. They don't just go D tackle.
Yeah, I agree with that point.
They go both. D tackle is like this room. Like no one can look me in the eyes and be like, Broderick, bang.
But
Levi,
no.
Josh, bang.
But I don't know if we could use his past picks on defensive tackles and not hitting on them against this pick. You know what I mean? I don't know if we could.
I will say though, when you look at Phil and Booner, I think you're correct when you bring up the point of how they emphasize going after the edge. Like even they just got Jahad Campbell. But when you look at the strength of Philadelphia, it's Jalen Carter, it was Jordan Davis, it was Milton Williams, Josh Sweat. He had a nice season.
Yeah.
Who was other?
That's why I like the pick. I think if he's good, I like it.
I just think when you have such a premier edge rusher in Aiden Hutchinson, and you can just make sure the interior that's always perfect as far as the interior, that defensive line, and you can get in there's tons of guys in the NFL that are okay defensive ends that you find in the middle of the draft. If Brad Holmes lands Josiah Stewart tomorrow or an edge rusher in that caliber, Lions fans should be fucked. This is with the draft that you want.
That was my first statement after
if
Tyler.
this is setting up something special in the second round, this is a really good draft.
My first statement was.
But if this is Jaden Higgins tomorrow, it's like, okay, what? I don't want to swear.
If it's Jaden Higgins, this is what I've been saying this for a month. And if you watch our show, you know this. Caleb, I've told this to you before. If you don't get an edge rusher in the first day, and I've been edge to the D, but I've been saying this for a month. If you do not land an edge rusher in the first day, do not be mad until day 2 is over. Let Brad work day 2.
But can I say this? I know I will be mad if there's no. Unless there's not an edge there where it's like, okay, you take this guy.
Yes, but
I will be mad if it's like a receiver and a.
It should be a receiver and a edge tomorrow.
Edge. I guess I'll say no edge. Then if there's no edge to the D tomorrow, I'm not the happiest guy in the world.
All right, let's do this. Let's wrap it up here. We appreciate everyone tuning in. We have a lot of people in here.
Like the stream. Hit subscribe if you haven't.
600 people still in here. Yeah, like the screen or the stream. Make sure to subscribe. We're going to be live again tomorrow. It's a quick turnaround in 8 hours. We'll be live 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Right back at it. The schedule is for tomorrow, 8 a.m. to 10. 2 to 3, and then we'll be back live at 5:30 for second and third round. Make sure you guys, again, hit that like button. We will. Hey, how about this real quick, boys? Trust in Brad Holmes. Trust in that man. Tyreek Williams is going to be a good Detroit Lion. I'm interested to see how this whole room pans out. Love you guys so much. Thank you for the support. Shout out DraftKings Sports and Social. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.